Okay, let's get it back on.
Probably what's going to happen, and a lot of people are uncomfortable with that.
I know what she's talking about. That's the way people are in the South too. Like we wave people we don't know. We do like what's called the Southern nod. It's like you sit there and like it's like a nod. Like seriously, when I first moved here, I was like, "Why are these people waving at me? They don't even know me."
I nod at everybody.
That's what people do.
That I meet. Like if I see somebody, I always nod at them. I feel like I owe it to them or something.
I'll attest to that.
Can you
acknowledge
I
them?
worked down in Texas after Hurricane Katrina came through. I worked for FEMA. Coming down from one of the northern states, I was in shock at how friendly people are in the South, to be honest.
Up north, it's a whole lot different because it's like up in Boston, people are kind of rude or like they seem rude, but it's like up here we see
it's
so
that
many
culture of
people
cutthroat.
all the time, and it's like the same with New York. There's so many people all the time that people like they get in like so accustomed to seeing people that like they don't really say hi. But if I go down south where my family's from in Waynesboro, like people will drive by and they'll wave and like say hi, and it seems so strange to me.
Oh my God! Honestly,
So
a lot of people who move here from
what's going on with
states,
hold on, what's going on with GME? What's going on with GME?
We just hit 70.
Ooh!
Going to 71, baby. 70, almost 71, baby.
I have a question. I just
Diamond Hands.
Let's go.
I just found out that there is bears for GME on Bittrex, and they seem to be listed recently, like on the 21 of January. So is trading this over Bittrex is the same as traditional stock, or what's the relationship?
What is Vitrix?
It's a website for trading cryptocurrency.
Okay.
And also there is another website. It's called FTX. So if it's listed on Bittrex, I can trade that. But like, it's so funny. It's listed on the 21, and usually there is a custom in crypto. When something gets listed new, it gets dumped. That's how it is.
Okay.
And it did get dumped.
What didn't get dumped?
The GME, the GameStop. Like I don't know what it's not a crypto. It's a stock, right? So
yeah.
I'm so
but
confused.
it's on. Wait, GME is on the Vitrix?
Yeah, GME
What?
USDT. Yeah, I'm so confused right now.
Is there some sort of crypto that is like following this situation or
it
something?
Could be like it could be equivalent to it. So they could like be like every time you buy a coin, we will make sure there is a share bot.
Whoa!
Can you throw a screenshot?
That would
of
be
it
sick.
You can.
Oh, somebody just did something with like 6,000 at 72. That's got to be a buy.
Huh. We've got some sort
I
of
was
like.
wondering if we can get some analyzation on what is happening right now after hours.
I'm watching it right now.
This is like a crypto ETF or something, or.
I'm not even gonna lie.
That
Weird.
Explain the dumb for it, by the way.
That's a lot of movement. Like after hours.
That's a lot of movement right now.
On Friday.
Hey, GME's up, baby.
The moon, 1K GME.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, usually there's another 2,000 that just went at 71. A lot of it seems to be like it's really odd. It's like 103, a 15, a 5, a 59, 192. Like it's not normal traffic like we would see during the daytime. It's like there's a 285. I mean,
so I placed a screenshot on general. You guys see it? I use that tool, the black box tool. You see the volatility? It's going up to green.
Okay.
Does green mean more volatile or less volatile? What are we talking about here?
Green means that the tool that I'm using is the projection is going up. It has algorithms that can detect it that it's going up.
It's projecting the stock to go up.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, you guys can search it. It's called Black Box Stocks. I use it. I have subscription for it.
You find it like a useful tool.
Oh yeah, it is.
Cool.
How much is it?
A little pricey to start, about $75 a month, and after that, it's $90 a month. But I'm trying to learn options, So I'm still starting, so I just want to learn it.
Yeah, that's too high for me for a
it's
subscription right
pricey,
now.
but I'll share it to you guys. Once in a while. Well, when maybe starting Monday, because I just got the subscription just today, so I'm learning.
Hey, by chance, you can sell any day, any week, right? Any day of the week.
So what?
You can put a ticket in any day at any time, but it's not like you could. Your order could literally. It's so. Here's the biggest thing about putting a ticket in after hours,
Bump
right?
to 74 and then down.
So here's like let's say it goes to 300, and you put a buy order in at 65, or you put a buy in order at 70. Well, it could be like on a downward trend. Like you could have gone all the way up to 300 and then took a nosedive. It's gonna buy that for you, like on that nosedive. So but you can safeguard yourself with that too by putting like a stop loss on it and stuff like that, or price stop price and price limit. But yes, theoretically, you could put a ticket in at any time.
Another thing that people don't realize, people don't know, is that like for pre-market trading, like it starts at 9 o'clock for Robinhood, and the after hours is only till 6 p.m. But on Webull, the pre-market starts at 4 a.m. and the after hours is until I think like 8 o'clock. And the pre-market and the after hours is where a lot of movement is made, and you could make a lot of money. So it's good to get on Webull. That way you can take advantage of those pre-market and after hours.
Yeah, or any brokerage that allows you access.
On Bittrex, it says 24/7.
Yeah.
And we're up 30, a solid 30% for the day, including the after. That's a lot of money.
we're doing some really good stuff. Just give me 1 second, guys. I gotta celebrate. I gotta celebrate right now, y'all. We are at $70 right now from freaking 50 from 2 days ago, bro. Are you serious right now? This stock is going somewhere, y'all. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with our emotions. We're freaking going to the moon. I don't care who you say. I don't know who you are. I don't care where you from. We going to the moon, man. I don't care, bro. That's not financial advice.
Guys.
So I just learned,
guys.
So look at the screenshot that I sent you guys. You see that yellow line?
I was gonna say, look at
that 73.78 is the estimate for the day. That it gives that estimate for the day.
Hold on, I don't see the screenshot in general. Where is it?
Sorry, I got a little excited.
Reload it.
Yeah, where do you post that screenshot?
Where can we find the screenshot, please?
It's in general, and you just scroll up a bit. It's the cup and handle.
I'm telling you guys, it's a cup.
My theory is they've stopped their short ladder crap.
The cup and handle.
They're going to some house in the Hamptons and they're saying, "Holy fuck, none of that worked." Sorry, I swore, but this is what you're gonna see. I think this bounce is when they stop messing with it. It's like, okay, this is not working.
Hey, Evan, can I share?
We had a halt. We had a halt today.
Hey guys,
when we hit that big jump.
It sounds like we got something urgent coming in here.
Yeah, can I share my screen?
Please.
Okay, hold on. All right.
3 halts from.
You guys see it? You guys see it?
Where do we go to see it? Sometimes
you guys see it?
Sometimes it pops up for me right away, but I don't see it now.
You guys see it now?
I see it.
All right. Now I'm learning this tool. Okay, I'm still learning, right? So if you see here, $70 right now, and the volatility is a little bit up, right? Oh, this push to talk is making me nuts.
Roger that. Roger
You're good. We can hear you.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Now you see here the 73.78. That's the mark. That's the estimate that the tool is saying for the day.
Okay.
So, dude, we can use this. So.
It seems to be legit, right?
I don't know.
Prediction.
What's the clock thing in the? Is that volatility or is that up or down? Like what? Or is that change? Okay, or is this the bid clock?
It says is the volatility is if it goes to the right, which is green, the prediction is the price is gonna go up. If it goes to the left, the prediction is it's gonna go down. Basically, the tool is giving us a prediction quicker than humans.
This is
it's
what they're
calculating
using. This
that
is what
off
they're
their
using.
apps.
I don't know.
Off their apps, it looks to me like they're using an ask versus bid calculation on here.
I mean, so anybody who doesn't know what we're looking at, this company, this app, they have a algorithm, which is like a series of, it's just like an equation, like a mathematical equation that takes into account a number of different variables, in this case in the marketplace, and they use those variables to in this case, it seems perhaps accurately predict market movement. That's
let me give you an example, right? I don't know how to do options because I want to learn that. But what it says is in the morning, it gives all of this, right? This is the one that during the top 10 gainers for the day. So if you look at it, look at this, for example.
Wait, so it gave you that yellow price alert line this morning?
Wait, this is for GameStop, right?
And just for full disclosure, you're not involved in this company in any way, right? Just to make sure.
You're push to talk button.
No, I'm not. I'm paying subscription, but this is not being shared in YouTube, right? Just us, right?
No, we're back on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right.
Word.
Yeah.
But you don't work for this company.
My question though, like,
no, I don't work.
Did it give you that 73 line this morning, or does that move during the day?
So good question. I subscribed this morning, and I was listening to you guys while I was working with my full-time job. So I was not able to work on this. I just started to look at it just a few minutes ago after I hanged up. So I'm like, what the hell? This is awesome. So I'm like, anyway.
Because if it gave you that 73 this morning, that's really accurate.
Yeah, that's really
like
impressive.
spot on, bro.
Yeah, for real. This is what they're using. This is what they have.
It's kind of scary.
You know, they have so much money. They have enough money to kill people and have nobody find out about it.
Well, they're using terminals, but yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like they can make, I'm not making any accusations, but they could make a killer app is all I'm saying. For themselves.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, thanks for sharing that, though, man.
Oh, it's okay, man. I mean, hopefully this is right. We'll know by Monday, right?
We can evaluate it.
Monday.
We got a lot of eyes on it now. It's great. Well, we can maybe we can just make a point to check back in about this.
You know what I would do?
And see what we think about it.
Team Tokers, baby, Team Tokers.
I would paper trade. Like, I would seriously paper trade using this app for like a month. And if by paper trading with the app paid for the subscription, then I'd probably get it.
Yeah, there's a lot of, not a lot. There's YouTube videos on how to use the app. So my first video was today. You can find it. There's a lot of good reviews about it too.
But that is expensive, though. I mean, that's $75 is. And then you
no, 75 for the first month, then 90 after that.
Well, I mean, it might be worth it though, from what we're seeing.
Yeah, no worries.
I mean, like, so is there a literal app though? Like, I actually just looked in the App Store, and there's no black box app. Are you just using the website, or?
Yeah, just the.
Gotcha.
So what's it called? The black box? What? Black box stock? Is that what you said?
Push Black box.
Like .com or whatever. You know,
Yeah.
Google black box and look for something.
It's got a RS. It's got a RS feed on the right side too, so they're pulling
Can you guys
articles
still
from
hear me?
somewhere.
I'm gonna look up some videos for this on YouTube.
I can hear you.
Okay. Because the thing is, I mean, a lot of people who use this is guys who do options, but there are also people who use it for regular trading like us. So who knows? Maybe it will work. If it doesn't work, I'm just gonna cancel it. But as far as I can see right now, it looks like it works. It's. Hold on. What was the question again?
It looked
No,
like
here.
Yeah, no, it looked like the cup was like I was saying. I was seeing the cup, but it looked like this cup was before what I was saying. It was somewhere previous to that. Is what I got from that post.
What up, everybody? Go in the house.
I want to drink from the cup where we shoot up to 500, and then we go to infinity after that.
That's what I'm talking
Yep.
about.
I want to
Hey,
drink
count me in on that one.
All right, let me stop sharing now. How do you stop sharing?
I want to drink out of that green cup.
Could you compare this to AMC?
All right. All right.
Man, I love this. I love this stuff, man. We're a bunch of freaking
no more diamond hands.
odds.
Diamond bowls.
Yep.
Diamond hands all day, dude.
I feel like I've been in college all week, like just math learning shit.
For real, I feel like I've been cramming and like
Seriously.
had headaches, but in like a good headache way. My brain got bigger, but like I was talking to my husband about this and this group, and I'm just like, I feel like I actually, for the first time in my 33 years of life, I have a pathway to a home that I can own.
Yep. You do.
Yes.
You do.
Yes.
I see
Nico, yes.
I see. I don't care what your personal financial situation is, just based on what we've been talking about here. I see that path, you know?
And just to be sure, I don't work for that company. I'm an IT guy, so.
Oh, I believe you, dude. I just wanted to, since we were on YouTube and stuff, I just wanted to do my DD. That's all.
I'm an IT guy too.
Good.
Hey,
but
I'm just jumping in. But is this just the black box? Is that app?
No, it's a software. It's a website that you have to log into.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Oh, like right now, see
subscription website.
Okay.
I also had a kind of quick question too. Like now talking about like more of these apps that you can kind of track stuff. So what do you guys normally do to track all of your stocks on? Like, because on Robinhood, it's kind of hard to track like when you bought it in, especially if you have like 1,000 shares of something. It's hard to and you bought in at different times. Like, is there something that you guys use to figure that out, or do you like write it down somewhere?
Personally, I use Fidelity just because it's what I've had since like a previous job. Set it up
Fidelity's
for my 401k.
pretty dank.
And the only thing with Fidelity, though, unless I'm mistaken, you can sign up for like an enhanced data view. It's not level 2, but it's something else. You can get kind of like a better, like more data. But even when you have that, when you're viewing the charts, you have to like literally click refresh every time you wanna refresh the chart. It's really annoying. And I don't know if
that does suck.
This is on mobile. I think on my computer there's an app.
I only use mobile.
There's a Fidelity app on my computer that just real-time updates, but on my phone I have to keep clicking refresh over and over again. It's like, man,
But when you use the Fidelity online, are you able to just view all of your stocks without having having to refresh, but are you able to still pull up a chart of everything? I don't think we need to refresh if we're just looking to see what we bought and when we bought it.
You can't pull up a chart of everything. You can pull up a chart of like one at a time, and
that one individual one will show like when
it shows a customized. Okay, so there's an overall view of like your account that'll show stuff like CPS, cost per share, and like total, like the worth of your holdings and stuff like this. And then when you drill down to the, you do a search for the ticker symbol, you can customize the chart. It's nothing crazy. There's like just a few options. Yeah.
If you're on Webull and you make a purchase and you buy, it'll show your buy. It'll draw a horizontal line across the screen on the chart exactly where you bought.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
on
I was
Weeble
just curious how
too,
you guys track that.
on desktop on Weeble, you can, like, I have windows. So I have like a window for GME, I have a window for AMC, I have a window for MILN. I've got like 9 different windows, just like you would have tabs on a web page, right? Or on your browser. And then you can set up each window like in any way you want it. So like I have like my live, and then I've got my tick by tick and my volume analysis, and I have a bid window which I have minimized, and my overall account. You can set up a watch list if you want to, but I don't use that. But you have what's called a position, and it'll literally show you like your holdings in each one, how many shares of each you have, your market value, your last price, your average price, your total cost, your unrealized profit loss. And that's probably what you're asking, is if you can set something like that up, because you can literally see real time what all your stocks are doing.
You know, I think what I've taken away in general is that like every site has like their own API and stuff, and like their own like indicators that you can enable. And I almost see like there's like a secondary market for, so it's like you've got your holdings in Fidelity or something like me, right? And you could check the charts in there like I'm doing right now and having to click freaking refresh like every second that you want to know what the price is. Or you can buy this like other app that lets you have like every feature you could possibly want, and you just use that, and like there's a whole nother.
That's what I do. Everything I have is in Vanguard, but I hate their platform. But it's safe. So
are we talking about just on mobile? Are typically not on where I'm actually watching. I typically watch TradingView, but my holdings are all over the place.
Like there are apps where you can just use the app for viewing. The app has nothing to do with your investment account. It's just an app for viewing stock tickers. So you would like whatever you're invested in, you would just throw the ticker into that app and just view it on there instead of your brokerage if you don't like that tool, whatever it does.
I think the only issue with that app type of idea is if you have multiple accounts, then you're trying to rely on this app to differentiate 2 different accounts, and plus all of this app would have to access everybody's financial information.
Seems like there's some opportunity there, right? How nice would it be?
I see opportunity.
How nice would it be if you had an app that gives you this extra level access, all these data points that you can pull into your charts, but then if you want, it's also tied to like every single brokerage account that you have, so you can just easily tap on to your holdings and zoom over to that account if you want to sell something or buy something.
I think it would be ideal if it was that way on an app. A generalization of that app that would be perfect would be if it doesn't access your financial information, you would actually have to physically input it. That way it can track specifically. And if you're using something like online, on Windows or something like that,
you would have to sync with the, like, you would have to give your password to like your Fidelity account or whatever anyways. And so as long, like, if you linked the account to this overarching account, you could just like automatically pull data from like each. It's almost like when you link social media accounts to like some other account, just pulls everything from Instagram and Facebook. And
without having to pull your information, if you actually typed it in, you could put it in and say, I bought at this level or at this price point, and this is, this date is when I bought it. And you can specify, say, I want to see what might happen if I decide I want to go back.
Does that exist? I've wanted to do that. Like, where can I just like put in when I bought in and have that data on top of the other data? That would be great.
Stock Spy.
Stock Spy, okay.
I use Stock Spy on Mac, but it's on Windows also. And it's free.
So also, so that basically answers my question. I was just kind of curious because I've on Robinhood, you would literally have to go into your wallet and look at individual stock, whichever one you bought,
right?
And then you have to go down. You have to look at when you bought it. You know what I mean? But I have a really good question for. And I'm asking for everybody that doesn't have a voice in the YouTube chat right now, because I literally was just right there with you guys, because I couldn't talk, I couldn't speak, like I couldn't do nothing. and I had all these questions, and that's why I'm like asking all these questions today.
The voice of the people. I love it.
So guys, I've been looking at. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no. I want to hear the voice of the people must speak.
Yeah. So I was looking at the other.
No, not that voice of the people. The other voice of the people.
For me,
The
or
more we pass on the knowledge that you guys are sharing, the better we're gonna make everybody in our realm.
Sorry.
No doubt.
The guy with the person with the lower volume that chimed in first. The person with the lower volume that chimed in first. What were you saying about chat? YouTube wanting to ask some questions?
Okay. Okay, that's me. This AZ Bag. Is my mic low?
Slightly, not like I can hear
Not
you.
really. No, you're good now. You're
I can hear you.
You're better than you were.
I can hear you
Make
fine.
me start screaming.
I'm an audio engineer. Don't listen to me. I'm being picky.
Shoot. Okay, so I guarantee this probably will raise some tails with you guys too. So
Ooh.
obviously everybody, maybe not everybody works, but we can't be by our computers, we can't be by our phones every day, 24 hours, 7 days a week, right?
Because it's
What
not
about
healthy, right? That's what we're getting at here.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And for those that are top-notch health and say, you know what, but they have to go to work and sometimes they can't just be on their phone anywhere. But so what device, what Apple device, Samsung device, any type of device would you guys prefer or like even look at to where you always have stock somewhere that you can see just in case you're at work and there's a big squeeze that finally happens and there's no way for you to look, but what device would you use?
I like this. Let's get creative with this though. I mean, I don't want to just get into like app recommendations. I want people to think about like an augmented reality headset. You know what I'm saying? Like let's think about this.
Spamming me.
So me personally, I was thinking about an Apple Watch.
Okay. Yeah. Does anyone have one?
I hate digital watches, just for the record. I've had an Apple Watch and the Galaxy, and I couldn't stand them, and I went back to a regular watch.
I will say that I know that
I'm the opposite. I love my smartwatch, and that's because I'm a chef, and there's so many things as a chef that I can't do that I can do with this watch. Like set a timer.
Do you get stock alerts on it?
I can set it up. I just figured out that I can set that up.
Do you think that would that be useful for you? Do you think, or would it be impractical?
No, that's actually, I was just about to, like, it's funny that this happened because I was just thinking that I'm like, ooh, I got to work tomorrow. So I'm going to set this up on my watch so I can keep track while I'm working.
Okay. Well, there's a legit recommendation right there. Yeah.
Another one is the iPad Air or iPad, whatever you got. You just have that up and just post it up somewhere so you could just constantly.
Any second screen, right? Yeah. I think
that's
it. Yeah.
I will say
I almost want to like screenshot my setup just so you guys can see how crazy. Like I've got my main screen, and then I've got my iPad, or not. It's a S7, and then I have a television that pretty much sits on like Yahoo Finance, and then I've got multiple windows open and stuff. So
I'm into this.
Everything you're saying, and then
I will give one helpful suggestion. I'll give you one helpful suggestion.
I've got
I use my so I have two phones, and I have my main phone when I'm doing my deliveries, and I have a second phone that I play music on while I'm driving in my car. Right, while I'm driving in my car, and that second phone does not have a SIM card. I do not pay any monthly fees. I don't pay anything on it, and I just tether my hotspot off of it. And I might use at the most 1 gig a month hotspotting to that other phone. And if you're just using a stock ticker, you could actually get an app or any type of widget on the cheapest Android phone that you can find for like $20-$30, just connect it to a wireless hotspot, like tethering it off your phone, and it would cost you pennies to run a second stock ticker on another phone, so that way you're never interrupted from what you're doing on your phone. And you could just literally pop it on your dashboard, pop it in your pocket, sit it on your desk.
Man, that is smart, bro.
I saw somebody
and that's literally what I've been doing for the past couple of days. When I leave the house and I have to work, I can't really go back and forth on my apps on my phone, because I have to use my navigation. So I use my second phone. It sits literally in the car and I can look down at it and I have Robinhood open and I can see everything going on uninterrupted.
Awesome. Next.
Oh my God, that is smart, bro.
Next setup. Somebody
Yeah,
run
you
with
could
it.
probably also do a lot with notifications as well, but then you need to set something up that notifies everybody.
Poland. What's your setup?
Well, I got 3 screens. That's it.
What kind of computer screens or?
Yeah, I got two 27 inchers and a 34 inch in the middle.
God bless you.
Jeez Louise.
I've got.
All right.
I'm gonna put another +1 on that because mine's a similar setup. 35 in the middle, 2 27s on the left and right.
Are you running those 2 27s on the outside horizontal?
Hold up. Who said that? Let's hear that one again. Who said that last one?
What, me?
All right, let's hear it.
Well, I got 2 27 inches on the side and a 34 inch in the middle. 3 screens.
Nice.
I was asking, are you running your 27s horizontal or vertical? Do you run your outside screens horizontally or vertically?
No, it's all horizontal. But I don't use Windows. I use Linux.
Right on. All right.
I'm Dutch. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were the Polish guy.
Oh no. Yeah, it's kind of
my bad. My bad. All of us white guys sound the same to me. I can't.
It's fine, bro.
Seriously, I can't tell the difference between any of the white guys in this chat, including myself. I cannot tell the difference between your voices. I really got to pay attention.
Didn't you just say you were an audio engineer?
Yes, I am, but
I think the audio messed up his ears. That's why.
I listen to too much of it,
I speak with so many English-speaking persons every day, so my Dutch accent is kind of warped. Sorry.
Right on.
Do you play Albion Online?
What?
You sound like somebody that's a streamer.
No, I'm not. I don't really have other than guitar stuff. I don't really have stuff on YouTube.
What's that, Ark? Is that a game?
But guitar stuff. I just play guitar. I play metal guitar. That's it.
Middle guitar, rhythm, then, right?
But you're acting like someone.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Man, we are all such fools with this push to talk button right now. It's really inconvenient, isn't it? It's terrible.
It's hard.
Yeah,
I removed mine, but if that's okay with you guys,
So
I have a mute button.
I found that on iOS, if you click and hold more on the upper half of the button, it works better than the lower half. Like if you click and just hold it a little bit above the median line, it holds it more easily and stably. It's really freaking annoying. Such nuance should not be, necessary.
If you're on Android,
let's hear.
Yeah, I use a mute button.
Di, what is your setup? Your stock monitoring setup. However big or small. Yeah, I want to hear about. I mean, if it's, I don't care if it's an RGB TV, whatever.
My setup is this 720p monitor, about 12 inches, and then I have a 32-inch HP monitor with speakers up for the stocks, and that's about it.
Jesus.
All right, so double monitors, triple monitors.
So
we got what?
Mine isn't really a setup, but I
Yeah.
have 7 different brokerage accounts, and I throw them all into one folder on my phone. So it's really easy to go through them and check all of them.
So you just tap on you individually tap on apps for the individual brokers.
Yeah, but they're all everything that I've.
But it's so easy. It's so easy. It just goes because you're logged in and everything, right? That's what.
Yep. But that way, before I was searching around because they were all in random places, and this way.
Well, yeah, you have 200 apps installed on your phone, and they're all spread apart, and where you're organizing into folders is really nice. I do that same thing too with everything, with money, with games, instead of having just individual app windows spread all across my app drawer, I've taken the time to, break them down into categories to make things a lot quicker for access.
I'm sorry. I'm taking control of the conversation here. I'm loving this.
Somebody has to moderate. Run it. Let's go.
Biscuit. I want to hear your setup.
I'm more of a visual guy, so I'll post it in general.
Oh, you're gonna post a picture of it?
Yeah, I posted a picture of my setup on the general.
Oh, nice. Okay. All right. Awesome. Even better.
Hey, so where
I
is
put mine in the general.
chat?
When you
scroll up,
top left, 3 lines.
How are you connecting to the call? Are you via mobile or are you via PC?
This is PC.
Okay, then you're looking at the Discord screen as a whole, right? You have the black window that has all of our names and faces kind of bopping around in the middle.
Yeah.
Look on the left-hand side. You're going to see a cup that looks like a little stone cup with a green splash in it. See that? It's Tame the Ark's symbol. He's got a narcotic.
Make sure there's no docs in your screenshots.
Okay.
Don't self-dox yourself. Yeah.
So really simply, guys, just think about Discord as like a server. You've got a computer with a bunch of folders on it. Some of those folders are news articles we're posting. Some of those folders are this chat some of those folders are other things that you could pick from. That's what it is. That's the hierarchy. And you just have to navigate within the folder structure to find the different element that you need, whether it's voice or news or whatever.
That's what I do. I basically use my laptop and I got news open, and then I have TradingView open, Robinhood, but then I use my phone and I use that for Webull because it has good scanners, and I execute from my phone.
I've got my TV on the YouTube channel so that I can try to keep an eye on chat, which I do a terrible job of. And
that's a great idea. That's actually a great idea.
Yeah. And I turn the volume the volume down, of course, because it'll create like a feedback loop. But yeah.
By chance, do I have to be invited to the chat?
You're in the chat.
Once you're in the Discord group, you're privy to all of the channels that are within it. So look on the left-hand side of your screen, and you're going to see all the different Discords that you've joined. Maybe this is the only one. It's going to look like a stone cup with green liquid in it. Click on that, and then when you're in that channel, underneath it, there's several different text channels, voice channels, and those kind of things.
Is it a cup somewhere?
You figured it out.
I've got a diamond. I've got a diamond.
Yeah, it totally looks like a diamond.
Is it a cup?
Oh, you know what? I might be thinking about Tame the Ark's personal profile image and not the...
Oh, yeah, we got a diamond on this one. So, yeah, but there's an icon that represents each person you're subscribed to, basically. I mean, that's what it is.
Okay, so I'm the diamond.
As a file above where the voice chat is.
Yeah, so you tap the diamond. You're already in the voice chat. So you have, and then above that there's like hashtags that indicate like different.
I heard the light bulb.
Did you hear that epiphany?
I heard the light bulb.
Okay.
I heard. I felt it. I felt it.
Okay, I got you.
I felt it in my bones.
It's like me. I'm in the Discord too, so I don't feel bad.
How's this stock that I like doing?
Okay.
I don't think anybody want to be rude and say you're already here, bro. But it was just let's just broaden the topic to just not try to point to the obvious.
You guys know that stock that I like? What's it called?
GME?
Yeah, how's that doing right now?
68.48.
68.48.
My daughter now just goes around the house saying buy GME, and it's fantastic.
Isn't it great?
How old is she?
Kids understand. Oh my god! They
get them while they're young.
I like approach this with such like, I'm like, all right, I got to explain this in the right way. I got to be smart about this, otherwise he's going to lose interest and blah, 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 all this stuff, right? Because when you're a parent, you realize that there's a lot of nuance to presenting information to a child in a way that will keep them engaged, right? And it took me like one sentence, and he like understood the entire situation. it was crazy. It was great.
You're thinking too much. You think too much for ape.
Think too much for ape?
Yeah, ape should just like crayon and banana and rocket and rocket to moon.
No.
Yeah, crazy.
He makes a good point. I couldn't imagine trying to explain this to a child, and the fact that he understood it, I think, says a lot for parenting and kids.
Exactly. That's
it's
what I'm
really
saying.
easy. You just say buy GME, and they go buy GME, and they get it.
I had to have the talk. I had to have the talk with him. I had to have the talk with him recently, because I could see it was at a point where if I didn't give him the talk, he would be like lambasted by his friends online. You know what I mean? Like if he didn't kind of like get the overarching like idea of biology. And I just explained it to him in the stupidest terms, in the simplest terms, like again, one sentence, and he was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, I feel like
It's
if you make
crazy.
it a big deal, it's gonna be a big deal. You know what I mean? If you make it like, okay, yeah, it's whatever. That's what it is, dude. Like, it's not a big deal. That's just what it is.
The birds and the bees.
It's all in the delivery. It's kind of how you bring it.
The birds and the bees talk is what I'm talking about. Yeah.
My 3-year-old was telling me about magnets, and they have a north and south pole, and they attract and repel.
There you go. I mean, magnets are a very advanced concept, and it has to do with so much that we don't. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, when she was 3 and she's talking to this about me, I'm like, "What are you watching?"
That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what my kids are gonna be like. Just some freaking a scholar.
I feel a lot of the kids are going to be with this information age because it's unlimited. Like you could go on YouTube and literally learn about anything you want. You can ask Google any question and it will tell you how to do anything in the world.
Like options.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
It's almost like
She
college
also
is
asked
free
Alexa
now.
to get her milk.
Do you remember when you had to go to the library to find an encyclopedia to be able to find a little bit of information about something?
Encarta 1999. Remember that shit?
I still got a 94 set of Britannica sitting on the shelf, A through Z, and I'm pretty sure it's a little outdated.
Yeah, I used to be a teacher, and these kids are really, really smart. You can literally have conversations with them if you don't talk to them like they're kids, like they actually understand.
Parenting is such a personal thing, and I wouldn't presume to advocate one style over the other or anything. But in my personal situation, I've treated him like an equal, because I can tell that if I just give him the right tools, he can get to the right conclusions without me guiding him there. And
that big daddy lifestyle right there.
And
that's the same approach we have. Even though she's 3, we treat her like not necessarily an adult, but we don't like things for her.
Exactly.
You don't need to condescend to them. They grow much faster than we give them credit for.
No condescending, no sugarcoating, just no scaring. Like
I've never once used baby talk because I want to teach her the language that I use, not some blah 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 blah.
Yeah, there's a difference between being real and like being like a freaking conspiracy theorist and scaring your kids with like some idea that the world's about to end or something. You know what I'm saying? Like you're real about it, but you don't share the things that like I think the world might freaking end tomorrow, but I'm not.
Wait, the world's not going to end? The world's not going to end.
I'm not going to mention that part though.
The water doesn't turn the frogs gay.
At the same time, though, they're not stupid.
I agree with it.
It turns the freaking frogs gay.
I'm so glad somebody else caught on to that, because at first I didn't think anybody got that joke.
Alex Jones, baby.
I was gonna say something about the baby talk. I think it's very important not to do baby talk because they start talking like that.
So there's some
right.
Babies,
That's how you get Valley Girl.
Baby talk is perfectly fine. When they're like super little, like before 6 months, it actually helps them develop relationships and
you create like a common language that is between them.
Sounding
Yeah,
out the
yeah.
words, I agree totally. But at a certain point, you don't want to keep that going.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily a terrible thing when they're really little. But
No, it's just like ba
once they
means
start
happy,
to, like,
like
learn
whatever.
how to
Yeah.
talk,
Yeah.
then that's the
I didn't
point
mean
where
to lambast it or to downplay it at all by any means. It's just merely that
I didn't get that
feel
at
like
all.
her
Don't worry
linguistic
about it.
skills have grown exponentially because I feel like she's exposed more.
Oh yeah, I get so many compliments that my 3-year-old talks better than some 5-year-olds. But
Yeah.
she's all around adults, and we don't sugarcoat things for her. We just tell her what it is.
Yeah,
That's
I
because
mean,
she hangs out with you, dude.
these kids are smart enough to find information on their own. Like they will get to the info, and I just try to keep them on the right path. I let him reach his own conclusions, but guide him, and yeah, I don't sugarcoat things. I make sure that he's not watching anything that's traumatizing, because I think it's easy to underestimate how traumatizing certain videos or topics could be to somebody. But other than
Without
that,
proper guidance, definitely. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff out
but
there that
like
could
he
be...
watches horror movies from the 80s, and he's just like, this is the best thing ever. This is like hilarious to me. Like you like kids like are able to digest content in a way that we weren't able to,
Yeah, I watched like Friday the 13th when I was like 12 or something.
Probably,
and it still bothers you to this day.
Traumatized you for life, right? Yeah.
No, it didn't.
Too.
Well, you have to remember too, man. Like if you watch something that has like old ass graphics, like if you're to like when I watched a horror movie from like the 50s when I was a kid, I'm like, what the hell is this? This is not scary at all.
There's like an ant attacking the village. like what is this? Crap,
because camera quality and like the like the whole black and white, it was so foreign to me that didn't even like seem realistic. Whereas like when I was a kid and I watched Pennywise, dude, when I was because I was born in '88, when I saw Pennywise for the first time in 1992, yes, I was 4 years old when I saw Pennywise for the first time. Dude, I had nightmares.
Oh yeah,
months.
Of course. I thought he was going to come out of my.
horrible.
I thought he was going to come out of my sink.
I watched like the whole Nightmare on Elm Street series when I was like young. So and I thought Freddy Krueger was pretty cool.
So my kid thinks that the new It is scary, like the new remake of it, right? But like we watched Child's Play from like 1980. I was thinking about it, and I was like,
it's Chucky, right?
I was like, you know what? That was like a really I was like, that was like a really cheesy movie in retrospect, and I knew that he could take it, and so I watched it with him, and we had the best time laughing our asses off at that movie. Like it was for real, like hilarious. It was the best. It was the best.
So,
bro, your dad's like Pet Cemetery laughed my butt off.
So I also noticed there's this Ukrainian YouTube that caters to the younger audience, and I cannot stand her. She drives me nuts. I think she's rude and just awful. I can't stand to listen to her. So I blocked her on her YouTube on her iPad. At 3 years old, she realized that, and she realized that it wasn't blocked on Mommy's iPad and Mommy's phone. So guess what she wanted to use now? Mommy's iPad and Mommy's phone, and
my kid knows my passwords. He figures out my passwords. Like I don't even tell him. Although I did tell him once. I've taught him how to like use a credit card on a lock before, just in case emergency situation. And I've told him how to. I teach him hacking things because it's fun and neat. But he figures out my freaking passwords. He's like looking at like the fingerprints on my freaking iPhone screen. I swear to God. Yeah.
So my 3-year-old was upset. It was like 2 days before Christmas that she hadn't gotten a shopping cart toy yet. And I had put Target on her iPad so she could like look at toys because they don't have like the Toys R Us book anymore. And she added the toy she wanted to the shopping cart and was trying to check out, but she didn't have a login. And she was asking for me to log in so she could buy it.
That's the one thing that trips them up.
Don't let her get
she's sneaky.
She can get a shopping cart if she plans on buying GME.
They're so impatient that they hate the login. That's what they always ask for help with is the login. But everything else they're fine with. Yeah.
But
man, get your kid into lockpicking. Really, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, I'm into that stuff just because I've locked myself out of my house so many times. I've had to figure it out, you know.
Actually, opening locks without breaking, that's like a brilliant puzzle.
Yeah, it's so easy too. If you have a credit card, you can just as long as there's not a deadbolt on. Like,
no. I'm not being like opening doors, but you like have like padlocks and shit, and go at it with like rakers and
oh yeah.
and like those lockpicking tools, and just set pins and shit.
Well, they watch just as many freaking lockpicking videos as they do like crushing things with a hydraulic press videos. These kids,
oh,
you know,
no,
they're watching everything.
When they're young, they learn so much that there's so much information now. They're picking it up so much faster instead of waiting until they're 5 and 6 and 7.
And their brains, this is when their brains are a sponge and they're just like soaking this stuff. It's like they've got a master's degree by the time their brain is like despongified.
Actually, lockpicking is a real world skill that is actually useful sometimes.
Absolutely.
Question.
Hey, not to
change the art.
Topics. Hey, not to change
No,
the topics.
No. Please do. I think we do need to change the topic. We've been off
so you
topic
just,
for a while.
I just wanted to backtrack.
Yeah, what's your question for me?
So you just posted that you like started your new account with $800 and then bought some Dogecoin today?
Yeah, that's a new account that I made. That's a new account on Robinhood I made.
So, like, is your Dogecoin, like, is it in Robinhood, or do you, like, move it off, or...
You cannot move it off. You cannot move any crypto off Robinhood. So you can buy and sell there. It's a risk, though. If Robinhood goes bankrupt and my crypto is there, I lose it all. That's the big risk.
You don't actually own the physical crypto when you own it on Robinhood.
Okay, yeah, because I've heard people say that, and that's why they said, like, they didn't really like using crypto on Robinhood, just because they can, like, trade it after, or they can use your Bitcoin or something like that.
If you read Robinhood's terms and service, they can loan out your crypto, they can loan out your cash, they can loan out your stocks. It's in the terms of service you sign. So if you use something like Gemini will loan out your stuff, but they'll pay you 7% interest per year.
We're not saying you should have known that. That's the scam. That's
by the way.
That's when it comes to. No, I'm glad you told me that. I'm glad I'm not on there anymore. I did it for pure convenience. It just was a very easy mobile platform, and that's what I liked about it. And it was my ignorance for not actually doing my due diligence and knowing more about that, because I never knew about that. I knew about the coin the other day because somebody mentioned it, but I didn't know they could do. Like so you're just in a big old melting pot then.
Is Bullish around right now?
Pretty much all of us used Robinhood up until about a week ago.
Yeah, and you shouldn't have to know about that. You shouldn't have to.
Yeah, exactly.
The consumer should not have to know about that. If a financial app is presented to you so readily, there needs to be a better vetting process. I mean, come on, like for real.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, real quick before we change. I just want to backtrack real quick of how this topic, got presented. For everybody that is currently goes out and like works that obviously can't be on their phones, 24/7. I think what I found out was your best bet is to get some sort of digitized smartwatch. That way you don't have to pull out your phone. You can get notifications right off your watch. Boom.
There you go.
You lost me at watch. You lost me at watch.
Make sure you set your buy and set limits so that if it does happen, you're prepared.
And on that talk of the cryptocurrency, I'm going to backtrack the cryptocurrency. The one thing about Robinhood and all of them, I posted a link in general about some scam that was going on with crypto, and the very next comment underneath it was, "You don't own the keys."
Well, listen, I mean, just in general, just so everybody's aware, and this is like a nuance that I think maybe people don't even like think about. Crypto is not insured or guaranteed in any way whatsoever.
Yeah,
So
I know. That's another reason why
Crypto is not regulated by the SEC like stocks are.
At all.
It was unorganized chaos.
So you could literally invest all your life savings in an app, in a crypto, and find out that the person that ran that company took all the money and drove himself off a cliff just for the fun of it and blew up everybody's positions and everything. You would just be out of luck, and there wouldn't be anything you could do about it at all. Period.
Yeah, and there's pluses and minuses to that. It makes it a more volatile market. If you want to day trade, you have the potential of get bigger gains, but then you have the potential of bigger losses too.
Can y'all hear me?
It's also more scamming, by the way.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, I was talking for like forever, and for some reason it wasn't working.
Oh no!
I wanted to just backtrack real quick to a couple things. So if you're stuck in Robinhood like I am, I highly suggest just get the debit card. I was able to pull out cash from an ATM even when I had buying power and it wasn't necessarily cleared. So if you're looking for a quick exit strategy for cash, I highly recommend get the debit card. The other thing I was gonna add, I just wanted to talk quick about this stock. Whoever gave me the tip to look into OCGN, thank you. I've already made a profit and I just bought this morning. I highly recommend you do some research on that stock. That actually is like,
that's how we do.
It's looking good. If you don't know what it is, it's like one of the newest. It's a company that owns the latest COVID vaccine. It's not approved yet, but it's in the process of it. So, not a financial advisor, but so far I did look into the stock and I did invest, and so far it's already.
What is the ticker?
OCGN. It went from 525 and it's at 825 now, and that's in a matter of a few hours because I bought it in at 411.
Yeah.
The Tame is the Ark. If you're looking on the feed right now on YouTube, it's the stock that's at the top. That it's Oxygen Inc. I did more research on it, and yeah, so and it jumped pretty quick already. But just wanted to, just if you're looking for a stock to do research on, do it yourself.
Not only, but they also have a pipeline of what they have coming up next. So that if you can get into researching that as well to see what each one of those drugs that they do, you can make a better, well-informed decision.
Yeah, it's your decision. From what I was reading, it's projected to get up to 200 a share, but don't quote me on that. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not telling you what to do. It's your money. But so far, I got that from somebody, and I did research, and I made the decision to invest. And so far, it's been good just within the last few hours.
It's a promising stock because of the vaccine stuff. It's a good vaccine.
Oh, the push to talk is just
a little bit off topic.
Killing us.
I meant to ask you earlier, but it was kind of training-focused conversation.
If you're on iOS, use your thumb and push towards the top half of the push to talk button. I found the most luck with that.
Hey, don't forget Johnson & Johnson's coming out pretty quick here.
From my understanding,
yeah, but we're supposed to be on push to talk though. So
yeah, from my understanding with this OCGN stock, and don't quote me on this because
you're low, but I can hear you.
Okay, good.
I was just gonna say that from what I was reading is that the thing that's particularly different about the strain that this company is pushing out, it is that it's pretty effective against the South African strain. Do not quote me on that. I'm gonna try and find a article on that right now, but when I was doing my research, I feel like I did read that on. I'm gonna double check and post it and give you that information.
And
but
for anyone who doesn't know, that's the gnarly one. The gnarly one, which actually has an increased death rate versus an increased infection rate.
I would actually like to know, like they were doing actually. I'm looking at their like overall history, and they were doing pretty decent, and then just like fell off really hard, and then almost completely went to nothing. Almost all of 2020.
Well, everybody got hit pretty hard back in March.
Say, Miko,
Yeah,
you said you were from Minneapolis,
they got decimated though.
Hey, Jim Cramer said ARK went in big with Snap today. Might have been why it turned around after sloppy opening. ARK is the real power in this market.
What? Are you serious?
Serious, yeah, he said it.
Get out of town.
I'm gonna retweet it. Jim Cramer said ARK went in big with Snap today. Might have been why it turned around after sloppy opening. ARK is the real power in this market.
Dude, you gotta download that video from YouTube onto your computer somewhere because you're gonna want to remember that. That's awesome. Congratulations.
Wait, is he talking about us, ARK, or
he's not talking about me? He's talking guys. He's talking about ARK Investment
Group.
Group.
Company.
The investment group.
What is your relation with them? Because
the sugar mama.
Okay. Well, so it's not you're part of it, but it's not your gig. Is that you're not at the top?
No, I'm not. I'm not a part of.
No, it has no affiliation whatsoever.
Group.
Oh, it's a totally different thing.
Totally different thing.
Yeah, just coincidence
gotcha.
Completely.
My bad.
Miko, you said you were culinary from Minneapolis area?
I'm in Minneapolis, yeah. I'm a chef by day and musician at night.
But not native, are you?
I'm not a native of Minneapolis. I'm originally from the great state of Florida.
Okay. I figured you would have a Minnesotan accent if you were from there.
You sound like you're from Minnesota, though.
Yeah, I mean, I've got.
You really do. You
it's thick. It comes on quick when you live up there, don't you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I hear the Prince in your voice, for real.
Breaking news! Vlad from Robinhood just tweeted, "Thank you to everyone who has reached out to T+0. We've heard from so many people who think it's time for this change." All right, so basically, Robinhood, what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it so if you sell a stock, the money goes back into your account so you don't have to use margin again. They want transfers to be instant. They don't want it to take 2-3 days for a transfer to go through.
Phantom shares,
that would kill their business. Well, that would kill their business because without them sending the money through,
T0 is the
they don't make anything
on the planet. I promise.
I think for myself and anyone else listening, we need some elaboration on the situation here because I'm not quite grasping it.
Okay. Currently, when you sell a stock, it takes 2 days for those funds to clear, to be cash in your account. So that's called T+2.
That's some crap right there.
And that's just the way it is.
Well, that's the way
all
it
across
works.
the market.
It's the way of the world. It takes money to move.
The reason why you can sell stock,
it hops. I use SoFi.
Hold up. Let's
let him go.
Yeah.
The reason why you can sell stock on Robinhood and then buy something that day is because you have something called buying power. That's not actual cash. Those stocks that you sold haven't actually cleared yet. It takes 2 days for those to clear. So that's where you start getting into the margin stuff. If you get into Redhead, it's margin by default, which I think is stupid. It's not a cash account by default.
Interesting.
At least that's my retarded understanding of the situation.
No, thank you.
So wait, who's calling for T0?
Hey, Mika, are you around?
Vlad wants T0 to be the new norm. And
Vlad, the CEO of Robinhood.
Yeah, I'm just chilling in the chat right now.
I'm in general chat. Check out this song.
The video that was
how's he
posted
planning on
last
doing
night
settlement?
with his interview was really good, explaining it.
So wait, I already forgot because I've been smoking too much marijuana in a state where it's legal. What did Vlad do?
You crack me up, bro.
Nice, Crumpson. Tannoys are dope. My brother rocks Tannoys as well.
Right on. But what did Vlad do? I need to know.
Well, last night he was part of an interview that people were asking serious questions about what the hell happened and why. And
yeah, just hit him up, shoot him an email, and you can just ask him like what he's rocking. He'll give you a full list, unless it's not already on the website.
And now he put out a statement saying,
I don't really know anything about different.
Hold on.
You got an open mic or something?
Stuff like that, but
Yo, dude.
I think he's got an open mic and he's just talking in the background. He's not talking over me.
No. He's got.
Yeah, he just got an open mic.
Please continue.
But basically, what's happening now is there's a story breaking that Vlad is now trying to make a push for T+0 to be the norm for faster transactions across the board. Is that the way that am I understanding it?
Because he wants to improve the situation for the little guy. I'm sure.
Well, is what he's saying. That's the guys, but in reality,
he wants to enable the buyer, of course.
Well, yeah, enable the buyer. Yeah, you didn't just shut us out.
I'm gonna pull up the interview real quick and then share that little piece because he was literally he talked about it yesterday on Meets Kevin and he kind of explained to it. I'm gonna pull it up real quick so I can.
Because he was talking about
was that like PR piece, right, with the guy with the blue Beats or whatever headset? Is that what that one was?
Yeah, Kevin.
Yeah, that was like such a softball game right there, in my opinion, in my personal opinion.
It was nice when Tesla had him on Clubhouse.
That was better. That was better.
He asked him tough questions without trapping him. He didn't lambat. He didn't like attack him, but he was like, "Listen, bro, you look like a piece of shit right now."
Exactly. Listen, man, we're all human beings, but you seem to be like a particularly shitty one right now. Can you explain that to me?
Tell me why.
Okay, so the video of that guy explaining how there was those phantom shares and everybody was watching that, right?
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about? Patrick Byrne,
sure.
He was talking about
there's
the phantom
video in
shares.
general about the concept of phantom shares, and we've been talking about phantom shares ad nauseum. Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the guy that really started pushing that theory and getting that out is Patrick Byrne. He created a lot of companies. T0 is his company. Look at that. I've said it a bunch of times, but it's really important.
Is that the wolf guy?
I don't know if he's a wolf guy, but he believes in blockchain technology to be able to fix a lot of problems.
Never mind. Scratch that completely.
So he's the ex-CEO of Overstock, but he stepped down over like a Russiagate scandal. So it's kind of some interesting stuff if you want to get into that as well. But the blockchain technology he wants to use is a way to be able to do settlement without them having the ability to sell phantom shares. So fast, which is T0 with no phantom shares, and doing it all through blockchain securities. He believes the whole market's going to be changed to securities because of regulation to do with what's actually happening right now because of the risk that naked short selling presents to the market. So the regulators, he believes, were going to be forced. Well, he's already got a patent on what they say is the only way to do this type of trading through T0. So everywhere, it's good stuff.
Me personally, like, and this is not financial advice, I see like accountability almost as like an up and coming industry. Like it's what the people want right now. It's what I want.
Well,
right
so
now,
that's what blockchain is really cool for.
It's
like blockchain is a trust machine. That's what it is.
Trustless networks.
And they need to lean into that. That's what I was saying the other day. We were talking about some company and they were listing off all these features of it. And like one of the things, maybe we were talking about blockchain, I can't remember, was that like, oh, and yeah, you can make sure that like everything's legit. It's like that is the selling point.
Yeah,
right
it's
there.
it's the same thing as like blockchain. It's not centralized, it's a public ledger, so everybody sees the transactions. It's not hidden. There's no off-the-book trades. That's impossible because everybody has the same distributed ledger.
Everybody in this country wants accountability. I don't care what end of the political spectrum you're on.
I'm telling you, these people own the patent on that technology. What the regulators say is the only way to do it. They own the patent.
That's pretty good sounding.
Well, Overstock owns the company. They were done under what's called Medici Ventures, so T0. It's hard to explain, and I don't know. Maybe somebody can give me some information on this, because if I go into Fidelity, if you look at TZROP, it shows as a gray market stock, and it won't let you buy it. So it shows like pre-IPO gray market, but I don't know what that means, and I don't know how to buy it, but I want to.
Well, it sounds like you can't buy it on the regular index or market.
It's an over the counter stock.
So what does that mean?
Honestly, I don't really know. I tried to buy some over-the-counter stuff, some pink sheet stocks on my my broker, and it didn't. It didn't. I don't know. Like
it says that only some people can buy them pre-IPO, but I don't get that.
Is that like the same thing as a penny stock, or are we in the same
It doesn't
ballpark?
say penny stock though. No, it doesn't say penny stock because I can buy penny stocks on Fidelity.
It looks like overstock.
Yeah, so if you look at
overstock.
if you look at it, they don't have their market cap disclosed. They don't have their PE ratio. So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's higher risk, and so they're not listed on like a major exchange or anything.
They don't have to follow the exact same regulations if you're listed on a stock exchange or NASDAQ or anything like that. So they have.
So they're hiding their financials.
Yep.
Is this really just? I mean, is that kind of a setup really just a false?
No, I mean,
no. Somebody's got their mic turned on and there's background on. Is it like a false market that is really just a way to get funding for a company, or is it like a legit secondary?
I would like to, before you answer.
In my opinion, the way it was done is because he wants to hide what it's actually doing because it takes down the central banking system. So he didn't want it to be very public.
Right.
There actually is an OTC bulletin board where you have to go directly to a broker to buy it through like this individual closed market, and you can buy all OTC shares. That, well, I'm gonna say all, but that's a way to buy OTC shares.
So there's some sort of centralized location that people go to for
T0
OTC.
app. Huh. So if you get T0, you can buy T0 shares on the T0 app because they trade their own security. They're one of the only 3 securities currently trading on their platform. So you can buy it that way, or you can just invest in Overstock, which is essentially the people who created that system. I don't know. It's kind of like Amazon.
Interesting, huh?
OTC is kind of like a half public, half private. They want to make it open to public investors, but they're still technically kind of a private company.
Here, typically OTC stocks tend to be highly risky microcap stocks. The shares of small companies with market capitalizations of under 300 million.
I think you can buy it on E-Trade.
Really?
You can?
There's some OTC stocks you can buy.
All right, so I've got some information on this thing.
Input.
So T0 is it's a majority-owned subsidiary of Overstock.com.
Whoa, hold on a sec. Somebody's got some background noise going on.
Yeah. Oh wait.
TV, turn the TV down.
T0 is
well, push to talk really should be default.
Yeah, we gotta address this before we move
Somebody's YouTube is playing, man.
Oh,
I'll push the talk.
I think no, we're not good.
We do need to talk.
It's who's quinoa? I think that's quinoa.
I got it. Sorry. I just muted them. So
all right.
Once Quinoa addresses their push to talk, I can unmute them.
So who was speaking to something before that?
Sorry, guys.
Neat. So you're talking about that T0 was basically the whole catalyst of that conversation. It is majority owned by subsidiary of Overstock.com.
Please.
So basically creating innovative capital market platform and has a two-sided network connecting issuers with investors. It's an alternative trading system. It is the first SEC and FINRA regulated ATS to enable support secondary trading of crypto security.
Correct.
The system includes
interesting
democratizing access to enhanced transparency and an increase in overall efficiency. After several years of development, T0 has positioned itself to capture the fast-growing digital securities market. But it looks like they're crowdfunding.
$1 billion market cap.
So is it insured in any way because it's involved with the SEC or?
The T0 token, TZROP, is an ERC-20 compliant token and is offered as a security to qualified investors in accordance with the U.S. and other laws. The T0 token will pay 10% of adjusted gross revenue to token holders on a quarterly basis. Wow, that's actually kind of good. On a quarterly basis, subject to board approval.
Guaranteed?
I mean, that's what it says. I'm just going to read it exactly what it says.
Sounds a lot better than a money market
The
account.
T0 token will pay 10% of adjusted gross revenue to token holders on a quarterly basis, subject
Honestly, I
to
should get a
board approval and the conditions precedent outlined in the offering memorandum. Holders of the TZROP tokens will not be entitled to any voting rights with respect to TZROP tokens, the issuer, or the fund. So I'd like to know, it's actually like, I want to know who's on the board approval and can write offering memorandums. But it looks, it's fundraising.
but they're transferring it now to a Pelican or something.
I'm going to put it in the chat.
What was that about Pelican?
Let me find an article and I'll throw it in general. Give me just a minute.
Word. We're getting down to it tonight.
Hey, I got another.
So the T0 thing I just posted in general.
And I just posted right before you that if you try to go to the OTCBB, which is the bulletin board, only FINRA representatives can actually access that. So you have to be FINRA approved in order to get access to the OTC bulletin board.
What is FINRA?
The financial something reserve. They basically oversee the stock market pretty much.
As a stock market police.
So you're saying that they have to, like, a company that would be on that index would have to, like, not, they're backed by the SEC and they also have to go through FINRA? Is that what we're talking about?
What I just looked at, apparently it says that they have to be basically registered with FINRA in order to be listed on the OTC bulletin board.
Okay, yeah, so that is what we're talking about, it sounds like. That's cool.
So it might be a higher risk, but you are still secure. Gray market is not a black market stock. It's not like, hey, hand me a stock on a piece of paper and it's mine. It's more like you still have to go through FINRA in order to be approved for that stock to be purchased.
We haven't said it in a while. This is not financial advice, any of this. But that's interesting. Wow, info.
So it went from Medici Ventures to Pelion Venture Partners to oversee the IPO. So that just barely happened like 6 days ago.
Dang, so this stuff is moving around.
And they're going to launch like a bunch of different companies that they created under this same blockchain type, like essentially he calls it his tech stack for, I don't know, civilization.
Wow, the tech stack for civilization.
It's a way to sell like things, like, I don't know, pretty much anything you could attach it to a digital certificate and sell that digital certificate.
You're talking about are you talking about an opportunity for there to be things on this OTC exchange that aren't necessarily stocks but represent something?
Correct.
Is that
yes, and
everything.
Yes,
to different companies, so not just T0 under like the umbrella. There's different companies that do
and
things
and cryptos.
But yeah, cryptos and the Raven coin, I think, is what they're using to run it, to be honest.
They've got Raven coin, Litecoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin. I'm looking right now.
In theory, for the morons like me, could there be a OTC offering that is based on how much coffee I drink in a day? I mean, like, could it be something as trivial as that, or is that the kind of like leeway we're talking about?
Sorry to jump in. Basically, what we talked about the smart contracts and that the fact that you can store anything on it, not just the usability for a currency. It can also, like, a government could use it to verify documents and do election, and there is like a lot of
land titling, things like that. It's dope.
There's an opportunity to use blockchain as a structure
Correct.
for beyond trading, beyond making money off the market. This can be used as like a document verification system. This could be used
I
as
think there's a country that uses this already.
Hey, you know what? Okay, so this has another avenue that's not being discussed too. So basically, what they're saying is the average company stays private much longer than it used to be. The average used to be 4 years, and then they would go public with an IPO. and now the average is 11 years. And the majority of that is to the bulk of investment needed in order to go public. So it looks like if you have a company that you're wanting to go public, but you can't, pony up and be with the big boys and go like straight IPO. This is a way for you to have stock and investors in your company without like becoming actually on the stock market.
What does that say about a potential gatekeeper situation, that your barrier to entry is like a price ticket set by somebody? Like you can't get into the exchange because you don't meet. That sounds like some BS to me. I don't know. That just sounds terrible.
Well, it's creating an alternate avenue, though. I mean, currently the only way you can is by following the SEC guidelines. And
No. It seems like the SEC is being a little too selective in who they allow in the rich people club, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
So the way this article,
OTC sounds great.
That's a great segue to this article
awesome.
I'm reading. Actually, I just posted a link in general that says it's from Reuters, and it says GameStop frenzy reveals potential for broader market stress. And it basically goes on to say, the TLDR is a lot of crazy stuff happened because a lot of little dudes did a lot of crazy things. And they're afraid. They're afraid for not only their own personal large growth, but also for the entire stability of the market. If these meme stocks or social media trends that lend into the market aren't just, we're not going to let you guys play your game anymore. You want this little private boys club that you have your own little set of rules and your own little set of standards that you have to live by, but that everybody else has a whole different set? No, we're going to play the same game, and we just got more people doing it. So let's see who wins.
You know what I say to that?
Free and open markets, brother.
Well, that's what they're running on. No,
buy and hold. Buy and hold.
The pitch that I see is that exactly that's what they're saying. They're saying tokenize your business, right? So because it's democratizing access to private capital markets, where they're saying that big time hedge funds and VC funds and high net worth individuals, aren't allowing them access to, either that, or if they do, they know they're going to get stepped all over,
Yeah.
So they're saying this is an alternative for your business to tokenize itself.
Yeah,
instead of
I think opening the opportunity to, like, when at what point in our society did we decide that the NASDAQ and the S&P and the SEC, like, that's it, that's all we're doing, we're not doing anything else, this is the way we're going to do it? And I mean, this transcends just the stock market, and I don't want to get too preachy or political.
No, you're right. Please continue. Go.
I
agree with you.
2020 is opening so many doors on so many levels. For just the pandemic has taught us so many things. The BLM movement, regardless of if they're tied in or not, just all these different things that all these tiny little individuals, regardless of race, creed, color, background, are now starting to come together and starting to look at some of these bigger entities that this is what we've done for 200 years. This is who we are. We're America, and sorry, but we're old, rich, white dudes, and this is how we do it. No. Because we're not old, rich, white dudes anymore. We're the mixing pot. Where'd that go?
Who's got my?
Well, that's the way the world has. The way the world was designed to work. True world peace will only be found when we knock down our borders, when we get rid of these I'm from this country, you know what I mean, and countries can still exist. I'm not saying that you know what I mean.
A car crash in Canada is a man or a woman, but in America it's a black man or a white woman or
we really need to drop the walls of these labels and these barriers between
the aliens will unify us.
What you're saying about heritage, though, about like we need to look at heritage. For me it's an awesome conversation point. Like, oh, you're Polish? I'm Polish too. How about
yeah.
You know, how about them golunkies? You
I'm
know,
not
like
Polish,
I
but I
mean,
like Polish sausage.
yeah, and if you're not Polish, like, oh, I've never met somebody like that's what it is to me. It's just like a great way to find out about how other people do things.
Kurwa mać.
You know?
I'm probably the most diverse. Like, I'm just like a poster child for oppressed people.
What's your pedigree?
Okay,
What's your pedigree?
I am Latinx, but Afro Latinx because my dad is Black Latino.
Okay.
I am first generation American. I am also Native. I am transgender, and I am very, very gay.
Wow. Hey, wait, what was I saying? What were we talking
That's
about?
a lot of boxes.
You know what's funny is the last
hold on. What? One sec. What were we talking about last night where I was saying like the next somebody should be like a disabled
And I would just call you
Black?
another human being.
Oh yeah. We were talking about like lottery versus like somebody making this company, but then like the richest person in the world we wanted to be.
I want you to be that person. I want you to be that person. That's you.
I still want it to be a Black woman.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like for me, it's just a question of like I have been told my whole life that like I don't deserve. I don't even deserve
that you
I don't even
effing
deserve
suck.
right,
You've been
apparently.
told
I don't
all
even-
your life that you suck and you're not worth
Exactly.
anything, and that you're not even worth looking at. Like,
and it just this is what it is for me. Like I am here. I'm a human. All I'm asking is for the same rights and the same access to the same shit that you all have. I just want to be actually equal. Like I'm not trying to take away from nobody. I'm just trying to get on the same table. You know what I mean?
Listen.
We all deserve the same seat. We all deserve the same seat on the same train.
Exactly.
We really do. Everybody, all walks of creed, from Libya and Poland and wherever you're coming from, we all deserve the same starting point. I think this is the starting point.
Like
all that stuff should be irrelevant.
Obviously, right? Like it's not even something that where I'm like I have to consider both sides. Like obviously.
Yeah, this is one of those.
What is even the issue here?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, come
Here,
on.
this is my sincerest hope. I hope that everybody on this Discord and everybody that is paying attention, I hope all of you have enough food to eat, have enough food to give your family, have a place that you can rely on to call home. And I hope that you work 40, if you're working full time or whatever, I hope that you're making enough money to cover your bills and buy yourself some things, whether it's stock or buying things.
Yeah.
That's all. Like,
And listen,
I got stuck some whiskey. I'm fine.
When the pandemic started, I was picking up groceries from my kids' school because like the free meal delivery program
distributions,
for the community. Like we are all being pushed closer and closer and closer and closer. I used to own a business. I created my own business. I had an online book business. I was making like $200K a year, just like loving it. I got sick of 12-hour days, and I saw ebooks, and yeah, I just wanted to get out of the whole thing. I hated having like a garage full of books and all this stuff. But I went from that to being like just crushed down and just
struggling to make it.
Yeah, completely decimated. And it's I just
why is it that 1% controls the 99% when the 99% doesn't have 1%?
Exactly. Like it's just
there needs to be a massive reshaping and restructuring of this country in more ways than one, on civil rights issues, on financial issues, on political issues. And
I've heard this rhetoric before.
It's simply transparency, and that's what blockchain will do. It will add transparency to the system, and they will no longer be able to take advantage.
But it's
I agree with him, but the United States it's a microcosm. It needs to go worldwide. So there's stability.
It is worldwide.
That's good, because we're
Africa,
how many people are here.
Egypt, the South, Asia, everybody needs stability. And,
we're going worldwide.
Maybe if the USA takes the lead role in that, then maybe that's the time for everything.
America first, baby.
We're going worldwide right now tonight. And they're gonna have to follow. I don't care. I'm sick of.
I agree.
Yeah, I've heard this rhetoric before, and it was like when the beginning of like the whole Occupy Wall Street stuff started, and it was the same arguments, the same things.
If this live feed does not stop, daily, we're gonna have some traction. The only problem is, hopefully, we don't get pinched. So.
But we're not doing anything illegal.
We're not doing anything bad.
We have nothing to worry about. We're covered.
Yeah, there's no pinch happening here. As long as we watch our vulgarity,
Just for information only.
And if anybody's on the fence about joining the Discord, we have a great time. We stay up. There's somebody on this thing. No joke. At
24/7.
At all
We're
hours.
global. We're global.
I generally fall asleep at like 2 or 3 in the morning. Say my good night.
What's your time zone?
What's that?
Time zone? Where are you at? Central, East, West?
I'm EST.
Okay, I'm Central.
US, sometimes I just fall asleep with Discord going.
So
I've been listening
I mean, it's
for several days.
That's the beauty of this technology and what's going on here. And so if you're on the fence about joining the Discord, I don't want to send a flood of people, toward ARC, but it's just a great community. And as long as you're not like a dickhead, it's all good.
Yeah,
it's all good.
Today's my first day on here, and I'm already.
Oh, there's always a ban button.
Loving everybody.
Oh, I'm a total dickhead, but I'm not an asshole.
I love you too.
Crazy because we've all been on here for such a short amount of time. Like, we've only been on here for probably not even 2 weeks, and look at what we've accomplished already. Like, with the rate at which we're learning is so fast. Imagine what we'll be in like 6 months, or not even 6, like 3 months.
Hey, Team Dark, how many people are in Discord now? Just curious.
1, 5 plus 14 is 19, plus 125 is 144.
Wow.
Total members.
But
awesome.
Things thin out like a lot after hours. So during
hours
that would be so much more.
Everybody that's joined the server. This is looking at the, if you pull open the site, I'm on my mobile, but if you go to the right side of the Discord pane, you'll be able to see everybody that's ever joined the server and that's still active. 1 designer, 4 supers, 14 loyalties.
Quite the accurate.
Hey, Biscuit, hold on a sec. There's somebody with a lower volume than you talking.
It's basically we're hovering right around 200 odd members and growing from what I could tell, and this is it. It's transcendent. We came together on the fact of the GME, like whether it was seeking extra information or wanting to share your lost story or just looking for that little bit of inspiration to diamond hand it up a little bit harder. That was the cause that brought us together. And then there's only so much GME we could talk about. And then the real us, the organic flow of information and ideas started happening. And we've transcended GME altogether. Yeah, we're still talking about it here and there because it's pretty important to all of us. But think about all the conversations that have gone on in this Discord in the last week. Think about some of the stuff that have made you think when you're not here. Think about how this Discord has affected your personal mentality or your daily life in such a short period of time. It's a really nice kind of, it's almost cringy how wonderful it feels.
It really is.
It's amazing.
Somebody brought it. I think it might have been Nico earlier. Brought it up about living in Minneapolis through BLM, and then having this wonderful come to. Let's all just have a chill convo. We're being respectful. We all have different views and different lifestyles and backgrounds, but just to sit down and have a conversation and not break out into a giant argument. Being able to be civil and just exchange ideas, regardless of if they're adverse to your point of view. That's true. It's a burgeoning golden age of growth, and it's beautiful. I love it.
By the way, just a data point for you. Like, that's the reason why I came here in the first place, because it was the only channel among all of them that wasn't devolving into some like BS.
Just cesspool.
Shouting match.
Red versus blue.
There's honest, good information that's being spread.
I think our camel merchant had something to say as well.
Oh yeah. Biscuit, please. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, don't measure the Discord members. Don't take it as a measurement because Tim takes the time to verify everyone before he invites them. So I think if you wanna measure the magnitude, you can check from the subscribers and the total views of each stream, which Tim can verify that it's growing by the day. And I think this wonderful group of people and this great outcome is because of Tim's efforts to verify each one and make sure it will add something to this Discord, not just someone who wants to join and yell at people,
Yeah, and to that effect, joining this group,
hearts to tame, dude. Mad props, dude.
Joining this group is not a badge on your jacket. This is like this is a room of people talking, and if you were to walk by that room of people talking and think you might be able to exchange information with those people in the same way, that's what this is. This isn't. There's nothing about this. You don't have to have invested X amount in anything. You don't have to have had X amount of experience. It's just about being able to have a civil conversation, really.
So I love this chat, partially because I can have conversations about crazy things that come up in my mind, and you guys are okay with that. But we all have different political views. We all have different philosophies, but we all work really, really well together.
Which is good.
And part of the 1% thing is we should see. I have a philosophy that someone could get elected into office where change is actually potentially possible, run on a basic social media campaign, and that's something that I'm seeing that is potentially possible.
Can I ask you a question on that theory?
Yeah.
Okay, so we using what we're going through right now with GME and seeing definitely the media. Okay, like let's not the short letter attacks, whatever you want to call them. Do we know they're real? We know the theory is real, but we know that there's garbage in the media, right? Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Okay,
done.
Like that's just flat out propaganda, right?
Beautiful, beautiful.
So these are the exact same people, like literally the exact same people that are stuffing the pockets.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking
she said, social media platform.
But do you know what I'm saying is, do you think that those people are going to allow somebody like you described?
The system's broken. We need to burn the motherfucker down and start it over because the system's broken and it's not gonna fix because it's ingrained too deeply into the roots.
It's being burned down by its own self right now.
Oh, let them pour gas on it every day. It don't matter. But the fact that she equated getting a candidate from a social media platform, which is a beautiful idea and a very real possibility. But then once they enter the system in the current state, what happens? Because they're only one person and they're not going to bring it. We need to burn the motherfucker down. And I don't mean to be, vulgar, but
we
don't work.
We don't
it don't work.
We don't advocate.
No.
I really want to.
Dude, I got
you.
I really want to.
No advocation of violence. Restructuring of the government to fit a modern society. We wrote that. We wrote that piece of paper 250 years ago. It's a different world.
This all came up earlier, dude, and it's like people need to chill out as far as all that stuff. But
I guess what I'm trying to say is we have people from all over the world, all over the United States, that if we get enough people to come together and we get enough people we all have similar viewpoints to the point where we would work together to get all of us into the houses that could potentially make a difference all at the same time.
I think the biggest thing that's like going to unify us all is like good, solid information.
Yeah, that's really it.
I think that's the connecting
knowledge
thing.
Knowledge is power.
Actually,
it really is.
So tell you what, to that effect, I have a recommendation. I've given up on mainstream news, which I'm sure many of you can
agree with,
sympathize with.
Have that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you know, obviously the future is stuff like this, what we're doing here, and I have no affiliation with with this channel whatsoever. I just find the guy personally entertaining. This isn't like a big personality or anything. I just, my personal preferences, I think the guy's funny. He delivers good information. He tends to tackle like the second most talked about thing, or the thing that the thing that the mainstream media isn't focusing on, but is certainly a point of interest, like the California fires or certain hacks that happen in the country, you know, stuff like this. You see what I'm saying? Anyways, it's agenda-free news, and he's on Twitter and like YouTube. The guy's name is Steve Lookner. I think he's on Twitter too, but he's just like a funny guy, and he just goes over some interesting news stories, and you know, he just presents questions from his chat and stuff in a very unbiased way, and you know, it's good stuff. So check it out, agenda-free news.
By the way, sorry, I don't want to interrupt anybody, but this is the first time I've been in here. Hello, everybody. I've been listening pretty much all day. I don't mean to overtalk anybody, but I came across this channel earlier today, and I was working, and this is some of the best conversation that I've heard in a long time, and it's like I could get down with these people. That there's so many different people that just they have such a drive to be good to each other, and they have so much good that they can do, and thank you guys for letting me come in here and all that stuff. I appreciate it, and the conversation's great,
dude. Let's get down.
Awesome.
Let's get down then.
Welcome, dude.
If you think you can get down, let's get down. Let's get down.
This conversations requires more whiskey.
There you go.
We got to institute initiation.
Just to double down on what was talked about earlier, I think this is the result of. If you guys remember the interview with Chamath and MSNBC, I think when he mentioned pushback, this is the result of it. You know, this is the you see a group like this, which is awesome. So
is Chamath that?
Well, I have an add on that.
One sec. Is Chamath that dude that he has like a social media or YouTube presence that's been talking about the situation? Yeah, right.
Yeah, Chamath. Yeah, he had an interview with MSNBC, and he trashed them. So
he also was the former CEO of Facebook, so he's not just a dude; he's the dude.
He's big.
And he's someone you need to definitely pay attention to, dude.
I mean, he was right about everything you said when I was watching him. I didn't know his history or anything, so yeah.
So
I'm not endorsing him, but he seemed legit when I watched him.
Facebook ran a totally cringiest ad on the world today that I saw today, and they're for internet regulation. Like, it was just horrible. I'm sure you can Google it and find it. I watched. I could not believe, and then it said Facebook, and I was like,
Where are you? Where are you? And what was the regulation?
No, it was like a commercial. It was literally an ad for increased internet regulation. And I was like, well, who's pushing this? And then at the very end of it, it was just like Facebook. And I was like, what? Okay. I'll try to find it. And
they're probably trying to get some stuff on the record that they're making an attempt to not spread disinformation before they're taken down for like nearly collapsing the entire world with their crap platform.
Can I circle back to that stock that I was talking about earlier? I did find an article, and I just wanted to clarify. I posted the article in general, but it was sorry, excuse my language. I forgot the ticker. It's the OCGN. It's the one that Tame has on the YouTube link. I was researching, and I came across
two people talking at the same time.
And the thing that's interesting about this specific company is that it says it's compared to COVID-19 vaccines currently authorized under the EUE. Covaxin, which is the vaccine that this company has, could induce more broad immunity targeting multiple viral proteins, potentially resulting in better protection against emerging mutant viruses such as the UK and South African variant. This article is from, I'll post it in the YouTube, but this article is from today at 10:30 this morning. So just something interesting that, for those of you that are just starting out in research, I definitely take a look at this stock, research it, make the best decision, but it's definitely something that to look out for.
For me, I like that because this mRNA stuff freaks me out. It got pushed through so fast, and I would much rather just a good old vaccine that creates proteins that fight viruses.
Yeah, made from actual viruses, dead viruses.
I don't know. I hope, and I actually assume there must be somebody either in the chat or in here that knows way more about this kind of thing than any of us do. So if you're there,
Correct.
If you're there, please make yourself known. Yeah, because
I did some microbiology in my day, but I'm not a virologist or anything.
Okay, so I did some extensive research on this. Hold up, real quick, y'all. I'm cooking right now.
Watch out for that push to talk button. You're muted right now.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I'm the water running. So yeah, I was just as concerned as you guys were. I was hearing all this stuff about mutating my DNA and how it's gonna it was just a bunch of crazy stuff that I was hearing.
Not to cause a panic, but obviously you know an average person hears about something like that and it's like we're here.
Hey, we need a mod in the YouTube chat.
Yeah,
we need a mod in the YouTube chat.
So I heard about all that stuff that was going on and all that other stuff, and I did some extensive research and I found out just a lot of very interesting good news, about the NRA viruses and just like how it's developed and stuff like that, and I was very impressed.
Please, let's hear it. Yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta put my chilies on the.
Oh, but for real, do we have a?
Yeah.
A mod?
What's going on?
Yeah, we're getting
just some stuff that doesn't need to be spread. Just get rid of it. It's insensitive, regardless of one way or the other. It's just a little bit overboard.
There's no need,
real tech Greek. Let's just get rid of that comment. No dead baby fetuses here, please.
Yeah, there's no need to even look at it. It's just garbage.
Let's get rid of it.
Thank you. I don't know how to mod the YouTube channel, otherwise I would have. But yeah.
Neither do I. Yeah.
Well, either way, somebody's watching and we'll bring it up. I'm not part of that group either. I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page.
Okay. They're talking about taking some DNA and samples and all that stuff from dead babies.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was a discussion about the vaccine, but that's not.
Who started to talk about the vaccine?
We can have a discussion without.
We shouldn't talk about stuff that's not related to stocks. How about that? That's a rule.
Well, it's kind of related to stocks in that we were talking about the stocks that have the vaccine. When YouTube chat turns it into a tangent about how vaccines are created and they use some less than colorful or overly colorful language.
These guys, I'll leave for an hour and come back to this.
I understand, but we need to not politicize anything in this channel, please.
No, whoa, hold on.
I didn't think it was a political comment.
Stop. Everybody stop. We focus on the facts here. I don't care where you're coming from. We focus on the facts. We don't talk about, as much as we don't give recommendations. We don't say we are responsible here. We don't say stuff unless there is something that backs it up. Some sort of accepted scientific or published article from a legitimate source. Period. There is no leeway on that. That is not a difference of political opinion. That is just reality. There is real and there is fake. And we live in the real world. And we don't have time for the bullshit fake world. We're talking about the real world here. And
Amen.
The real world is magical enough and confusing enough for us to ponder over it for the rest of our existence. So let's focus on that.
Yeah.
Everything. It's all groovy.
Just to give some
backstory,
backstory,
we apologize. We can move on.
Yeah, the only reason I was bringing up it was just wanted to give people information about why this stock in particular is doing well, and as to my speculation as to why I think it's doing well. That's all.
All right,
Information.
I removed that comment just for the person who's asking.
You did
Here we
nothing
go.
wrong. You did nothing wrong. That was an awesome comment. So thank you for sharing.
Yeah, there are obviously like bigger forces at work here, and
yeah, any kind of distraction, any kind of negativity. Listen, guys, I'm 40 years old, and I have realized the importance of your life is your life, guys. This is your life. You get one shot at this, maybe until it resets. I don't care what your spiritual view is. We got one shot of this until whatever. Okay? This is your
you're in the 40 club as well. Welcome, dude.
This is your movie. This is your movie, okay? And your
Mosaic, in my opinion, is undervalued. They do mining for, I guess, phosphorus, which is used in almost all fertilizer. They've been doing pretty good this year for me. Look into it, obviously, but Mosaic.
Is that a company or like a
stock? MOS.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna direct this at everybody in the YouTube chat. We're a community. We're having good times. We've made this for good vibes. If if you disagree with somebody, then just ignore them. Don't cause an issue over irrelevance. It's just not worth it. We're here for good vibes. Let's pump up the chat with some diamond hands and all that fun stuff. Please, thank you.
Eric in the chat
we're gonna all disagree on something.
asked, what do we think about EV stocks? I think EV stocks are decent.
For a movie, I'm paying for a movie right now.
Did you hear? You know what though? But one of the movies is going to be based on that dude from. Listen, Wall Street Bets. I could care less about. I'm not part of whatever. But I'm sure. Well, maybe everybody hasn't heard that something about some original
Jacob Lopez,
some original Wall Street Bets creator or mod sold the rights of his life experience to one of the production companies making one of the 3 movies that is in production. And there's been a lot of people talking about the movies. The movies are in fact in production. They are all moving forward, and it doesn't matter how this ends. I've heard people say they think the first 2 acts are so awesome that it doesn't matter. The movies are a done deal already. But anyway,
most of Hollywood is kind of the C_A, but whatever.
It was the C, basically the only.
That DFB is under investigation?
Yeah, the SEC wants to know whether or not he actually did cause this, which is such baloney.
No, you'll see
He
his
wasn't
YouTube
even the
videos.
starter of it. He just happened to take the face of it.
He's just a guy that likes
whistleblower,
the
bro.
stock.
He's the whistleblower. He blew the whistle on the bigwigs.
Hey, hold on a second. My husband did a little bit on it. I'm gonna have him talk.
Dude, he's a guy that likes the stock. He's not the one that caused all this.
DFB is an investor that is made a killing off the situation, is still holding.
They're attacking him through his work. They're trying to say that his work was supposed to regulate him because he's some kind of a broker.
Oh, his job. Yeah. Whether or not he insider access.
Called to Congress. That's it. That's the only thing. They want him to testify.
Congress is cancer, though.
Yeah, dude,
well, we're not going to get into that.
Anything to okay. Regardless of political factions, let me try to say this correctly. Who can you name that's been indicted on anything in the last 6 years? Yeah, my point.
Trump.
Exactly.
The intern?
Okay. Okay. So besides those 2 people,
that intern, that sucks, right? Just
I know his jail. I know DFB will just plead the 5th.
The Cohen dude
will happen.
The little guy got indicted.
Yes, that's true. Which is homeboy, so hopefully nothing happens to him.
Crazy.
Yeah, for real. He lives in well, you know what? I'm not even going to say it.
Hey, to be honest with you, he'll be 100% fine. I think it's just one of those things, one of those moves that they have to do just in case, like,
I hope
some
so.
shit happens.
No, it seems like some CCP R strong arm bullshit.
Yeah, and they doxed him already. They put out his real name.
It's terrible.
He lives in a. I'm not going to say where he lives, but they put that out there. His real name. Yeah.
They have to put the blame on somebody. Somebody has to be the scapegoat for this.
Yeah, it's not the dude's name who freaking did the freaking shorts. Like, let's get that guy's name out. Come on.
Guys, if I could jump in with a different kind of angle on it too. It sucks that he's gonna, have to go testify and have to go get his life turned upside down and everything. He gonna be fine.
But you're talking about Eyes On?
Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm getting at is the fact it should be encouragement to everybody. It is to me that all this is going on around it means that it's not just smoke and mirrors. It's not just a movement and people getting on board, but there's actual real moves being made, and we're not just, I want it to be encouraging to everybody. It's like it wouldn't, all these moving parts wouldn't be occurring if this really wasn't happening. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But if something actually happens and like people are gonna start protesting over this.
I mean, could you imagine being a part of what we're doing right now? Harmless, we're trying our best to cover all of our bases, and then tomorrow you see that there's a news article about you, and they figured out that Ninja Baseball Batman is this person living in this town, and they're part of this thing that's happening, and it's their fault. I mean, my God, what a nightmare. What a nightmare. It's terrible.
Yeah, what really great with me is that all we're doing is like holding stocks, and they paint us like right-wing extremists or something like that.
No, they did. They said we were alt-right.
That was absolutely one of
They said we were alt-right.
insinuations, no doubt. Alt-right, basement-dwelling barbarians, irresponsible gambling. What else?
If you're a degenerate, hit that like button.
That's all we do.
I mean, my 2 cents, I don't think it was right for anybody to say anything like that, honestly. I mean, all it is they like the stock. I mean, that's what it is.
It's so out of line. It's so
all walks of life in here from every denomination.
What's the honest difference of like, okay, if you've ever been in like a major crowded city or anything like Times Square or anything like that, like what's the difference in like meeting up with people and just talking? Like that's these open forums, even what we're doing right now, like it's no different than if we were to like go to a coffee shop and meet up and start talking about something. I mean, like
exactly.
Like, there's no rule.
There's no difference, but this is so much easier that it scares them because we're talking, we're learning, we're sharing,
we're worldwide. It scares them for sure.
Yeah, it's like
we're terrifying.
We're exchanging ideas and we're like there's left, right, and center in here, and we're getting along. And they hate that.
If you follow every major revolution throughout history, I'm a big following wars buff kind of like I want to know not what happened during the war, but what caused it and the nuances within it. If you
like
follow
alt history guy kind of thing, or
just learning everything, just learning everything from every corner to try and figure out who we are as weird fucking creatures. But every major conflict has been about 2 things since the world started having people record history. You know what those 2 things are? Money and knowledge. No, not power. Power means nothing to no one because you could sit at the top of the throne and yeah, you're the boss now, but you don't know nothing about nothing and you're going to get capped quick. But if you're fiscally sound and you know everything or more things, that's true unending power is knowledge and money. That's all that matters to all of the major, and it's something ingrained in us in our DNA as humans. We're self-deprecating, and yet we have this need to be on the top. It's leftover monkey shit. It's super Joe Rogan. I'm sorry, but isn't
it great though? Like that we have this.
Words too big.
We need
go back to crayons
to be
bananas.
big. We need to be the guy on the top of the mountain. We need to want more. We need, and
or
it's not even the
at least the guy that's not in a cage.
We just hate.
Exactly. It's not the
together.
social programming or what we intake with media or all of that. It's ingrained in us to want. Who wants to buy a under sea level cave house versus a mountain view, beautiful landscape? It's always climbing. It's always building. It's always bigger, better, taller. It's never. I'm the best thing ever, and I want to live in.
Hey guys, you guys see the comments? Just making sure.
Please, where are we at?
Please reiterate the comments if
Comments for look at Jacob Lopez. Been listening to this stream every day. It's cool to see how they purged the trolls until a mature group of voices came together. Legendary moment in internet history.
Beautiful.
Oh wow,
love it.
Awesome.
Beautiful.
Awesome.
That's really cool.
Awesome.
Perfect. Thank you, Jacob.
Perfect.
Well, that makes me feel a lot better about spending a lot more time with y'all than my husband.
Guys, listen. guys,
Not that I have a husband.
I've had a lot of moments in my life that I'm not going to get into, but they've been pretty epic. And this, I can't think of a more meaningful thing I could do to benefit like the greater good than this in my lifetime. Like, I'm not just talking, like, this opportunity will never be presented again, ever.
Buddy, I feel the same way.
It's a beautiful once in a lifetime opportunity that, I mean, yeah, it's really almost a downside in a way, because something so terrible is the only way that we can come together. Granted,
it is kind of beautiful how like all these people
how we can
like without shit flinging,
what he's trying to say is how something so positive came out of something so absolutely negative, right?
And that's
true. It's so nuts that
pretty much,
you guys say something like that, because in the early 1800s, there is like a very, very famous like philosopher. His name was like Jim Crow or some shit. Not that like Jim Crow. His name was like Jim Crow.
Whoa,
Crow
Wait,
or
what?
something
What?
like that.
Wait a sec. Wait a sec.
Jim Crow's
like
not
his
good.
name Jim Crowrong or something like that.
Thank God.
Yeah.
If it's Jim Crocron, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
I used to follow. I had a rabbi friend of mine growing up. His name was Adolf Hitler. I don't know. His name was Adolf Hitler. He's a rabbi.
I'm like, ooh, cringe.
Let's hear about Lama Dama. Yeah, whatever his name was. Sure.
Guys, I just want to backtrack a bit here. I just want to backtrack a bit here to the equal and opposite reaction thing. Right?
Yeah,
everybody knows what Isaac Newton said.
It was on my mind too, so please do talk about
Drop
it. Yeah.
it, please.
So we're talking about short-selling world peace, and we're seeing that slingshot effect right now, boys and girls.
Guys,
it's holding. GME is kicking dick.
Folks is beautiful.
Everything comes in waves. Everything in life is a wavelength. If you look at the light being projected onto the earth from the sun, if you like spread it out rather than being a globe and being one of those kind of spread out like cross sections, you see that the passage of light on the earth, it's a wavelength. It goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. Everything in this universe. Everything in this universe is like that. In my opinion.
Guys, update on post market. We ended at 69.75.
Hey,
that's 3 quarters. You're almost
really
all the way
close
home.
to this.
I'll take it.
That's really close to the 73. Really awesome.
Man, I'm telling y'all, man.
We're in the middle of that bear trap.
Someone had mentioned that 65 was a point of resistance. So yeah, anything above that sounds good, right? If that's
Camel neck tomorrow.
Can we
Yes,
get all of
sir.
our
65.
Tomorrow's Saturday.
them and put them onto a podcast?
That would be an incredibly difficult venture because somebody would have to sit there and curate the entire.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking,
the last 200 hours.
Audio work is tough. I record my own music.
Listen, guys, I
it's
got
a
it
lot
figured
of work.
out. Listen. When this is all over, I'm flying everybody to my island, and we're all going to party there. So don't even worry about it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. Oh, duh. Yeah, we talked about this last night. I'm pulling up in the
The plan isn't. The plan is set. The plan is set. It's a simple plan.
So my thought on this island thing is the Fire Festival #1 suck dick, and anyone involved with this who wants to gang on to it, we buy Pablo's Island, and we do Fire Festival 2 and
Wait, who's Pablo?
No. Wait, was that the Ja Rule thing?
No,
that was a Ja Rule thing.
that was a Ja Rule thing. Yeah.
Or no, was it? Or was
Bunch
that
of rich people getting all pissed off with no porta potty?
Hold on. We need a breakdown of this joke for me.
Oh man, Fire Festival.
I don't want to get them. I don't want to get them confused. There's been two.
Fire Festival was a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, it's like Ja Rule did a video on like some boat and like pumped it up, and there was nothing but a bunch of pigs on this island, and like some people showed up and got stuck there, and
like a bunch of rich people.
We could reverse all that hype and make it so much better this time, coming together and actually doing it.
So many more pigs. Pigs as far as you can see.
Pigs are delicious.
Dude, the Fire Festival shit is hilarious.
The documentary was crazy. I don't know if anyone's seen it yet or not.
Yeah, there's two of them. There's Hulu. Hulu has one.
So
And so does
depressing,
Netflix.
those poor people.
Yeah, right, bro.
Watch that documentary, and I swear to you, you will feel better about any losses that you're down right now on GME and AIM.
Exactly, dude. 100%. That's exactly why I brought it up.
Hey, what documentary you guys?
It's called. There's one on Hulu and there's one on Netflix. It's like one is Firefest. I can't remember what the other, but just look
One's
for.
called Firefront.
And is
your
this
fire? Yeah,
Is
fire.
this-
It's Firefest was the name of the festival, and it's basically just like a quick. They scammed these people essentially because they were pumping up. They were getting influencers to like talk up this festival, but the people that put it together had never really organized one before, and it was just a shit show. They didn't even have beds.
Yeah, they didn't have
They
shit
made,
there.
like,
No porta
hundreds of
potties,
thousands of
nothing.
dollars.
and this is to do
Soggy
with-
cheese
hold-
sandwiches is all the food they had. That was it.
This is to do with Ja Rule, who is actually part of this whole GameStop?
Oh my
shit?
god, I
Yeah,
got
it was
that
Ja
right?
Rule's idea.
that is full.
It's to do with people that
So
think
what-
they're
so
cool, but
everybody pretty
actually
much
are
got
not
banged.
cool.
This was his island or what?
No, he was just promoting.
No, he had the idea, and then he got a bunch of people involved, but they didn't know what the hell they were doing. It was just like if you just gotta watch it. It's just like, I mean, I
All right, I
watched
will.
it. I watched it, and I was just like, first of all, I can't believe these people call themselves professionals. Second of all, like clearly these mofos have never had to plan a house party because I cannot believe that and thirdly,
It's not hard.
they like it's just like it's basically like if you know Burning Man, they were trying to basically create Burning Man on an island with rich people.
Biggest fail ever, though.
So
yeah.
wait, what is that?
They sold $20,000 tents to people with the soggy cheese sandwich. You gotta go.
Just like crying rich girls, and it's hilarious.
This conversation requires more whiskey.
Yeah, it was just like they were trying to get on
Yes.
Pablo
More whiskey.
Escobar's island, and they put up these tents, but they didn't have enough money for all of them, and then these tents fell apart. Like it was just, it's funny. Like I feel bad for these people because some of these people like put a lot of money into it, but at the same time, I'm just like, well, that was a risky situation. But if you're feeling down about whatever. Yeah, if you feel down right now about however much you lost GameStop AMC, please watch this. You will feel a lot better about your investment versus these people because it's just like I would have. I mean, these people were mad. There's like lawsuits and they're not gonna get their money back.
And they paid
Well,
stupid
so like
money,
if you
and
can't
that was
laugh
hype.
about
This is
Fire
actually
Festival,
real.
then
What we're doing.
you're not on my team.
What is this? What are these comments in chat? Sounds
Yeah,
like,
there's some
sounds
spam.
like homeless fest. No
Yeah.
offense. I don't know even where that kind of why would you even have a negative thought about people getting together and having a good time about anything? I don't know.
Well, no. I think he's talking about. I think he's talking about the fact that this tent city with cheese sandwiches happened.
Yeah, no, for real, because half of them had paid for the tents that they didn't get them. The other
What is this about?
This is still about Firefest.
Yeah,
So
so
what
Fire
happened was they created this fake event. They wanted to create this event and make it into this big deal about this private, massive, beautiful party on this island, and yet there was no educational background in these areas that gave them the ability to actually make this happen. Nobody knew what they were doing. It wasn't it wasn't very well produced so that people that knew how to bring, think about Coachella, think about, Burning Man.
No, I get you.
These are massive productions behind, like there's a lot of people behind them doing a lot of little tiny things. And this Fire Festival didn't have all of those little tiny things happening.
That was the name of this debacle, is Firefest.
Yeah,
precisely, and that's why it ended up being BS tents on a little crappy island with no kind of food, because they didn't properly handle it.
I think it was like just for the festival, it was $10,000 just for the festival. The other thing that they were doing is if you got VIP, you were able to load it on.
Yeah,
this
what were the
card.
VIP tickets for? What was
The
that?
VIP, it was like 40 grand, but then on top of that, you had that load money because they didn't have cash or shit on the island. They were like, you have to load your these little cards you're going to carry around with money, and then when you go around, this is what you're going to use.
It's pretty much hedge funds children. It's like the children of hedgies got caught up in this, so it's kind
They
of
marketed this exclusively to the well-to-do, wealthy children.
Isn't it just a meme now?
So their market was expecting way too much.
What it was like to be poor for a couple nights.
Yeah,
right. Yep.
Yeah, the VIP tent has just got like more pigs in it. I mean, what's the?
What if the whole point of it? Hey, what if the whole point of the whole thing was like Michael Douglas from The Game? Anybody ever see that movie, The Game?
Yeah.
Wasn't that something to the effect of? I remember that. I like that movie, but I can't.
Well, the point of it is he's rich, uber wealthy, blue blood kind of guy, and he gets involved in this game. He gets involved in this game, and he loses everything. He's on the street. He winds up like in Mexico. He has to hitchhike his way back, and all this stuff. What if Ja Rule
is the game implemented by like rich people just kind of being like
his
retired with
brother
each
bought
other?
it. His brother bought him. His brother bought in the movie. His brother, Sean Penn, bought him one ticket, whatever, to play this game, and it's this whole immersive thing. And he thought these guys were stealing his life and his money and everything.
Gotcha.
And my point is, what if Ja Rule is so wise? He knew these trust fund babies needed to feel what it was like to be poor, and he did it for their own good. Maybe they owe him. Have you thought about that? Maybe he's that
sounds
good.
a little Stretch Armstrong.
Yeah, that's a little overthought.
Okay, I'm taking it back. My bad.
Hold on. I like the energy though. I like the energy, and I feel that same thing. So
I'm reading deeper into it now because I really, to be honest, hadn't heard of it prior to today. And so what I'm seeing is Billy McFarland, the CEO of Fire Media, paid several huge social media influencers, Ja Rule, Kendall Jenner, Bella Hadid, Haley Baldwin, some pretty big names. They were paid to pitch this party. And there was poor security, poor food, poor accommodations, poor medical services, poor artist relations. All of these things that were to make a festival great ended up being all fallacies, because Billy McFarland and this Fire Media Inc. created this whole fraudulent thing to basically bilk all of these multi-millionaire rich kids into this super mega party that he never even planned on doing. The whole thing was a fix. He pled guilty to a count of wire fraud and defrauding investors and ticket holders, and a second count of defrauding ticket holders while he was already out on bail. So he kept doing it after they caught him.
Some pictures in the general, if anyone wants to see what that mess looked like. The cheese sandwiches and the
$100 million
Exactly why I
plus.
brought this up, though, is to tell you what these people are doing. And they
Right,
have
well-
this much money to spill out that their kids will do this.
Well,
I saw so many documentaries on YouTube, influencers that were going down there back in the day. It was ridiculous how much confidence they had in this thing, and the whole thing shit itself in the pants.
Well, it was a sham from the start.
Real time. I watched it real time. It was insane. But watching those documentaries will really open your eyes on the wealth in this world.
Well, to add to that, the people that I want to just bring up that really lost in that whole situation was actually the workers in the Bohemian citizens that were hired to set up this festival. From what I heard from the documentary, they did not get paid the wages they were supposed to be paid.
They got screwed over and
Oh.
promised a fuck ton of money. I'm sorry I swore, but in the documentary, you see these people that live on this island and how badly they got treated by the in-and-out billionaire crowd.
Yep.
And then they didn't have the money to join in the lawsuit.
Yeah, I think that's the whole part of for me that really just ticked me off, because as somebody that works in the hospitality, like that would have been me.
Well, there was nobody willing to take up the case pro bono just to do a class on a class action lawsuit against the situation.
America doesn't give a shit about the Bahamas, dude. I'm sorry.
No. We don't care about the Bahamas. Listen, but there's still courts in the Bahamas. There's still a larger global eyeball that can look at situations like this and say, hey, that guy really kind of did some really shady stuff, and he kind of did it to us. So why are we not looking for some kind of reconciliation on this?
I mean, but that's like the whole thing
Education, bro.
about being disenfranchised.
Oh,
Like, it's just that's
no,
what it is.
It goes right back to access of information.
Yep.
It's not about power. It's about knowledge, and knowledge is the key to most of these entries. And it's completely sidebar, but back to Robinhood. Robinhood is a terrible hot button issue right now, but they brought investing to everyone that wanted to look into it and had no previous access to the markets. In 2001, what were you going to do if you wanted to be a part of the stock market? Nothing. You were going to try to find enough capital to go talk to a broker and say, hey, can you please buy me some shares? If you didn't walk into a brokerage firm in 2000, 2001 with a couple grand and say, I want to start an investment situation, nobody's looking at you seriously to talk about stock markets. Right now, anybody with $10 in their pocket can pull their cell phone out and become a quote unquote investor. And in our American society of free access to open markets and potentially infinite knowledge, the secret behind the curtain 1% situation that's blocking us out from this idea that we have a free market is where all of this craziness, nastiness happens to Robinhood. I think that what they chose to do in blocking certain stocks is very terrible and it needs to be investigated. But what they did when they started at the inception of bringing the market to masses is a beautiful thing. They just got lost along the way.
So would you possibly say free market asterisk?
Definitely.
I do have to correct you.
100%. 100%.
I'm not in America. I'm here in Europe. I'm here in the Netherlands. So it's not just America. It's worldwide.
Is it global? Is this a big thing? Has the American ideals that created the sense of free market and true democracy of everyone has a voice and a power and a potential to be some bigger thing than what they are? You lead your own destiny, get it if you want it, go, go, go.
Yeah.
Is that the same around the world?
Yeah, for some places in the Netherlands.
I mean, obviously, some places, any place that has any kind of democratic structure or any kind of quote unquote what America dictates as freedom.
Yes, exactly. Because I'm sitting here. I'm holding American stock.
And you're being trapped out by the top 1% of the 1% of the global market right now.
Yeah, of course.
But he's participating in the global economy, and I think
he's trying to, but the 1% is blocked. No, he's trying. Just like we all are. We're all trying. We're all attempting to be a part of this thing, and they're not even letting us play the same game they play, because now that they realize there's this massive secondary market that is the average Joe, the guy that makes 40, 50 grand a year. Normal
we got
being.
South Germany in the house.
Yeah, it's like the Americans are not alone. Like we Europeans are standing with you.
I think that, as you know, we touched on it a little bit earlier, as negative as this situation is, it's a really beautiful thing that not only is it opening a lot of eyes, but the 99 are coming together even more than we had in previous, big wig scandal situations.
Yeah,
guys, I see it pretty simply.
We're shitting in the cereal.
I'm not
I see it
even
pretty
gonna lie.
simply, guys.
He said when Europe is behind us, I said, damn, that is, hey, we got some stuff cooking in the kitchen right now.
I mean, I would say.
Can we hold up? Nebraska.
I think it goes back to, we've been talking about it all week, it only takes 71 million people to hold 1% of the population to hold one share, and we've got that. And we're taking our free market and capitalism, but we're taking a democracy approach to it, and we're voting with our money.
Yeah, to piggyback on that, what I was going to say was this is all looking really simple to me. The hedge funds, with a few people and a lot of money, have been controlling the market. People like us, all over the world, a lot of people with a little money, we have all, involuntarily, we're all now acting like a hedge fund globally, but just a lot of people with a little money. And we're fighting back and playing the same game. And that's why they're pushing back against us so hard, because they've been playing unfairly, and now they think, we together, as we all, happen to realize, well, there's a lot of people doing the same thing I'm doing.
This is what happens when you target.
No, it harkens back to that article I posted from Reuters. It literally says they're worried about more market instability based on the retail investor. What do you mean instability? It's unstable for you because you're used to these traditional, how old is the S&P and NASDAQ? Does anybody have a number on that? 100 years plus of how we've been doing things in this country. It's unstable because it's not normal to you.
They're not
okay.
a pilot. They
it's happening so fast with all the memes.
They're saying it's instability is not us. Instability is us shaking their tree.
The instability is us having to change the models of which they've been doing business by for the last 100 years. That's the instability.
Precisely.
They're going to have to rewrite the equation and rewrite the algorithm.
Because we're not letting it just be the norm anymore.
To be mathematics, we showed up as a proof to a problem. Oh no, now we got to write a whole new problem to solve that only we know the answer to.
What it sounds like to me is that they showed up with one person with $1 billion, but we showed up with 1 million people with $10.
Yeah.
Look at the graphic.
No, that's 100%. That's exactly what happened.
Guys, look at the graphic I posted in general, and that's like the most traded stock. In Europe is Gamestop.
The entirety of Europe, all of Europe has said.
Yeah. Look at the graphic. Look at the graphic.
Oh yeah.
When
It's
people
beautiful.
say hold the line, everyone in the world
the-
knows what that means.
That's insane. I love it.
The Giro Pro on the DeGiro platform. Not to say that this graph is anything misleading or not, but it is an analytics. It's an analytic of this particular platform. Not to say that it's not trending across all of Europe, but it's a beautiful thing to see that at least one platform of investors has said, no, we're in this too because we're not doing this 1% stuff anymore. We need to really figure out how America, globally, Europe, however you want to break it down, the current market situation isn't a modern day solution. We've all transcended living in caves and then, 200 years of doing the stuff the same way. We've moved into a new bracket of people. We're evolving as a species. And now it's time to change some stuff up at the top. Here we go. We're all investors of one degree or another. If you were dumping money into a company and they were doing awesome and it was growing and it was great and everything was awesome, and then all of a sudden there's a giant dip in productivity or profitability, and you're just going to let it ride like that for 200 years? No. You're going to start figuring out why. What's the cause of this problem? How can we solve this issue to create a positive instead of a continual negative?
That's what
no
happened
more.
With Sears. 200 years and no progression.
Oh, they did the same thing. They did the same thing forever and ever. Oh, we'll just let you bring your tools back and it's forever warranted. Okay, that's cool. But what about the other stuff?
And they did not progress, and that killed that company. It's so sad to see it go with all the mall stuff, but
oh no, Sears Roebuck shot themselves in the foot. Sears Roebuck shot themselves in the foot by not evolving, by not becoming a part of the new this old thought process of everything. It's not just the stocks, it's not just the markets, it's our political systems across the globe, it's our civil systems across the globe. Doesn't matter. Why? Let's evolve. Let's get rid of this cave dwelling mentality.
It's like a lack of imagination. You know what I'm saying? Like, forget about politics.
Why imagine when we can keep dwelling in the 1%?
Well, there
why
are
should
certain
we
problems
change?
to fix certain things.
Why do we have to be different or better when we can just keep sucking in everything? Do you think I'm gonna pass up my filet mignon and lobster while I'm riding in my Ferrari because some schmuck was born into poverty?
No, not a schmuck. A piece of human capital.
I'm taking. Oh, there you go. That's even more of a better stance. The human capital.
Yeah, it's terrible.
When you look at when these 1%ers are looking at us as profit margins and not people
or labor, just labor.
Well, yeah, no, and exactly that. We create everything, whether it's music, food, furniture. We make that stuff. Oh, you paid us to make it, or you bought the materials and then paid us to make it, but that doesn't make you any better than us. If you didn't have us, you wouldn't exist. So how can the 1% continue to remain on this one-track mind situation when the growth is everywhere?
Seems like pretty bad
their
odds
income
to me.
doubles and triples while ours remains the same.
Very the same.
Everything still continues to go up.
If you don't mind me interrupting you guys, somebody said in the YouTube chat, it said M.Jessica said the fact that it is showing at least one whole country has that as the most traded stock should clearly show everyone that they're manipulating the market greatly and have counterfeit stocks. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and go out on a limb and say they do, but I mean, by what you shared and showed that a lot of countries have a lot of GameStop as their top shares. And it's not just the United States; it's countries in Europe.
No,
that's
nations.
interesting.
Still as low as it is.
Point taken for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Like it goes back to the silver Reddit comment.
Nebraska. I can answer why it's still as low as it is. I can answer that. For the exact same reason, when the mortgage-backed securities, when the paper in those MBSs in 2000, they were actually basically worthless, did not go down in value. That with the Apex, the AAA, AA, and single A. Read the books about it. Watch the movie. But the stocks that contained these mortgages that were time bombs, they were worthless paper.
Yeah.
But the stocks themselves did not devalue, even though the product was a big pile of horse crap. They still charge the same price for it as filet mignon. That's why the price hasn't gone down yet, because they're securing their position.
They grandfathered the fake shares.
Listen, they are just like in the
More
MBS
whiskey.
and the housing short. They're securing their positions first, and then going to turn. My opinion. Y'all do due diligence. I'm figuring this out as I go. We all got here because we just started searching for stuff.
That's been my philosophy for a week and a half.
Me too.
I think we're
they're
heading them off at
sideslides
the
and trying to
pass.
bleed off as much as they can, you know. And like I said earlier, I think they took a bunch of helicopters from New York City out to the Hamptons, and they're like, "Oh shit, none of that shit worked. What do we do now?" Because everybody's buying from Europe, China, Asia, Africa. Everyone's buying this crap.
It's a global movement, and I don't think that's something that they expected. They didn't expect it to get as large as it did.
What I find interesting is that graph is the entire month of January, and GameStop, like, media coverage was only really the last week.
I think the weirdest part about it is the fact that technically, if we want to get correct with it, technically GameStop is kind of a floundering company. Yet the fact that everybody worldwide can get behind it and rally behind it and say, no, you're not going to sit there and do this. It's, to me, if it is the last thing that we do, it's a last hurrah, essentially. Because, I mean, I don't know if you guys were, whenever you guys were, 12 and you guys were, go to GameStop, get a game for used game. It's like a rallying cry.
Well, for us in the States, right? We have seen Toys R Us come and go, and for anyone with a child, Toys R Us and anyone that lived in like the 80s, Toys R Us was a destination. You go to Toys R Us, you look around, you go to get some food, whatever.
I would kill to take my kid to KB Toys, dude.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly. My grandfather would take me to the mall and go to KB Toys, and it was amazing.
And after all that stuff in the U.S., I know you guys in Canada still have like EB Games and even Toys R Us possibly, but in the U.S., that stuff's gone. And GameStop,
EB Games is owned by GameStop.
Yeah, GameStop is the last bastion of that. Of that whole way of living. Blockbuster is gone. Toys R Us is gone. The only place where you can go with a kid, the only retail experience you can have with a kid, if you're of that mindset of liking video games and pop culture and all the anime and all this stuff, is GameStop. That's it. After that, it's all over. I mean, Dave & Buster's maybe, for some video games, but...
Yeah, but even Dave & Buster's has transitioned into a more adult-oriented market. It's about the 25 to 30 market that wants to relive that skee ball and do that adult...
I'm not...
Nah, they just want hentai.
Whoa.
Does
You know how
anybody...
much I would kill to give my kid a Toys R Us toy book to look through and circle or to...
Yeah, exactly. And
Nebraska, I would do anything to go back and be able to... I'm going to go old school. I'm going to go, for all my guys in the 40 range plus, service merchandise.
Dude, the Sears robot. The Sears robot
merchandise.
The service merchandise, Sears Roebuck Christmas catalog. We would go
Christmas
through
catalog, man.
You'd
be circling things that we wanted for Christmas. It was awesome.
You would go through that magazine for 6 months, knowing your mom ain't going to buy you none of it.
Here's the thing, full disclosure. We were broke and poor, and poor white trash with manners, and we were clean. So I'd circle a bunch of stuff, and I still got socks. But it was fun to circle and dream.
But you dream.
The dream.
I still got that chemistry set.
I'm saying giving my kid an app with Target, and she's got to look through it that way. Like, it's just not...
Make me a wish list, honey.
It's transitioned to that a bit, but so just not to be tooting our own, like, is there anybody that has an experience that is comparable to that? Because
real quick, guys, I'm gonna run to the store. I'm gonna hop up in the YouTube chat just so I can listen in, just in case anything crazy happens.
Word. So does anybody have like different walks of life? What else is like? Is there anything that hits that level of like nostalgia and just kind of like innocent capitalism going out to browse somewhere? Like, can you think of any other place or?
I'll tell you, every time I drive through a neighborhood and I see some couple little girls or a little boy with a lemonade stand, bet they ain't getting $10 from me.
Oh, I'm stopping and buying 10 glasses.
I'm stopping.
Tell them,
like,
pay
keep the
it,
change. How much is it?
forward.
I'll ask
Pay
them
it forward.
Buy everything.
I'll ask them their whole business model, let them give the pitch. I'm like, that. You know what? I'm sold. Good job. Here's $10. Keep it.
You know, my dream of having wealth isn't to have more money myself, but to be able to give to those the help they needed when there's so many times that I needed it and didn't get it.
Mm-hmm. My wife and I want to start a nonprofit for kids with autism that need to get help and therapy and get treatment that they wouldn't otherwise be able to pay for out of pocket, because a lot of insurance in our country sucks for ASD. That's something I want to do.
Wasn't there this guy? Hang on. Wasn't there this guy that got huge gains because of GameStop and that just bought like Nintendo Switches for kids?
Oh, so many.
There's several stories that have been exactly that.
Countless almost. Like there's been.
I've counted at least 5 from across the nation that have done exactly that. That went into GameStops. They went to GameStops to buy these. They didn't go to Target or Walmart. They cashed out. They sold their stock when it was peak, made a buttload of money, and said, "Guess what?
I'm going to put it right back into GameStop."
Even in some cases, I mean, these kids made in some cases like $3,000, $30,000, and they took a significant chunk of that money and put it towards like a hospital or something. I mean, that is stellar. That is above and beyond the Call of Duty.
It's stealing hedge funds money left and right.
How is that alt-right or anything? You know, how is that?
So can I just share? Can I just share something just so it materializes someday?
Girl, you can share anything you want. We love what you have to say.
Thank you.
Man. Or whatever you are.
Well, I prefer they, them, or he, him. That's fine. I'm gender neutral. Trans. This is what I sincerely want. I want to get ridiculously rich. I want to be like millionaire, billionaire status. I want to set up me and my family and set up my family members and set them up right. Then I want to take whatever's left over and I want to invest it into buying old shopping malls that nobody's using and turning them into housing that's affordable for everyone.
Nice. I like it. I like it.
So,
Very good.
on a side note, my day job is affordable housing.
There's so much derelict retail out there that's literally sitting there doing nothing because it's valuable to somebody.
Right.
That they paid too much for it, or there was too much of a long game on it, that the business that used to occupy this space floundered. And this kind of ties into that nuclear plant a little bit. Why do we have a bunch of land allocated to a resource that's not doing or producing anything? But yet there's shortages everywhere. Why do we have these massive allocations in metropolitan areas, mind you? This isn't giant chunks of land in the middle of nowhere. This is where the poverty is. And we're just going to let it sit there because some, millionaire owns the area and he's still hearkened to the idea that maybe one day he'll make money off that property.
Yeah,
I feel like
I want to walk in and to an apartment complex and pay the person's rent who's behind the most, or go to an auto body shop and pay someone's bill who can't pay it.
Oh, those beautiful Walmart layaway payoffs. How we hear about those every Christmas time. A Christmas time Walmart layaway payoff for the whole store. It gives me a little bit of a chub because it's like, this is real. This is human nature being nice to other humans. We all want to constantly grow and grind and make more and be better than we are, part of human nature. But it doesn't mean we have to shit on the guy next to us. Just because I'm going forward doesn't mean you have to go backward.
Listen to this. When we talk about all of these stores that we've known that have gone out of business, the biggest piss off to me is we know these stores. We loved Ames and Kmart and Service Merchandise EB Games. We love those stores growing up and taking our kids there, but the people that are trying to control the market, they just want the money. They don't care about the business. And what makes it 10 times worse is that the narrative on the news sees us as criminals, or people that like the stock as a criminal. But those people need to understand, you can believe we're criminals, but when you don't have an EB Games or a GameStop or a Kmart or a Target to go to, who are you mad at now?
Yep.
Who decides valuation? Why do we let them create what something's worth?
We're barbarians. We're gamblers for being interested in a company that brings us like joy and that we want to invest in. Give me an effing break. You know what I mean?
We're free
what
people.
creates
We're free
valuation?
people
Could I
making
pause the
free
question?
independent choices. That's it. We're free people making free independent choices, and they don't like that all these independent choices happen to be the same choice. They don't like that. But listen, I'm going to give me 10 seconds. One thing that keeps been perpetuating in our country for as long as I've been alive and before that is class warfare. Okay? And the solution that has been given for class warfare is trust us, people with money, people in government, we'll make it right. Just trust us, we'll make it right.
Yep.
Instead of giving people the opportunity to make their own independent choices, like none of this is financial advice, anybody listening, we keep saying it over and over again, we're not financial planners, we're all dummies. But I've made the choice, and I'm happy with my choice. But people making these choices potentially can get some freedom, and nobody gave it to them. It was freedom because they made a choice and they got the reward for the risk they took. That's the beautiful thing about freedom. But we've been told this class warfare thing is only solvable by people in power administering relief. It's not true.
A solution, yeah.
It's not true.
They need to come
we can
up
find
with
our
a
own solution
to this problem, yeah.
Sorry, end of sermon. I'm done.
You're right.
All right, so if I could,
You're right. You're 100%
They are
right.
the problem. How can they fix themselves?
They can't.
We are teaching them how to learn how to fix themselves.
Precisely.
Because this
There's
is
no
not going to
reason
change.
to leave it at the 1% anymore. The global awakening, and it's really crazy that it happens to be GameStop because they've kind of robbed every single one of us over the last fucking 15 years. I guarantee you, every person in this chat and every person watching on YouTube has a GameStop story where they feel like they might have come out on the short end a little bit. But the raw and the real boils down to something giant happened that opened billions of eyes to the fact that there's no reason for everything to remain the way that it is simply because they say it has to. It transcends political affiliation. It's not about dollar to dollar at any point anymore. This is literally waking up millions of people and letting them know, wait a second, this is really who sets the valuation? Why is GameStop not valuable at $63.77 a share right now? Who said that? Who declared that? Is it a common consensus that because their current business model fits this and yada yada and this algorithm and that?
It's based off of how much cash they own and stuff.
Well, yes, and there is a formula that you could tabulate, but then it also comes into the opinion sector of those guys. That
It's
1%.
at this current time. It's not how much will it be tomorrow. It's what is the value today, right now.
But we've all said the value is more. We as a collective, as any GME stockholder right now, we say, guess what? It's not worth $1 anymore. We say it's worth more. So make it. Don't change the evaluation because it fits your profile. It fits your portfolio that makes you money. The collective has spoken. The global market has said, no, we're not putting it out of business. They're in a little bit of a bad trend right now. GameStop as a market as a whole is kind of not a profitable business. COVID hit them even harder than other areas due to the fact that their whole business model is brick and mortar and everybody went to digital. But
the price is the price is the price.
But why? But why? But why?
It's like
But why?
a baseball trading
Who
card.
said
Right
it?
now,
Who said it? Who
we're
said it?
willing to trade this card at this price. This is what we say this stock is worth. We like the stock.
We set that price. We set that price, not them. They can't tell us anymore. Now that the
It's our
global market
baseball
is
trading
looking
card.
at
Exactly.
right now, this is our baseball trading card. But it doesn't have to be GME. It doesn't have to be the short stock. It doesn't have to be the let's focus on this one hive mind idea. This can literally evolve into something that's not just, oh, the short squeeze. Let's have a flash in the pan, 2 weeks, and then none of us are ever going to talk to each other again. This literally can turn into an eye opener for the global market. That is, maybe we need to start looking at things differently.
And people love it. My 9-year-old. Hold on a second. My 9-year-old, and everybody. If anybody has a kid, you know who Mr. Beast is, right?
Yeah.
This is a dude. I'm not sure of his motives or whatever. But
they're 100% real.
Okay, great. That's great. So, but his shtick is that he basically like sources money from corporations to feature, they get their car in the video or whatever. But in the end, whatever money he gathers from his sources, he ends up just like giving to somebody, a homeless person, or a person that
countless videos where he bought an entire grocery store and then gave it away.
Exactly. And this is what people love. This is what people want to see. This is this is this accountability that people need. It's been so long. People
Redistribution. There's no reason for it to stay in the 1% anymore. The fact that it is going to remain that way until some type of restructure happens. There's literally no justifiable factual basis on why the oldest, tiniest chunk of not just America, but the global market, because you could trace it all the way back to when people started writing down history. Why have we left such a small chunk in such power for so long?
If I could hop in here, I have a question I wanted to ask. Now, in my opinion, and what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to do something right now. I'm not looking to make humongous gains. All I'm trying to do is, at this moment, is just see if I can't find some way to make myself and my wife's life just, over time, just a little bit easier at this moment. Now, if it comes down to it where I find big gains or anything like that, then I could look into helping anybody. I'm not looking for big gains. Like, how do y'all feel about that? Like, I'm just like, I'm not here to go crazy.
Everybody.
That should be like people's main goal, like first goal, and then everything else is cherry on the top.
Well, you have to know that
the farm, just maybe half the tractor, kind of thing. Don't put too much in,
It's like here in Europe, we don't even have GameStop. So, and still we're trading in that stock. That has to tell you something.
Well, but do you have something akin to GameStop? Do you have what would you do in Europe if you wanted to go buy a game? Would you go to a Dillard's? Would you go to an Amazon? Or is there a game focused store that you would like to shop at?
Yeah, there are like toy stores that have games and stuff like that, but not GameStop.
Mom and pop shop type stuff. Because so somebody had mentioned.
We used to have Toys R Us.
GameStop's counterpart in Canada.
We used to have Toys R Us over here.
No. I'm having a brain fart. No.
EB Games is GameStop.
Exactly.
International
Canadian product. Precisely. EB Games. So is there a GameStop or an EB Games or something like that that's strictly dedicated to gaming and millennial? I don't want to say millennial because that's not what I mean.
I think that's okay though. That's okay.
No. That's not.
Well,
for those Game Retail Limited, GAME.
It's not okay, but he knows that it's not okay. He's just trying to describe something. Yeah.
I have a question.
Please
ask, man.
So I was doing some research on it struck me that, I've been interested in ETFs. Okay, so it struck me to look up how many ETF have a stake in GameStop right now. Anybody care to wager?
Yeah,
I've read some stories that most of the bigger ones that had any kind of stake in GameStop have all gotten out because of the volatility.
Hero,
I'm an uninformed dirt.
So
let me know.
At my last check on February 4th was my last check. I haven't checked today, but as of February 4th, 77 multi-billion dollar ETFs have stake in GameStop. My question is, what does that mean if 77 multi-billion dollar ETFs have?
What was the date on that again? Sorry.
The 4th of February. So yesterday.
Ooh, that sounds like great news to me.
So I guess the question, I guess you could further the question by saying, so what does it mean that they have this stock? But what does it mean when a lot of these stocks have them in their top 25%, and some of them even 25%, of their
It
ETFs.
means we love the stock. We love it.
So if I could throw a question in there on that one, my question is this: has GameStop itself actually announced anything about actually updating their business model or anything that could actually
No. They've been super quiet on all of this.
No.
GameStop corporate. Well, they released the information about the new additions, but they have not released any information about plans to.
They have.
They said they were going to restructure, but not how or in
Yeah, they
what
have.
direction.
No,
Yeah, they have.
They did.
Yeah, they have.
They did. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
They said that.
Link me, please. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak out.
I'll throw it. No. It's all good. I'll throw it.
Recent though, but they have talked about it.
It was. I'll throw it.
Since the debacle cracked off, I haven't heard anything. Is where I meant to speak from. I haven't heard anything from GameStop corporate since the 29th.
Yeah.
To be honest, that's kind of where I was coming from because I haven't really heard much of GameStop. Right, I mean, I only coming into this since that.
Guys, I have a really big
question. The only thing that they've really said since this whole thing started was in the beginning they said that they were on something like it was like a post that said they were honored that we chose them to be the one for this movement. And then beyond that, there was an article talking about their new hire, Amazon AWS hire, and the vision that they referenced in that article and one that came before it like 1 or 2 years ago. So this vision has been in place. The vision is to transition GameStop from a brick and mortar store to an online e-commerce giant like Amazon. That is the.
You guys seen the latest CNBC?
But I'll throw that in general for you. Thank you for who is that? Because I don't think I've heard your voice before.
It's Castillo.
Oh, Castillo.
Yeah, you guys seen the
today.
latest article from just came in?
Can you post it in general?
Yeah, it's there right now. So basically what they're saying is GameStop mania may not have been the retail trader rebellion it was perceived to be, data shows. Looking at the data.
See, that's kind of what I was getting at. That's kind of what I was getting at with.
I've seen that article. It's a day or two old or whatever.
Day or two old.
And me personally, I viewed that as just some kind of negative fluff piece. What do people call it? The FOF or whatever the hell it is.
Well, sure, but if there are multi-billion-dollar ETFs that have major.
You missed the button.
Yeah, push the talk.
Take your button.
That AWS article where the quote that I said or paraphrase that I said about turning GameStop from brick and mortar into the next e-commerce giant is posted in general.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
glad you
7
found
a.m.
it. I was
It's
searching
late.
for it.
I thought it was 7 p.m. Sorry.
Well, if GameStop would more expand into online stuff, then it would be more interesting for the rest of the world.
Yeah, that's the same article that I found too. He goes in to say how basically he wants to turn into the Amazon of video games, basically.
And that same sentiment was expressed in a previous article. I lost track of it, but if you look up articles that came before this, the vision is something they were planning on. Maybe not this higher, but
well. And so I'm just quickly skimming and scamming said article posted in general, the hired Amazon yada yada. From my perception of reading this, a lot of the ideas are coming from Cohen, and that's a very recent addition to the pod as far as him just recently very recently prior to the whole short squeeze situation happening. Cohen bought 13% of the company because he sees potential in the market. The business model is failing. So he buys in, he joins the board, he starts talking to some of his, touching back on networking friends from AWS. They're already leaving.
Okay.
And now they're, hey, do you want to come over here with me? I'm going to try this GameStop thing. Let's see if we can't do something. Right. And I seriously, regardless of GME short squeeze, I've been holding GameStop since, I don't know, probably 2010 maybe is when I first bought.
Oh, effing legend.
Yeah,
just by the way, don't you like how they call it
taught me one thing my granddad taught me that I will continually hold to the day that I die. My granddad drank a can of Coke 3 times a day, once at breakfast, once at lunch, and once at dinner. You know what else he did? He bought stock in Coca-Cola because he figured if he was going to continually spend money on other people are going to spend money on said company. If you truly believe in a company and you have the money to invest in them, by all means, do your due diligence, learn the company, what their profit margins could potentially be, and invest in them because you believe in them. Not because you read it on Reddit or because it's a big hype thing. I bought GameStop because I buy GameStop stuff.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. It's like
with
diamond hands.
The only reality we know is the one that we live. And so it's not even speculation. If something is affecting us in our daily lives, it is affecting somebody else. So if you're smart enough to identify the thing that is affecting you the most, that is affecting the most people, then you've got a lead to go on.
Can I address something that somebody put in the YouTube chat? So somebody, okay, well, hold on. All right. They said basically, it went so fast, but basically they said something to the effect of, how do they expect that to work when so many games are going digital? Well, I can give you 2 reasons, and you can call me a Gen X for saying this if you want to, but I have a very logical thing behind it. Even the first one is the most logical, and even though like SSDs are dropping like substantially in price when they first came out, the fact is that they're still extremely expensive, and people don't want to spend as much or more on an SSD than they did on the actual console itself. Okay, like parents, they're already looking at this like they drop $500.
One sec. For anyone,
you cut out.
Button.
We're talking.
Button.
Chief.
Push the talk, man. It sucks.
Button is terrible. All right, we're talking about buying a video game system because the capabilities of that system can't. You need to buy more accessories.
Digital games are the current market and the future, and the consoles that are being created don't have enough capacity to be profitable for the companies that are making them, for the end user to have enough space to store the games they want to play. So you could theoretically kind of look into this market space of, can we do GameStop digitally? Can you trade in your digital license for digital credit for another digital download so that you don't have to go out and buy an additional 100?
I'm just looking at it on earlier.
Hola.
Who's that?
Tame
What's up, bro?
How's it going?
Yep.
Yeah.
Talking about. That's definitely what they do on the weekend. Can't do
I just
shit else.
closed the Bitcoin trade and I just got back into a new one right now. We're bouncing. Yeah.
Yep.
38.9.
I think it'd be 40,000 by Monday morning.
It probably will. It likes to pump on Saturday sometimes when the market's closed, just to screw over all the CBOE futures people because their markets are closed and they have Bitcoin futures on there.
Yeah, I've been collecting a lot of Bitcoin in my wallet lately as well.
That's the way to do it. Damn, you up on that trade already?
Yeah, I'm up $60 in like 20 seconds. Hell yeah.
What did you trade, Dodge or Bitcoin?
All I trade, the only crypto I trade is Bitcoin. I hold other ones, but I don't trade them.
Oh yeah, Bitcoin. It's pretty safe. I mean, you can make a bot to trade Bitcoin for you because of moving average.
Yeah.
I need to set my bot up to trade Bitcoin for me.
If I were you, I would set that stop loss at 39 flat. I mean, not stop loss. Take profit at 39 flat, or at least set your SL in profit.
Yeah, I just set it break even.
Yeah.
Wait, can you set a stop loss and a sell?
You said, can you do what?
Do you set a stop loss and then you set a sell limit, or how do you do your stop loss?
Yeah, I just got stopped out. For crypto, I just do a market stop loss. Because since there's not that great liquidity, if you have a limit stop loss, the price could just keep going on past you, and there's nobody to buy at whatever you want to sell it for at your limit. So I just usually do market stop losses.
That's pretty good.
Ideally, I like to set stop losses in profit.
Do you know of a platform where you can buy it and you can set a stop loss right when you're buying it?
You can do that on Bybit.
You can do that on MetaTrader
if you're in the US, you have to use a VPN to use Bybit. You have to say you're like in Canada or Mexico. But they don't do KYC. But yeah, you can set one on there. Like you can set a take profit and a stop loss and all that. Like when you place your order.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Gotta be outside US.
If you trade Forex, you can do it on MetaTrader 4 too. They got cryptos on there as well. A bunch of different brokers.
So how realistic do you think this is that Bitcoin will be 300,000 US dollar by the end of December?
Anything's possible.
I think that it might peak there, but it's not gonna stay up there. I don't think once it gets there. I think that may be like the bull run all-time high somewhere around there, but I think it'll drop back down. It'll probably have another one of its like 70 to 80% corrections after it peaks out, like it's done the last two cycles. So maybe it'll come back down to like 50 or 60K after that.
Could you imagine you drive by a neighborhood and it says home for sale, 1 to 5 Bitcoins?
Yeah, that'd be funny.
That's gonna be reality one day too. That's crazy.
I would be scared to use Bitcoin to make a purchase on a home though, unless I went through like a realtor and a bank and everything.
Yeah, people have done it before for like luxury like cars and stuff, and I think they've done it for real estate before too. But yeah, you have to have like a broker because I mean Bitcoin's just like cash, so like if you send it, you can't get it back.
Yep.
Even if you do get it back, you might not get it back in the same value. So
yeah.
Well, the US dollar also different value.
If you send like 2 Bitcoin right now to somebody and they send it back to you next year, it ain't gonna be 60K or whatever it is now.
They ain't gonna send that shit back.
We getting strong resistance around this area. Let me see.
Damn, I was ordering a pizza. Forgot all about it.
All right, well, I'm about to go to bed. I was just talking to you guys for a little bit. See, I figured you guys were trading crypto since it's Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'm gonna go talk to my buddies, see what they're trading.
All right,
dude.
I bought this one stock today for like $4, and it went up to $8 after hours.
Oh shit! What stock was that?
OCGN. It's a
OCGM or N?
N. It was kind of like a penny stock, but they may do trials for a coronavirus vaccine.
that was getting pumped on a few different Reddit things.
Yeah, I saw it was getting pumped, but and then the news came out today that stock used to only be like 80 cents, so it's already up 10 times.
OCGN. Damn, that's 862 right now.
It reminds me of Moderna. When Moderna was low, like in the $20 range, it was already up 10 times, but then it shot up to like 120. Now it's almost 200. So if
Piss up and hold Moderna, bro.
just add that company to your Seeking Alpha to see if they get approved for a vaccine.
You're Seeking Alpha. What's that?
Seeking Alpha, it's an article website, so you can add any stock ticker, and anytime there's a new article, it will ping you and show you the article.
Wow. Been on there a couple times, but I haven't set it up.
Oh, set it up. It's worth it. It's free also. It's better than a lot of the Discord bots.
Oh, wait, I never bought Moderna. What did I buy then? Pfizer?
You probably bought Pfizer or Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah, I bought Pfizer.
Who's the single dose? Is Moderna the single?
Pfizer at... Oh, shit, I'm glad I sold Pfizer. Shit, I bought that shit at 37.
Yeah, these stocks don't hold value long after that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Seeking Alpha. I'm definitely about to look into that shit.
Just create an account. So they let you read one article for free if you don't log in, but you can just use Google and you can make a free account. People just too lazy, but it's worth it. That's like the best thing I've used all year. Put GameStop as a stock ticker, and then you'll have like 20 articles. If there's any like companies or corporations in your city, you can add them on there too. See what's happening. See if they're laying people off or hiring. Like Robinhood.
PayPal had a big deal.
Oh yeah, PayPal's busy now too.
Mm-hmm.
I personally don't like PayPal. Just from
I hate
bad experiences.
PayPal. Fuck PayPal.
I got scammed.
I don't like it either. Fuck. Nobody does, I don't think, anymore.
Bro, fuck PayPal. Everybody hates PayPal, and that's for a reason too, because they're always on bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
They don't fuck with you till you got money in your account.
That's what I straight up told my nephew that. I sent him money on Cash App, and he said I have PayPal. I was like, well, you're gonna have to fucking wait, because I ain't fucking with that shit.
That's why we have Bitcoin. You can't stop sending money to anybody.
Dude, I hate it when companies restrict who you can send money to or for what you can send money for. As long as it's not illegal, you should be able to send money to anybody in the United States.
Right.
Yeah, the law enforcement people should really be chasing the criminals, like actually doing the crimes, not the money, because like they always, like 9 times out of 10, what they stop is probably legitimate.
But they want the money.
Yeah.
That is
They
true.
get to
Money
see
is the
it
motive.
all.
Unfortunately, yeah, that's true.
Anyways, I hope your trading Bitcoin goes well tonight, and I hope you see that 40,000 after you buy from a dip.
Yeah, we'll see. We might see that tomorrow. Who knows?
Where's that squeeze at, team?
I don't see any squeeze. Unfortunately, I'm questioning if the 350 was a squeeze, but then at the same time I'm like, why didn't GameStop board sell any stocks? Why didn't Deep Value sell his stocks? Why didn't these other guys with 5,000 plus GameStop sell their stocks? It's just a bunch of questions from that.
You think because it's getting laddered?
And the hedge funds took out new short positions that are due in 4 more days.
Oh, so it's true. The 9th?
Yeah, on the 9th. I'm still holding, personally. I've been buying and selling, but I'm still holding shares.
Sell off.
If it dips big, I might fuck around, but I'm not going heavy.
All right.
Resell it to a digital market space at whatever cost you deem appropriate.
This is the
They're
future.
just the
This guy
facilitator.
gets it.
They're the
Guys,
facilitator.
He gets it. He gets it for real. Like that is the future.
AMC, GME, long buys. This ain't got nothing to do with the short stock. These are all the GameStop. I told you, I've had it since 10, and I'm gonna have it until 100. I'm not going nowhere because they're going.
But
to get there.
here's my question about that: how would they regulate the price of it? Now, I'm not saying it can't be done, but how would they regulate the price of a used digital copy?
The market will regulate itself.
How do you
Look at
the market of GameStop stock?
You do.
Why does
Good point.
Why does
Very
World
valid
of
point.
Warcraft have its own economy? Why does World of Warcraft have its own economy that's traded on
Very valid
They
scale?
like the game. They like the game.
People like games in general. People like the fact that they've created an economy. The economy.
Guys, I can explain the YouTube channel. I just asked our Tame in the YouTube channel, and he's just in a separate Discord talking about crypto. Yeah. Okay. So sorry about that. Yeah, I was confusing myself for a second.
Channel because some of those guys.
As
have
long
like
as we're
2
all
million
we
plus.
figured it out.
I thought we were hijacked for a second there. Yeah.
No, my friends are trading crypto, and I saw the price going to go up to 40,000 for Bitcoin. So I wanted to see how many orders they sold and bought today.
Dude, I'm 40 years old. Don't scare me like that. You give me a heart attack, for Christ's sake.
Why are you listening to the YouTube and the Discord?
Because I want to see the comments.
Somebody brought it to our attention that it
I
wasn't
want to
syncing
love
up with the
our
Discord.
viewers. I want to give our viewers some love and affection and read their thoughts.
Okay, I get it.
When you decide you want to trade in your GameStop,
I'm just teasing, man. I'm just teasing.
They'll document how many hours you played, and then that'll determine your trade-in value. Because right now,
I think the value dictates itself.
And I can go in there and buy a game and beat it in 5 minutes, and then go back and be like, "Yeah, I want my money back." I think I didn't get.
I hate to disagree with you there on that one.
We're not going to get into that because there are plenty of people that feel either one way or the other about whether or not they got enough money from GameStop for and it doesn't really get us in conversation. No offense.
They don't get involved with making the prices. They don't get involved in making the prices. They get involved with taking a little bit of skin off the game that you're using their platform to make the transaction. They become the PayPal of the digital market space in the sense that because you're using them to send your key from you to someone else, they take a little skin off the top and you sell it to whoever for whatever price the market inevitably just creates.
So essentially, it wouldn't matter how many hours you played because some people have more time in there. They have more time to actually play. So essentially, they can play 100 hours of it in a week, but then it would that wouldn't like demean essentially the fact of how long
it just turns into a very organic
it'd be like
transition.
a low. It'd be a low like I'm trying to think of the word.
It becomes a stock market. Is what happens because people that want it buy it, and people that don't sell it, and the demand and sale creates the market. Just the same as WoW. WoW has its own economy that is it literally it blows my mind that we created a digital world that has a digital economy that transcends everything that is what we consider. What about the WoW virus? Very Corona-like, no?
Yep.
But it just becomes the thing that if we can create these artificial systems that let us have these quote unquote tangible things, and it just we've let them put us in a box. And
let's pull it back to earth. The two sides of the situation here. I'm not
guys. I posted my dinner in the general.
Check it
Let's
out.
go.
I'm not trying to. Anyways, the two sides of the argument are. This game, I just bought it for $60. If I literally walked out the door and came back and tried to sell it to you, it's worth $5. What's the deal? Right? And the other side is I bought a game. It's a movie ticket. It's a license to enjoy yourself for a certain amount of hours, and any amount of money I can get back for that movie ticket is gravy. Right, those are the two kind of positions on the GameStop and why people feel sour about GameStop sometimes. I think if anybody disagrees with that or wants to add to it, but I think those are the two ends of it.
Well, I would add to that. I think it'd just be like more of I came to the realization it'd be more of a position over time, not hours in or anything. It wouldn't give you like a limited amount of hours, as many hours you can put in, but just the price of it would decline over time.
Right.
Eventually down to a point, I mean, it's down $60, but then down to like $5 or something.
Yeah, like how do we value these things when they're on the digital marketplace? Does the amount of time you played the game have to do with anything, or does it's like it's going to be interesting to see how it comes together because but it will. Who doesn't want to sell some game that they haven't played in 5 years for $2 or $5? To put towards Cyberpunk 2077 when it's done in like 3 years, like.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, as far as GameStop used to,
Push to talk.
Oh, sorry about that. If you go into GameStop right now at this very point, it's you buy a game, you can literally return it the next day and open, and they're going to give you what less than 50% of what it's worth.
They're going to give you $1.90.
Probably.
They're going to give you $1.95, 94, not even 99.
True, but my thing is, I feel like the way it would work in a digital place would be that it would just lose value over time, not amount of hours played or anything on the digital key. Essentially, it would just lose value over time, and it would be like kind of a set amount because usually 1 year cycles for some games. Like Call of Duty, it would just lose value for X amount of time, and then it didn't matter how many hours that particular key was played. It's how much between this point and this point, and that would actually set the price.
Date of release and now, or something like that, and taking into account if there were any remakes of the game or
Yeah, and that would kind of like actually dictate the price of the game. It will either fall at a particular rate, or if they do better or worse kind of deal. So yes, as far as somebody said earlier about stock market kind of deal, in that sense, it kind of makes sense.
Was something I was thinking about the other day was that video games are digital. You don't need to buy a physical disc to be able to play a game anymore. That's just, it's been that way for a while, and now it's the new paradigm. People are starting to accept it. The old school likes the physical. The new school finds the digital more convenient. So, but people still love nostalgia, and this is what GameStop knows. GameStop knows nostalgia. They know what people love, and they give them products based on that. And there's beyond video games, for anybody that doesn't know video games, there's a market for, not only do you sell the $70 is the new ticket price for a new video game, not only do you sell the base game at $70, but you sell a collector's edition at $200, and it comes with a statue, it comes with all this crap that you don't need. But that's a huge market, and it requires Nah, I didn't have anything else to say. I'm high.
I play a lot of video games like Ark and stuff, and basically when you pre-ordered that, they would give you like a custom map printed out. You can get some statues. They had a lot of tournaments. They made one of the game modes free for a lot of people to play. But yeah, you have a good point. Whenever you get a physical game, they should give you like extra in-game currency or something to reward you for buying the physical copy.
It's just a market that exists for maybe like older gamers, that they want to not only buy the game, because there's a lot of remakes, just like in Hollywood, there's remakes of movies. Now there's remakes of video games, and those video games hit on some like really solid nostalgia for people. Like, they can't deny it. They're compelled to buy this thing. And so they sell statues, they sell whatever people want to display to represent this video game that represents a time in their life. And it's a strong market. They make a lot of money off of collector's editions in the video game market.
So I guess maybe
I just want someone to put my old Nintendo games on my Switch.
It's so arduous with Nintendo, and Nintendo is terrible with online. Anybody who doesn't know, any sort of online venture for Nintendo is like doomed to fail, because they are horrible with online implementation.
I want my Pokemon games, I want my Mario games, Game Boy, N64. I want access to those on my Switch.
Why the heck not, right? Like, give me a break.
Yeah.
You?
Yeah, but I don't want to jailbreak my Switch.
I'm too old for that stuff, Ark. When you get to be 40 years old, emulators are just, we're way too lazy for
I just want to pay for it.
kind of like a pay-for-play kind of service for emulators, essentially, like it's something that could be done.
Yeah, I don't want to have to mess around and find the one that actually works. I've done that before. It's a pain.
I used to use MAME back in the day. I would you had to well, forget it, but yeah.
I used to put Game Boy emulators on my phone.
Right on. I used to cheat in math class. I would program my TI-83 I would program algorithms in my TI-83 calculator.
I was worse. I had somebody else give me those programs and download it into my calculator. And then I just use those. I was like, thank you. I don't have to do any thinking. This is great.
Right on, man. That's awesome. That's great.
Check out the game link that I posted in general. So that's what I buy for my son. It's just it hooks into your HDMI and your TV, and it's got 10,000 games on it.
There's a lot of great great options now for Chinese knockoff kind of stuff that lets you play all kinds of games. You can mod. Well, there's all kinds of game stuff we could get into.
I mean, really, just bring out the old games again. You already created them. Make them for the newer devices, and you would make a killing.
Yeah, it's all the people want. It's so I don't know why Nintendo can't figure it out. To be honest, like I've been very frustrated. I don't know.
Yo, everybody, check out General for a sec.
Word.
That's how you eat steak.
That would be neat.
The Woo Man?
I just want to say, this Discord, we have so much information within the last week. It's pretty good. My favorite channels, though, are the news channel or the stock updates channel.
Sorry, what?
What's your favorite Discord channel so far?
Memes. I'm just kidding, man. I love it all, bro.
Yeah, it's all good.
It's all thanks to you, team.
I use memes, news, and what's the other one?
I don't mind tickers too, because it gives me new companies I didn't think of.
Yeah, tickers.
Man, one of the tickers
It's
today
all
turned
helpful,
me
man. It's all super helpful. Tim, everybody, round of applause for Tim.
Yeah, it's great.
Oh, wait, we can't clap because we have push to talk on.
Oh, no.
Oh, snap.
I'm taking my socks off right now.
Oh, God.
Fear not.
Yeah, guys, I'm calling it a night. It's like 3:23 p.m. here right now. So I'm gonna go.
Yeah, man. Hey, it was nice to meet you, dude. Good.
Yeah,
times.
likewise.
Have a good rest, man.
Good night.
Good night, man. Good night, folks. Or good. I don't know whatever time zone you are. Whatever.
We'll see you on the moon.
We'll see you on the moon.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody. Take care.
Have a good one.
Let's make them as long as possible.
Yeah, they're gonna have a
talk
lot
about
of good
the most asinine stuff.
quality. You know what? Speaking of stuff, okay, I haven't traveled, and there's a bunch of people here. What would you say is the most culture shock you've ever experienced in any of your travels? Like where?
Taiwan.
Oh, I've been to Taiwan before too. That was great though. Why was it a culture shock for you?
I mean, it was awesome. It was awesome, but the pollution level was really surprising. I was like enlightened by that. Like the minute I stepped out of the airplane, I was like, whoa, this is like a whole other. And then also the level of traffic and pushiness, which is fine. Like, but people, there's a lot of people over there, and when they want something, they you gotta reach for it. So people over there are much more handsy, and a lot more of them, and lots of it was just different, very different, and awesome. It was great.
I would have to say Tokyo, Japan for me. I was there December 2019, and I mean, it was just like bizarre. Well, no, it's not bizarre. That's the wrong word. It was just kind of like, whoa, that drinking was so socially acceptable there. Like I remember seeing on a Monday night like these dudes dressed up in these pinstripe suits with like their work briefcases, just like drunk as hell,
Yep.
taking a nap on the sidewalk. And like these sidewalks were clean. There was like no trash cans anywhere, but there was no trash.
You can buy whiskey out of a vending machine in Japan.
Yep.
Watered down whiskey. Yeah.
Basically,
for those who didn't know.
You can buy anything out of a vending machine basically in Japan. Like there was I remember walking by and it was like a fish vinegar where it had like dead fish inside of the actual bottle and you could see it, and it was a whole vending machine of it right next to a gentleman's club.
It's like a Yakuza, yeah.
Yeah, no, but it was just an interesting thing. I think the biggest thing too was also smoking. Like you have to smoke in specific areas. You can't just smoke anywhere, and you can smoke inside.
Lots of scary pictures of tar infested lungs everywhere, and yeah.
But it was amazing though. It was really actually Japanese people really cool, and it was strange because like I remember just being kind of like so shocked that people were just wearing masks on like the subway station and everything, and then now thinking back, a year and a half later, after 2020, just like in mask and stuff, I just thought it was like, whoa, they were already doing that, and for us to do it, but because it's the necessity of it is just like, I still think back and think that's mind-boggling. And also, there's so many people there. I didn't realize how big Tokyo was. Tokyo feels like it's 2 New Yorks.
Yeah, and like for anyone who hasn't had sushi in Japan, it puts our sushi to shame. It's not even comparable. They don't even mess with the rolls. Rolls, that's like a joke to them. Forget the rolls.
I would venture to wager that the 7-Eleven ramen in Tokyo, Japan is better than any ramen in the United States. Just because, like, and then I actually went to
I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. I mean, like,
the 7-Elevens there are nothing like any 7-Eleven I've ever seen here. And if you ever find yourself in Japan, you need to have the egg salad sandwich. I know it's weird, but Anthony Bourdain swore by it, and I'm doubling down on that. There's something about them egg salad sandwiches.
You walk in,
dude, egg salad sandwiches are amazing.
Japan treats people like treats women like it's still the 70s over there, so that's something to keep into account. But yeah, it's got some awesome spots. You can buy an egg salad sandwich. You walk into like just this like open front area of a business, and you can like buy it from some sort of weird vending machine that spans the entire storefront, and you just type in your number like you're getting your Skittles or whatever from the vending machine, but it's like a sandwich.
This might sound kind of weird, but I love egg salad with sweet pickles, green peppers, and green onion. Get some crunch going on in there.
I would like that. There's something about the eggs in Japan because they feed their, it's something about what they feed their chickens. It's like, can't remember, it was like literally like spicy food because of something in the anatomy of chickens. They can't taste spicy food, but they can ingest it, and somehow that flavor ends in the eggs. That's why the yolks in Japan are a lot more orange than yellow.
Yeah, nutrients.
And you know what? I think there's a lot of information to because in their society, the norm is you go to work, you probably then you go to your.
Are you still on push to talk?
It's terrible. Yeah. I'm gonna arc.
So
I'm
I used
sorry,
to have
Arc.
chickens, and you can definitely tell the difference when they're getting the right nutritions and what the yolks look like.
Right. Yeah, they're supposed to be like orangish, kind of deep yellow.
Like a really dark orange almost.
Yeah. Yeah, like and that's just it. Is like I'm so used to growing up in this country where like growing up, like they were always like a bright yellow, and then I found out that it was like, no, that's a sign of an unhealthy egg. like an unhealthy embryo, or not unhealthy, just not as nutrient dense.
Crazy is like if you go to France, I don't know if it's other European countries too, but they have like free water. I'd say it's like cleaner than any water that you get in through like your tap in America, and you just like walk up and just stick a water bottle under there and get it for free. I can
only do like well water. I can't do anything treated, and I also can't drink any milk but whole milk straight from the cow. No.
So
we've covered the breast
camel milk
issues, so let's move on from that.
I thought we were gonna go with camel milk.
So
camel teddy milk.
So speaking on like the whole like culture shock, I live in Eastern North Carolina. North Carolina, you might think, oh, hick country kind of deal, but it's not. Biggest like weird thing that I did was I went down to Florida recently, and dude, Florida people be on some totally different stuff, like for real.
Hey, can you guys hear me right now?
Yeah.
Yep.
I was born in Florida.
All right, I'm all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I got
Thank
a
you
pet
so
gator.
much. I got a new technique here. So yeah, thank you.
Funny thing about Florida is no one's really from Florida. Like they all migrated to Florida. Most of the people there.
That's true. And then when I actually lived there for college, all my friends were not from Florida.
Like when I went down, like
a lot migrated from like New Jersey and like the Northeast.
Like when I left out, when I left here, everybody's all like pretty nice and everything. Like you'd be like, "Hey man, could you or hey, whatever, could you could you back up a little bit so I can get this gas pump?" And I'd be like, "Oh yeah, sure, sorry about that, whatever." I went down there and there was almost a fight at a gas station because somebody was pulled a little bit too close to somebody and they were yelling, screaming, about ready to throw hands. I'm like, okay, this is weird.
I feel like there's a passive aggressiveness in the South a little bit. There's like this like intention to be the best, but then when you get down to it, it's I don't know.
I don't know. It was just a totally weird experience for me. Like like from where I'm at right now, it's everybody's like pretty nice to everybody. Like everybody's all pretty nice. But then went down there, it's like everybody's ready to throw hands over the littlest thing. It's like whoa, 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 whoa! I don't want to be part of this.
Yeah, they go 0 to 60 quick.
I lack a fear of people because I grew up in Nebraska, and I have like this subconscious that nothing bad's going to happen to me because of people, because that's where I live.
I think that
Are you guys still there?
I'm here.
Yep.
Here, yep.
I mean, there's even a big culture shock if you go from, like, I'm right outside of Philly, and you go from, like, Philly to Arizona. I mean, even in restaurants, you sit at a restaurant down in the city, and they try and get you out of your table as fast as possible to make as much money as possible in that night. And you go to Arizona, and it's like you could sit there at a table for 3 hours, and they're still trying to serve you coffee. And they're like, yeah, just take your time. Sit here as long as you want. And you're like, you sure you don't need this table?
That's because I think there's not as many people. Like when you go to New York and Boston, there's so many people that it's like you get used to being around people. Like, but down south, people live farther away from each other, so they don't see people as much. In Boston, New York, we live like on top of each other.
And so fast paced.
I won't really call it much of a culture shock, but the couple of times that I've gone to the Dominican Republic, I mean, when you eat food in the United States, I have to space out my meals because if I eat, I get so I feel stuffed. But when we were in the Dominican Republic, it's like I would eat 5 or 6 times a day, and I came back and I was about 3 pounds lighter than when I left.
Dude, the plantains. I love plantains.
Plantains
are actually a really healthy carb. They're kind of up there with cassava. It's a really good alternative to potatoes, where they're a starch, but they're a nutrient-rich starch. And so that's why, like, I could eat plantains all day.
Plantains.
Platanito.
Plantains.
I don't like food.
What?
Wait, you don't like what?
If I could take
What?
a pill to get all the nutrients, I would much prefer that.
Why don't you like?
Are you for real?
You don't like flavor? Whoa, you don't like flavor?
Hold on.
Are you a flavor hater?
Hold on.
Are you a flavor hater?
Hold on. Why?
Yeah, why?
I think food is like a huge waste of time.
Wow, interesting. Okay, so time that would be better spent on what?
Like anything else.
Okay.
And GME.
Stop.
Like,
No,
I
we
hate
don't-
having to go. My husband loves food. Like, I don't cook. You don't want to ever eat anything I make. I don't even like know how to make a frozen pizza half the time without burning it. And I think like going to a restaurant and having to sit there and wait for food and then wait for them to bring you a check and then have to go back in the car is just like the biggest waste of time.
That's why
I
you
love
just learn
food,
to cook your
but
own
like
food.
I can agree with
I know.
you.
That's what I'm saying.
I love
and
food,
even
but that
waiting
time
for
is the
food
norm.
or having to cook, it's a waste of I hate it.
I love hearing like these different perspectives. Like
It's certainly interesting.
Yeah,
Well, let's put it this way:
yeah.
I don't eat during the day. I only eat one meal a day at night.
Yeah, me too.
I pack all my calories into like a 3-4 hour window, and I just have coffee for the rest. Like,
me too.
You know, I fast throughout the day. Coffee, just black coffee.
That's just my work.
I feel way better when I eat one meal a day.
Dude, same here.
Yeah,
So much.
for real. Yeah.
I actually, I used to do that, and then I got diabetes, so then I had to space my meals out. So
fail.
I
We
actually
don't-
really enjoy breakfast now.
Yo,
I used
true,
to-
yo,
I used
true.
to not eat breakfast at all.
You
'cause
got
I would-
no. Yeah, you gotta have breakfast.
Yeah, but like I now I actually really enjoy eating like breakfast. But like I just enjoy food in general. That's why I'm a chef. Like I
Hell yeah.
genuinely-
Hell
like,
yeah.
I
Chef
love
life.
Yep, I love flavor. Like for me, when I eat, it's not about what's available. Just what do I feel like tasting?
The only time I've somewhat liked food was when I was pregnant.
What about the other time?
I have to be reminded by my husband to eat.
But that wasn't you that liked the food. That was the baby telling you.
But do you like it when you eat it?
No.
Really?
That's crazy.
Anything. What is there anything that you enjoy eating?
Celery.
Right on. Okay.
I hate celery.
It's got the crunch, you know. It's got a crunch to
It's
it.
got it's got some water in there. You get the water, you get the crunch. Okay.
Yo, check this. Yo, Amika, I know you would appreciate this too. I know you don't. Well, I know you don't like celery, but do you like chickpeas, like garbanzo?
Me? No, I don't like anything. I eat like a 5-year-old.
Okay, garbanzo beans, like chickpeas, cucumber, celery, flat leaf Italian parsley, garlic, olive oil, and a little bit of apple cider vinegar, salt, pepper. You dice it all up together. Is like the dopest salad I've ever had in my entire life.
What do you call that salad? What is it?
I don't really know. There's no name for it.
Yeah, it's hard to remember all that.
But it's like you get this little acid, little crunch, a little you know, and then you get chickpeas. They're kind of dry. They're kind of meaty and rich. So you cut that. You get that cut with the acid and the crunch and the wateriness from the cucumber. The garlic, the garlic and the parsley just fucking take it to a new level.
I think you really just threw her off a little bit because I don't think that food is what she doesn't enjoy. I just think it's the time and the preparation and everything that goes into eating and making food. And you just made me hate food.
It's the
Man, everybody likes what they like.
So listen,
Throw it in an Instant Pot. Just get an Instant Pot. Throw it all in an Instant Pot. It's done. I
I
get
can't
both.
stand yogurt or peanut butter or chocolate are like the worst things ever.
Well, listen, I love all foods, and when I make food, I'm good at it because I can like think on my feet and do something like weird and creative. But in reality, when I go shopping, because of the frequency of things in my life, I need to buy like prepared meals and stuff like this. But yeah. So I can see both ends of the spectrum, and they work. Both different people, different stroke for different folks. Yeah.
I guess I mean, hamburgers are okay, fries are okay. I grew up on a dairy farm, so I hate chicken, I hate pork. I don't really like steak anymore. I like ranch. I love cilantro.
Oh, interesting, because a lot of people hate cilantro.
So, what are the things that you do love? What do you actually like to eat?
Pasta Alfredo.
Okay.
Hey, if we have some
solid choice.
If we have some breakfast fans in the house, check out the artwork channel.
I also love Dr. Pepper.
Oh, Dr. Pepper is the best. Let's invest in Dr. Pepper, right? What is there? I'm talking about bullshit, man. Go ahead.
Basically.
A boa constrictor.
I guess in that case, should I even dare to ask about what you guys think about AMC? Not financial advice, I know, but
Yeah. Personally, all right. This is my take. I'll go first, and I'll embarrass myself because I don't care right now. I've had a little bit of whiskey. I think that AMC. Yeah, I think that AMC has potential. I mean, it's AMC. People want to see movies. Like so many people in this chat have said so many times, people want to return to normal, see movies. Whether or not that is realized or when that is realized, who knows? But I get it. I get it.
The best answer to that question
AMC has a lot of shorts. And it seems to be, other than something I heard about today, which had like 1,000% short interest, it seems to be the next likely candidate for something like this to happen. However, I am not banking that something like this is going to ever happen again. So that's my personal.
When somebody says, "What do you think about AMC?" the first thing you ask them is, "You don't like movies? You don't like popcorn?" And it's just like, okay.
Dinner and a movie.
What is right? What is that? Well, what does that mean? Do you like movies? Do you like popcorn?
I would have it if I wasn't all in on GME right now because of my own personal reasons. I did have AMC, and I would still have it if I had more funds, personally.
Feel like
Do you guys want a filmmaker's point of view on it?
Sure, shoot.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure that eventually AMC is just going to become a streaming service to survive because that's the way the market's going to go eventually.
Hey, that sounds like a realistic prediction to me. Yeah.
Right.
Here's the thing, though. The thing that we're all just forgetting about is that there is a pandemic for a year and people have been locked up. I work at a bowling alley, and bowling is a dying sport. I'm gonna be fucking real about it. Sorry for my French. But people, for some reason, are still coming in. I have been busier than usual because people want to just come in and get the hell out of the house.
Yes.
Especially, and I can remember when I was a kid, my mom would just drop us off at the movie theaters and we just go to the movies because there's an arcade there. And even as an adult, like I want to go to the movies because now they have a bar at the movies with those nice recliners.
I agree. However,
Hell yeah.
The reality of the situation, though, is that I am not going to take my 9-year-old son to an AMC theater right now. I'm sorry, but that is the reality. And I don't think I'm the only one. And when that ends is the question. Now, the mainstream media has been throwing around numbers like 2024, which I don't think is an unrealistic estimate for this thing. It might never end. We don't know. We don't know when the pandemic is going to end. It might never end. It might end tomorrow with some sort of innovation. We don't know. But the world is changing. Companies need to adapt. And there does need to be some sort of new idea, I think, personally, I think for AMC to continue. I think if you asked me, and this is don't listen to me. I think AMC
Purely speculation, obviously. This is not financial advice.
I think AMC should get more into the business of like private rooms. They already have it. You can rent out a theater, $200 for the day. I've thought about doing it with me and my friends. And you rent out a theater for $200. You can see whatever movie you want.
I want to play my video games on their screen.
Exactly.
Yeah, like
and I see GameStop
Totally
and
that.
AMC, regardless of this whole situation, I see them and even Dave & Buster's personally, my own viewpoint at this, I see them as all the same thing. It's for people longing to get out and do something and be around people in a safe way. And you look to places in Asia, they have skyscrapers dedicated to karaoke and private rooms. People go to these rooms after their work, after their 12-hour workday, and they just hang out with their friends and do karaoke. They order a meal.
That's because they'd like to do that.
So that's the direction I see.
To have that all that equipment is expensive, and having to maintain all that equipment at home is expensive. So to have a place to go.
Please elaborate, because that's all I've got.
Well, I mean, there's karaoke. Okay, karaoke specifically is I'm the 2018 World Karaoke Champion. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Oh,
I literally
I know nothing.
I literally beat
I
beat like 3,000 people in the United States, and I went to basically the singing Olympics that nobody knows about. It's called the Karaoke
The
World.
Singing Olympics. What is it called?
Yeah, it's called the Karaoke World Championships. Look it up.
KWC.
Yep, Karaoke World Championships. I'm the 2018 champion. Okay, people love their karaoke. There's something
Exactly.
and I think the future of AMC is renting out their space. All right,
Yep.
like if I want to if I want to throw a party where say we're having a gathering and there's a movie that I made and I want to my friends to come and watch it, but I don't have the space at home. Hell yeah, for $200 I'm gonna rent a movie theater.
Because you feel comfortable with your friends. You feel comfortable going with 10 friends with masks on to a situation more so than you do any other situation. So yeah, that's what.
But with the karaoke stuff is you wouldn't think that things like this would matter, but there is actually a big market for karaoke people because people just want to hang out and do stuff. And when I was in Tokyo, I got to go into the karaoke rooms and stuff. It was super cool. It was the coolest thing ever. But it's just you wouldn't think that these sub communities that are out there they do these things that are nobody knows about. But there is a market for this kind of stuff, and I think AMC, if they get creative, they could really, really do this. And I think something like renting out a whole space is gonna go, especially say with companies and stuff, parties, or even gender reveal parties.
I mean, think about it, $100, $200 between friends. I thought about it personally. I found out about that you could get AMC to. You can rent out AMC for $200 for a movie or something.
I mean, that's the
I
same.
would love to go see a movie.
Real quick. I don't mean to interrupt real quick, but my God, Miko, Jesus, oh my goodness. Yo, my pride, oh my God.
The song? Is that what it is?
Yes. On Spotify. Oh my God, I didn't even hear the whole thing. I heard the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, man. Powerful voice.
Here's a question.
You know she works in a kitchen and manages it when, right?
Well, it's just kind of that's the thing. I have to. I'm just a regular ass millennial who has an extreme amount of, yeah, I have a student debt that I have to take care of, and so I have to work many different jobs in order to make ends meet. And being a musician is not necessarily the best thing to fall on. So
it's the worst possible thing you could fall on.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's just kind of
any musician knows this. This is after I spent 4 years at Berkeley, I realized I made a terrible mistake.
Yeah, it's just so I have to be versatile, but I just sit there and think about all the things me as a person even of what I would enjoy. And like, I don't know, like there's something nostalgic about going to the movies and going on a date. And like, I just think of especially all the younger generations that have been cooped up, like they're going to want to go to the movie theater with their friends because they haven't really been able to hang out with them. Right. But the other thing too is gaming. If AMC is smart, they'll group, they're going to get into this arena style gaming, because people love to, like, regular people can be super competitive.
You know what they should have been doing is putting on concerts, private concerts on the big screens.
They have done that before, and it didn't work out so good, I think.
No.
Well, here's a question.
I want to go to a live concert.
But now is
in my emo pop punk.
It's totally different world, and that would be, I mean, what else are you gonna do? Go to a real concert and like die? I mean, yeah, for real.
Now, here's a dumb thought. I think I saw this earlier today. Something about like a shift that GameStop could actually. This is going back into GME, but something that GameStop could do at some point in the future. Obviously, hoping that COVID-19 kind of gets right on the fuck out of here. Hopefully, gets right on his way out of here. Me. They were saying something about, it's like, GameStop. It's like, what about like those what's those places in like Tokyo or excuse me, not Tokyo, but just in other countries where it's just like essentially you can like rent a computer essentially and play games. Like what are those like gaming places essentially you can go to?
I know
something like that.
I know exactly what you're. So in Japan, there's
like an internet cafe
that you can go to a place and rent out basically a cubicle, and you can rent it out almost like a hotel room to work in.
Can you rent a PS5?
Yeah.
Well, that's where GameStop comes in. But
I would assume that would be the hope would be.
Yeah. So, but in Japan, you can. It's basically another skyscraper where you can rent a cubicle, and you go in there and you can do your work, and it's almost like a cyber cafe kind of vibe, right? But it's actually like a private space. People live there. People live in these places for months. Now, in the U.S., let's be real. There's only going to be more stratification. I talked to my friend from Bangladesh, and he tells me that over there are two people. There are the people that have the limos driving them everywhere, and the people that drive the limos, and that's it. Period. That's it. And it's going to be the same way here. That's where we're going. If we don't, fix things, that's where we're going. So if you're looking to make a play on the stock market, personally, I would invest in that direction. This is not financial advice. I want to make the world a better place than that, but I think that that's where we're going, honestly.
Yeah, I can from personal experience, because I own an esports hospitality company. I've done events in movie theaters, and they pretty much sell out. And we've only done one. We're doing Smash Brothers on the screen. It was really fun. The main thing that I do is I do. Well, I guess before COVID happened, I was doing 200, 300 person events in a casino, and that was every single Wednesday night. And we had like 6 different tournaments, and it was all mixed in with the bar and stuff. But like once COVID restrictions start going away in California, man, there's gonna be so many people coming back. I have all my old guys all wanting to come back.
That's great. Thank you for
that. Sounds like a very solid business plan, honestly.
Yeah, I've done it.
Is without COVID though, this whole thing wouldn't be around. You wouldn't be going to the internet to have connections with people.
Every aspect of this is amazing, right? Like it is literally a perfect storm. It would take me a day or two to explain all the different elements that are going into this particular moment in time that make it possible to overcome, to make it possible to exceed expectations. Like, it's crazy. It's absolutely insane to me personally.
If I could also interject here too, the funny thing is that we were talking earlier about just how crazy like the movement, this kind of movement is that's like kind of rallying around GME and everything. It's funny to see that there's people that can literally only put like $20 in to people that can put tens of thousands of dollars in. It's such a rallying cry to say, look, it's like we want these companies that we know and we love to actually just move on and try to get with the program. And like, to be honest, I think honestly this is honestly a rallying cry, I think, for the companies that we know and love to actually move on from what they're trying to do. Say, look, this is a time right now to try to move forward. It may end today, it may end tomorrow, it may end next 3 years from now. All right, look, let's try to get our game worked out. Let's get this game worked around. Let's figure it out now.
Yeah, everybody, like I was saying earlier, everybody that is a part of what is going on, coming from your individual backgrounds, I don't care if you donated anything, if you mentioned it to your friend, if you bought a 32nd of a share versus a $40,000, it doesn't matter. If you're trying to help this movement go forward, you're an effing hero for real. Like, honestly, like, I believe that.
I just also
And
have to
that's
say,
something-
like, I've spent a huge portion of my life not being able to connect with people because they can't keep up with me or have no idea what I'm trying to explain to them. Like, the only people are my husband and his brother. And it's like almost refreshing to have a group of people who can keep up with me.
I know what you mean, and we can keep up with even those among us that it's great. It's amazing.
In my situation, I'm very timid. I keep to myself. I don't want to talk to a lot of people, but it's actually really funny to like see all people from all different walks of life come together and be like, you know what? No, look, we're not going to stand for this BS anymore. Let's pull everything together. Let's pull ourselves up. Let's show them that we are not playing around. And to be honest with you, this has honestly been something that's helped me pull me out of my shell. I don't typically do anything like what I'm doing right now. I'm very to myself. I am extremely to myself.
All the way.
I have no interest in interacting with anyone usually. But I am finding this whole situation so rewarding, so invigorating, so life-changing. I thought I experienced a rebirth in my life already, but this is something else. And I don't mean to be waxing poetic on this, but I really, like you said, I feel like I leveled up. That's what I'm saying. I feel like I leveled up with this.
But there's
You finally found people who can keep up with you without having to explain the whole dynamics of something to where they're exhausted.
People that speak the same language so that you can speak what you're trying to say with the minimal amount of effort, and they just get it. Yeah, exactly. You're speaking, not preaching to the choir, but preaching to an open audience. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
No, we definitely get what you're saying. It's an open audience, and the best part about it is it's an open audience that has open ears, and they're willing to listen to what people are saying. I mean, no matter, again, like I said earlier, no matter how much you're in for any of this, no matter how much or how little you're in for this, it is a movement, and it's something that people need to realize, and even the suits need to realize. It's like, look, it's not going to be just right now. People aren't forgetting this. People are still looking at this. It's not going to end right now. Like, the whole short game, that is ended. Like, you're going to be called on yourself. You're going to be called on it. You are going to be questioned on it.
That mirror has been shattered. It is in pieces all over the ground. There is no going back. There's no going back.
I feel like there's really people out there that think like us than we really think, you know? Because it's like, look at all of us. All of us were just randoms picked. Like, you know what I mean? And we didn't know we all didn't know that we were going to get along like this and have the same point of views and the same mind frame. But then when you looked at the George Floyd thing, like, people all over the world connected with that. So more people are on the same frequency than we think, you know?
Yeah, and I will say, you know, I won't go into the George Floyd thing. Sorry for interrupting you, and I will give you full everything after this. But I won't speak on that because I have no room to speak on that. But I will say this: I think that the problem right now with a lot of the big people in any government right now is the fact that they're not looking at what the small people are saying. They're not listening to what the people that they are governing are saying. They're not listening at all. And I think that this is a good push.
Listen to what you just said, right? And I don't mean to interrupt, but the small people, that's who we are. We know that that's who we are. That's what's been ingrained in us for our entire lives. We are the small people. Continue, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't.
Normal
Go ahead.
for car dealerships to not have any cars in them at this time of year?
No.
Being from the automotive,
Dealerships have like nothing.
I want to hear more about small people.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to like try to like parade myself as some fucking some doggone gabble banger.
I've never heard your voice before personally, and I want to hear what it has to say.
I apologize. By the way, I apologize for the no words, but I think that like at this point in time, I feel like the little guy needs to be heard, or the little person needs to be heard. Honestly, I think a lot of what's going on right now is there's a lot of suits talking to each other, and at the end of the day, they're not listening, nor are they hearing what a lot of what we're trying to say. I mean,
They're trying to write the book for mankind.
Yeah, not trying to bring politics in it. I'm not going to. But I don't think a lot of bigger people in bigger people are hearing what a lot of the smaller people are hearing, and I think that a lot of smaller people right now are crying out for help. Like, hey, no, like now, granted, it may not be that we need to have checks given to us or anything like that. It's just more of a hey. We got to feed our families. We got to make sure that we can pay our bills and everything. Look, we're hurting right now. Look, it's like you guys are saying you're going to do all this, that, and the other. It's like, yet people are losing their homes. People are losing their businesses. What? Okay, you're talking all about this economy, but our small businesses are going under. Our people are going under. What is going on? And I'm not saying that from a specific viewpoint of it's the United States. I'm not exactly sure what's going on around the world because I don't know. I don't live there. But what are they doing? Like, what are the big suits doing? Regardless, even above Wall Street, what are they doing for everybody here that is trying to make a living, trying to pay their bills? What are they doing?
Brilliant.
Like, I don't see it. Like, yeah, okay, you can give out $600 or $1,400, blah blah blah, this whatever. You can send out all this money, and from the United States standpoint, you can send out $9 trillion or whatever this thing was that they did. What's it doing to help anybody? I don't see it going to people. I don't see it helping people put food on their table. What the hell is going on? All I see right now is fucking daggone hedge brokers or hedge funds shorting and hitting the crap out of little guys right now that are trying to invest and trying to learn some new way to make money. That's all I see right now. And I am literally new to the game. I haven't traded but yet for a week now. I'm already at a loss, but it's not much. I hold 10 shares of AMC and I'm down like $16. That's just because I don't have a lot to put in. Yet I'm hearing from people they're thousands of dollars down, or they're, in some cases, I would assume hundreds of thousands of dollars down. It's ridiculous. All they're doing right now, and it's stupid that they're sitting there, they get all the benefits, and that's fine. They'll change everything for them, and that's fine. I apologize, ran over. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
You're 100% right. Like, the rich is just getting richer and the poor is just getting poorer. And as the poor gets poorer, you have to pay poor tax. If you can't afford to fix your teeth now or if you can't afford to go to the dentist to get a cleaning, You end up paying.
Please don't tell me that right now.
But like as I said,
sorry
COVID,
for a second. I'm sorry. I want to interrupt. I'm sorry. You're totally right. I actually haven't had my wisdom teeth removed, and they're giving me problems. So yes, don't mention teeth. It's hurting me.
But like as I said, like COVID, it was like the biggest wealth, like the middle class paying back the poor or the rich, and then this was trying to take the rich to the middle class, and it just it didn't work out. Or well, we're still in the fight.
I mean, I'm not trying to speak for anybody, but I feel like, honestly, it's a good movement, and I feel like we are in the fight, yet I just don't think that, like, it's targeted in the correct position, but at the same time, not a financial advisor kind of deal.
Even though we're not going to say it's targeted somewhere, but I think that this is a moment that we all need to understand and realize that moving forward, this is something we have to constantly do, because they don't care about where we shop at. They don't shop at the stores that we shop at, and we have to defend the stores that we want to shop in. If I want to go buy a video game, I want to be able to go buy a video game. Because last week it was Ames, it was Sears, it was Kmart. Today is GameStop, and tomorrow it'll be Walmart and Safeway and Burger King. And they're taking these things away from us. And it's not fair that the moment we speak up and say, don't take this from us, it's like, oh, we got to change the rules because we want to take it from you. We're doing this for you. And it's like, no, you're not. You're doing it for yourself.
Yep.
In the long Oh Lord. Sorry. This is pirate radio, essentially. Don't look at it as you will, but this seems like pirate radio almost.
I think the worst part of it is that if someone, I've had the exact same thing happen to me. If you can't afford to get your wisdom teeth out, like, live in America and you can't get your wisdom teeth out because you can't afford it is ridiculous.
They'll do it for cheap in Mexico.
You know, I'm not going to try to give you any type of medical or financial advice, but I have been informed, and my mother has even taken up this option. But there are places that will do, and they'll do things. I'm not sure what the legal term is. It when you take a case on and you don't want to receive any pay.
Pro bono.
Thank you. There are places. Yeah, if you look into schools and you actually, here we go, do your due diligence and find places that are able to provide a service at no or minimal cost to you. Those are options you can take. You don't have to say, oh, I need to have my wisdom teeth removed. I got to use, a $3,000 a month copay on health insurance that I can't afford. No, there are options, and there are people that are paying to go to school, and they still have to pay for school. They're willing to do the work because what else are they going to do? I'm paying to go to school for something. There's options. I'm not trying to point a finger. I'm just hoping that if you have not heard this type of information before, that you actually do look into it. A lot of people have questions, and we don't know what question to ask or where to find the answer. And sometimes you just have to blurt it out. Yo, I have wisdom teeth that I haven't gotten pulled. Well, somebody knows what you're going through, and somebody can relate and relay some information. It's just an option you can look into to find places that will cater to your financial needs.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you, and you are totally right. That is something that did skip my mind. I will say that, as you are totally right on that.
Yeah, and I'll say a lot of hospitals, before I started in tech, I did about 15 years as a surgical tech. A lot of hospitals, of course, a lot of this information isn't really out there, but if you know somebody who has this information, I can't say any hospital that doesn't have government funding or that doesn't accept Medicaid or Medicare, they really can't turn you down for services. So meaning, you can go to the emergency room, you may not get a surgery. Same thing with if you have a wisdom tooth, or if you have problems that you need, you go to the ER.
You don't see what you paid for in your past orders? Huh.
Oh, hello? Oh, okay, sorry. So what they'll do is if you go into the ER, and I know the ER, you may not want an ER bill, but what they'll do is they'll give you a referral. A referral is the quickest way medical-wise on the back end to be seen by somebody. If you tell them, hey, this is my income, every hospital has a social worker. Every hospital, every clinic, they have a social worker. If you tell the clinic, and even if, and I don't mean it like you can't afford it, but even if you say this is my income up to here, it doesn't matter. They'll say, okay, we can set you up with a doctor who, he does Medicaid patients, or we can say we can set you up with a private. It just depends on whatever your income base is. They really can't turn you down. That's the thing. Of course, they're not going to advertise that, but it's the same thing with dental as well. They'll refer you out, especially if you can find a hospital that's connected to a medical school. And if it's connected to a dental school as well, they can pretty much write that off because you'll be seen by a dental student.
I don't
I'm
think
in
it's offensive
Austin.
for you to say that somebody can't afford something. Let's just all be honest. Nobody can afford anything medical in the United States of America.
Yeah,
This is true.
I got out of healthcare. I mean, I love it. Like I got into healthcare because my mother had cancer, and I think just our family trait. My mother was a nurse. My grandmother was a sheriff in Chicago. So our family is just pretty much in, some kind of service field. My mother would take me to work as a little kid. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna be a nurse when I get older. I got into it just because what I liked and what I wanted to do. And my first child, I'm in my 40s. I didn't say earlier because I was working, but my first baby, I had her 27 years ago, something like that. My copay for having my first kid was, I want to say $15. This is my first job in healthcare. My last job in healthcare, my deductible was $3,500. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, this is the last year we're in this field. It wasn't what I started out to see. It wasn't that care. You couldn't find a doctor that genuinely did not care when I started. And over the years, it's just about money, money, money. But I understand the backside of that because you see the doctors and you see them complain. My insurance copay or my insurance is $150,000 a year. Well, a hospital doctor may make $200,000 a year, and you still have to pay these insurance things. So I understand why a lot of costs add up. But the bottom line, if you find a hospital that is connected with any medical center, if you find a hospital that's connected with any university or teaching hospital, they can write that off. They literally can write that off.
That is true. You are right as well there.
And they love a write-off. Trust me, hospitals love a write-off. My wife worked at a hospital, and that's all she did was give out charity. Like, she went and found people in the hospital. You can't afford this? Cool, we write it off for charity. And that's exactly what they did. And that hospital stayed open just because of the charity alone.
There's a lot of money in charity that I don't think that a lot of hospitals actually realize, though.
Speaking of hospitals, I am volunteering for a hospital firm based out of Africa, and what we do, we provide free eye care, and we provide free testing and stuff for patients. And right now, we just purchased an ambulance in America. We're going to ship it to Nigeria, and it's a pretty good program so far. Last year, we did cataract surgery removal, and we did like 80 patients per day for free, just removing cataracts in Africa, and do some healthcare in America as well.
That is a beautiful thing.
The world is potentially a beautiful place. I don't understand why it's so chaotic and despotic and tyrannical and all those words that describe horrific things.
Well, if I could go ahead and go into a little bit, I won't go too far into it, but if I could go into it a little, it's so chaotic and so unnatural and not beautiful. I think honestly, because that's a lot of the way that people want you to think about it. The world, honest to it, is a really good, beautiful place where a lot of people do really get along, but they really, really, really push the fact that people don't get along, and that's where generally a lot of people see.
Let me drop a knowledge bomb on people in the chat. This is gonna change your life. All right, for real, no joke. I'm disabled. I have MS. I have multiple sclerosis. Okay. If you are disabled,
also have whiskey.
I also have whiskey. If you are disabled, if you have a condition that prevents you from acting as normal. Okay, this is what you do. You go to the hospital. You get diagnosed. You figure out what's going on. You find a sympathetic nurse. Okay, they will literally, if they are a good nurse, they will write your unemployment disability claim describing your conditions and why you can't work for you. Okay? They will write it for you. They know the language that you need to tell unemployment agents to get you the attention that you deserve, that you have paid for your entire life. You have paid for this. If something goes wrong, you are guaranteed that you're covered for it. Only that's not the way it works in the real world. So to get what you're due, you go to the hospital, you get diagnosed, you get a nurse to write up an unemployment claim for you. You go to the unemployment claim office. You wait there for like 3 days or however long it takes. You talk to the agent. You show them what the nurse told you and wrote on your claim, and they will understand your condition. And this is not financial advice. This is not, I'm not trying to encourage anybody to deceive anyone. This is if you
also
have
not medical advice.
Not medical advice. If you have a legitimate medical condition that prevents you from participating in everyday life in a way that anyone that would know, for me personally, it takes me like 4 hours to wake up. I throw up in the morning every day. Like I could not possibly hold a regular job. If you feel that is a situation for you, you are due recompensation for that. You have paid for that.
I wake up slow too.
I'm getting a little bit of feedback, by the way, on the mic.
So yeah, that's somebody else. So get what you're due is my point. You've paid for it. If something goes wrong, you're covered. So get the money that you're due. That's all I'm saying.
No, that is a very valiant point to fucking rally behind. Excuse me.
Well, and thanks for telling us about having MS. I mean, that's fucking.
It was terrible. It was terrible going through unemployment, even with MS, and a legitimate like Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center has diagnosed me with MS. They're like the best freaking like hospital in the country, you know, and there's still pushback. Like it's ridiculous. This country is trying to screw you over. If you have paid your dues, and when something goes wrong, you are due your recompensation. So don't be ashamed in any way of getting it. If they make you feel that way, it's because they don't want you to get it. They don't want you to take that money out of their pocket, but you're due that money because you have already paid it. So yeah, anyways, I'm going to stop now. But anybody that's got a situation where you feel like you might be a person that might not be able to complete the daily activities of a regular person, that means that there's something wrong, and you should look into it, and you should talk to your doctor and take their advice, not mine, and you should talk to your legal advice, all this stuff. But just know that there are options for you. And
I will give a little bit of insight. Well, this has occurred to me and at least 4 other people that I know personally. And when I say personally, I mean like family. That when my son got sick and we were in the hospital with him, me and my wife had literally just lost our jobs within a month. And he went into the hospital, and we didn't have any way to pay for it. And they were like, well, sign up for government assistance. And her family looked at us like, what? Like, oh, you're gonna sign up for government, you're gonna sign up for it. Was like, yo, you gonna pay it? And it's like, if you have to, do it. But the experiences that I have had and that I've heard and that people have told me, if you are due the 3 primary government assistances, such as Medicare, food stamps, and financial assistance, do it in that order. Because if you go with financial assistance at any point, it does bottleneck the process. So if you have to get healthcare, go with healthcare first. If you need food stamps, go with food stamps next. And if you need the financial assistance, go with financial assistance dead last. Because I'd rather be healthy and fed before I need a little bit of extra cash in my pocket. And if that extra cash is going to hold me up, then I need the first two, because we were in there and for 3 days it was just held up, and it was like, well, we don't need financial assistance. Oh, it's held up because of the financial assistance. I don't want it. Just give us the health care. That's all we really want. And with that, plus the food stamps, because I think at that time he was only maybe like 6 or 7, it pushed through within a couple hours.
And that is something I think that really needs to be like pushed forward, especially now. At any time more than now, it needs to be pushed. It's like, look, it's like if somebody needs healthcare, push that shit, make it happen. People need healthcare right now.
And this is not medical advice, but I will say this: if I don't know where everybody lives, but if you find a doctor that's a DO, they're more apt to care. They'll really take the time to listen to you. And if it's any medical conditions, my experience, a DO will help you and bend over backwards to me.
To give a little bit of a long and short, I'm a big dude. I'm like 6'3", 325 pounds. I'm a big dude, the whole like, Midwest corn-fed kind of looking dude. I'm that, but I'm East Coast, so big corn-fed dude. And I went into a doctor's office, and I was trying to just get a physical or whatever. And I went in there, and the doggone doctor in there, straight up, before asking me any questions, before going anywhere, asking me any questions, straight up went into, "You need to quit eating so many doggone cakes, you fat turd." And it's like, well, hold on, what do you mean? And it's like, and she went on a 15-minute rant on how I'm too fat and I eat too many cakes and this, that, and the other. It's like,
all right,
bro, it's like I doggone work. It's like I doggone work 10 hours a day. I'm on my feet constantly. Don't give me that mess. It's like, look, it's like you don't know anything about me. You got to hear me out a little bit. I like to eat.
Don't let them tell you who you are. That is BS to the highest degree, man. That is some biased, ridiculous BS. If you cannot live your life, and you will know this, if you have an issue conducting your daily life, you will realize it, and you will know that you need to talk to somebody about it, and you will talk to that person. And if you follow this advice, if you realize there are options for you, like take advantage of them. Like, please, because you have paid for it. You deserve it. This is, they will try to convince you to not take their money, but take it. You paid for it already.
I'm gonna tell you too. I'm a bigger guy, and the reality is that you don't have to go to the same doctor if you don't like their vibe or you don't feel comfortable with what care they're giving you. I highly recommend that you look into your network and see what other doctors are available. Ask your friends what doctors they like. Like, some people think that they have to stay with their doctor. You are entitled to a second opinion, and if they're going to come at you and look at you some type of way and not believe you when you're telling them that something is wrong, then you need to just get away from that doctor. Because like, I'm 33 and I became diabetic literally this year, and it was scary because out of nowhere I dropped 50 pounds and I couldn't tell you why. I was playing video games, locked up for COVID, not doing anything, and I was like, I don't know why I lost 50 pounds. And it turns out diabetes, if your shit's all messed up, it's gonna start taking and eating your fat, and after that muscle, and after that it's just like, if you don't take care of it and you got something going on, it's just going to get worse. So it's just like, find a doctor that you like, find somebody that like listens to you, but don't let these people make you feel bad into getting care for yourself.
This is not as simple as Doritos and video games. This is medical.
Yeah. No,
this is
you're
a
right.
medical condition, and anyone that tries to tell you otherwise is full of crap, because you know that if you had any way to get out of the situation, you would take.
I mean, my thing is, and I don't mean to try to make this all about me right now, but my thing is, like I said, I'm a big, tall, broad-chested dude. And that's just the way it is. I've always been big, tall, broad-chested kind of deal. That's just the way it is. If you go sit there talk to me and sitting there saying, look, you eating all the cakes, it's like, dude, it's like I'm just a big dude in general. As far as structure wise, I'm just a big dude.
Genetically, some people are just bigger. I'm one of those people. I did like the 23andMe shit, and they're like, yeah, you're more. It's just the reality. People don't want to talk about that shit because there's plenty of money that people can make off of the health industry. It's huge. It's a money maker. So of course they want to make you feel like you need to do this, this, and that. But the reality is, it's just like, we're all human. We're not like indestructible, and like we all should have access to medical care. But we all should be able to go to a doctor that we trust, because they're the ones that we trust to save us if some stuff is going down with our bodies.
And we all contribute, no matter what we do. Like if you literally broke it down, right? The information economy, like you could literally just be waking up and logging onto your phone every day and doing whatever the F you want to do. That information that somebody could glean from you in that day, that would be worth so much money. Like just by participating in this terrible world that we live in, you are providing value to people that steal that value and profit off of it. So there is nothing to be ashamed of. If you fall, quote unquote, fall short, if you get fired, if you become disabled, this is not a fault. This is not a mistake. This is not a crap turn of events. This is life. This is what happens. This is nothing to be ashamed of.
I really don't think we live in a terrible world.
Your audio is making it really hard for us to hear. It's like all like staticky.
It's like 8-bit. It's like 8-bit, yeah.
No, you just need to.
I don't think it's a terrible world. Does that sound better?
Way better.
Sounds way better.
I would prefer to live in a world that is not terrible, personally. Yeah.
Honest to God, I think you're right, and I think that that a small step in the right direction is a bunch of us degenerates, if I may, getting together and sticking it to the suits. Honestly,
I like the way you bring it back home because I'm just talking. I don't even know what I'm saying. I can't remember what I said 5 minutes ago. So thank you.
Doing my part, man. Doing my part.
Need help from people like
Cheers.
No, nothing like that. I'm just saying I'm high. That's all. I'm high.
Hey now.
Ronald just said, I am not fat. I am gravitational challenged.
I'm with you there, bud. I'm with you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
It doesn't indicate whether. Anyway, I'm new. I've been listening to y'all for several days, and the love around this channel is just amazing. And I wanted to just point out that they're making a movie about this, and we're creating it right now. And these high consciousness, high vibrational, and loving beings right here that are listening, that are contributing, we are the ones creating the future, so it can't be horrible.
Amen to that.
Yes.
I would say amen, but at the same time, I feel like there might be a couple people that might be like,
oh, dude, be
not
quiet.
so good.
Be quiet, man. We love it.
You know.
Shut up.
Get
We
what
love
you
it.
mean.
We love it. We
No,
love
it's
every
a joke.
word of it.
My husband and I have been listening on and off last couple days, and every time we come on, whether you're talking about problems or not, it's always focused on the solution. And if you stay on the problem, you'll never come to the solution, right? So I would argue that you used to be in life, it's who you know. Well, it is now, but it's also who you know on a vibrational stance, like who can lift you up. Because if you just call somebody and tell them your problem, they can just add to your problem versus lifting you up. And that's what all of you are doing here. So thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Well, I won't. I won't say I've been part of this. I'm pretty sure that this is most of the OGs that were in this. But from the big bottom of my heart, I will say thank you. But that's the OGs in this group.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, but I loved every single word you said, and thank you. We love you. I love you, and thank you.
Shout out to the new person that was in here. That's what's up. Welcome. And no one's really an OG. We're all new here. This is all brand new, and this just started.
See, I didn't know that.
Well, I mean, yeah, it just like I feel like it just depends on who's trickled in. I think I started talking like 3 days ago, I think, but I've been listening since like last Friday. And there are a few voices on here. Some are not on. Like
Marduk.
Listen.
Sure. I could listen to Marduk talk all day.
I don't know what this. No. Listen. Quiet. Quiet. Listen. No. There is no OG. That come on. That is the furthest thing we are from.
We are
there
the
is no OG. This is a movement. This is an ideology. This is a shared brain share of people coming together. This is not about one person leveling up or gatekeeping. Come on, man.
No, I was gonna say Tame the Ark
It's
is
a group of new friends
because he put it together. He vetted everybody, so he has good taste in people.
I could second that. I really could, honestly.
That's why my friends call me. Let me not make that joke.
Wait.
Only because we're YouTube fresh, you probably shouldn't. But maybe general chat.
Are we still on YouTube?
Yeah, that's the Big 10-4.
I was going to say that's why my friends call me Jeffrey Dahmer.
Oh, all right.
Hey now.
If you would like to know more about what that statement means, you will join our group here. Join the party. We want to hear your voice. It doesn't matter where your voice comes from. Just let us learn from your experience and join the group.
Honest to God, definitely join the group. Honestly, I didn't think. Honestly, testimonial, if you don't mind. Testimonial here. I didn't think I'd actually get as much information that I thought I would, but I kind of did. So there you go. Testimonial.
Well, I think it's just kind of like it's almost easier sometimes to learn together, and I feel like I know I'm new and I've learned a lot in a very short amount of time. Like I feel like my freshman year in college, when we're trying to figure out what the hell the teacher's talking about in culinary school. In this case, the teacher being the hedge funds and all that stuff. But yeah, it's just been really cool to just see the development of people, of like the confidence even that I hear in some of our voices, especially the newbies, on how we talk about stocks and all the things that we've learned. It's been interesting in hearing the confidence come through.
I just need this whole ordeal to be over with because I am ready to just.
Oh, ready to what? We lost you.
Ready what? We lost you.
It's killing me.
He's so ready.
I'm sorry. I need
Killing me, Smalls.
bro. I really need to learn what option trading is like, and I just need a quick second just so I can sit down and do nothing but that for a whole day and not be like, I got to join the group. I got to get back in the group.
Look, I don't know anything about it. I would actually really love to learn from those that do know. I think honestly, for everybody, including the YouTube chat, I think this would honestly be a really great time.
Are we still live on YouTube?
Push to talk failed. Come on back. I wanted to hear what you were saying.
Sorry about that. I was saying that I feel like honestly that this would be a really good time to kind of for those that do know about options and everything like that. I think this would honestly be a really good time for those that do know, because I don't, and I would love to learn more. I think this would be a really good time to possibly, for those that do know, to maybe in a layman's terms share.
Hey,
I know MK
Well,
was
from what I
pushing his
heard,
Facebook group, which is kind of like a learning
Let's
channel
go.
for a lot of this stuff earlier.
that's what I was going to say. I don't think that people that know option would actually like to teach it. They'd rather give you a fishing rod.
So for those of you that have just recently joined the Discord, there's actually a bunch of there's in the helpful links section. If you click on that, there is actually some really helpful definition in terms on like put option definitions, call options that were posted by some members. It's not even that far up. If you just scroll up, you'll see they're all there. There's one on call options. There's one on put options definitions. There's even one about index funds versus mutual funds, like what's the difference.
Right
So
on.
if you're just joining,
I see.
the helpful
So-
link, there's a bunch there. Also, we have tickers, so if there's any tickers that you want to look at, we've posted some on there too for you to research if any of those are good. But some of these we're watching, so if you want to gander there and look at some of these tickers for yourself, feel free to do so.
And listen, this is bore. This sounds boring as AF. All right, but you go to these sections. We're not talking like spam. You go there. There were 5 posts in the last 24 hours, and every single one of them is useful and helps you gain perspective on the situation. So please do check out each individual section depending on what you're looking for.
I was trying to tell you all earlier. I don't know if everybody was in here yesterday afternoon when I was getting my son on Weeble, but he started an account, and I gave him $1,000 in his account. For
Button.
Yeah, no, my finger slipped. It moved. He didn't do his due diligence, and that's all I'm going to say.
Just with options, I don't know. It's really complicated.
Well, as far as
it's a lot of information at one time.
Hold on. As far as a kid goes, any investment is a win. It doesn't matter if the kid loses $200. Who cares?
That's the problem.
He lost $750 today on one trade.
Brilliant. You know what? That is the best. That kid, your son is the smartest kid in the neighborhood. Period. That's it. So
Only because he got into it, and that's a learning experience that you can capitalize off of, and you can show him, hey, all right, this is a learning experience.
And he saved $250.
am not
He learned
for sale.
I'm not for sale either, but yeah. So we're not for sale. Diamond hands. Can we see them diamond hands?
Do we have anyone in here who
right now
primarily does options trading? Yeah. See, the problem with options
I
is
mean,
there's
I like touched it, but I wouldn't call myself like.
There's
really
a certain level
good at
of
it.
profit, and there's an unlimited amount of loss capability in
Well, that's if
options.
you
That's the
option
problem.
trade like puts. If you option trade puts, yeah, you could.
I've heard those are pretty safe. I don't know options either, so don't.
Puts option.
With each broker.
Well, since
Stupid push to talk button. But that's how the hedge funders got crushed too, is because they were all on like puts options.
Right. Oh, puts. Okay.
Yeah,
since we're still on YouTube
And
right
then
now, and people are still listening, why don't we give a little bit on that one?
And then the Wall Street Bets bought all the call options, and that this button, and that put them in a shithole because then they couldn't exercise their. Well, they weren't supposed to be able to exercise their puts when it came on Friday, but they're still. I don't think they had to sell until they didn't have to do the puts until Thursday, if I have this correct. But then they're this button. But then they'll have to pay interest rates until they actually sell off their puts while they buy back their shares. Sort of ish. I know it's good. It's easier if you actually just YouTube videos, but I don't have any recommended. But you just kind of watch a lot and then you glean information from them because it's options.
Exactly. That's why they call it YouTube University. No one here can teach you any of that stuff in a few minutes or 20 minutes. I mean, it is infinite almost.
Because there's exercising, like if you exercise in the market, out of the market, if you can sell them before you exercise them. There's a lot to option trading, but you basically buy 100 shares for a cheaper price.
Yeah, and look, I don't mean to try to sit there and try to sell you on anything, but at all. But there is a lot of good information that I like, just very newly being into this. There's a lot of good information that you can find here, and that I need to read into. But a little bit on myself here. I am an automotive technician, and I don't make too terribly much, but I at least have the general basics, as in the don't put too much in that you're not willing to lose kind of deal. That's why I'm only really like working with like 10 shares of AMC. Like, I'm not really that far into it.
All I know is if you buy 1 unit of stock, your maximum loss is what that stock cost. When you realize
your
it,
initial
you sell
investment.
it. Right, and that's only when you sell it. I mean, yeah, you may have to hold it 20 years to turn a profit, but if you don't sell it for a loss, yeah, that money's trapped for 20 years, but it's better than having no return ever.
I mean, if you want to go to the story, I think the guy lost like $700,000 because he was doing a short, and he thought the company was supposed to go bankrupt that night, and then by the morning, some billionaire bought the company, and by the time he woke up in the morning, the stock rose an infinite amount.
Right,
and the guy woke up to $700,000.
That's exactly what happened here.
Yep.
That's the problem with options, is there's an unlimited loss potential. Yeah, you want to sell, make call options where you can sell that stock at a high price and buy it at a cheaper price. But if that stock goes up,
well, that's a put.
I don't even
calls are when you're betting for, and puts are when you're shorting.
So listen, we're not interested in terminology necessarily, because we're all a bunch of morons. But philosophy,
yeah, not financial advice.
Philosophy, I think everybody's interested in, and regardless of the terminology, I think we can all learn something from each other. So I want to hear about what this guy's got to say.
I'm a few beers deeper, and we come back talking about philosophy. What's up?
I'm not gonna lie. I think that's my biggest downfall, is trying to understand the terminology as far as like call and put options. But yeah, I can read it. I like I said, I've just been lazy.
Well, like Wall Street, their terminology is just big words that mean just simple things that they try to confuse you on.
Point taken. I think we actually had a great discussion the other night on how the stock market is made so inaccessible, or more inaccessible potentially, by people gatekeeping it by using these ridiculous terms that nobody knows what they mean, but when you actually look at the system, it's pretty easy to decipher. So, but anyways, moving on, please. What did you want to say?
I was kind of done on. I don't know if the other person was still talking. I'm kind of done. But even on the terminology thing, I think this wasn't earlier this afternoon where we were talking about, like, now it's called a short ladder attack, but before Kramer called it something else, and like other people called it, like, they just keep changing the terminology, but it means the same exact thing.
I think that's a good point. Yeah. So the changing of terminology to either perhaps mask something that's been going on for a while and is being called something new, or what do you think the barriers, or if there are any, that this terminology gives to people, or what do you think about terminology in general?
I know growing up in the
I mean, I don't know. Terminology wise, I wouldn't. I'm just stupid, and I don't. I've been doing this for maybe since right before COVID.
That's earlier than me, so please let me learn.
But like puts. I would just take the big terminology words and just put them to simple, like simple words. So like puts equals like lower or short. Calls is like buying. So like you're betting. It's the same exact, like option wise. It's the same exact thing as if you're buying or selling shares. Just they call it puts and calls. Again, don't know if that's completely 100% accurate.
I like
but
that.
If you just if you just do like if you go to it, you can do calls, which is betting that the stock will go up in a certain period of time. So you can buy them for like a day out. Like if you think GME is going to go over 125, like you can buy calls for $125 that expire tomorrow. Granted, they're usually cheaper because it's a higher risk, and the higher you're away from the price point. So if it's at $60 now and you're betting that it goes over 125, like you're going to get it cheaper than if you are buying a call option that's saying the stock is at, you're betting that it's at $60 and it's currently sitting at 65. So you're already in the market. That's going to be cost you way more money to buy. You can buy them out like a couple months away. You can buy them like a year out. You can buy them like, but the further you get away from the expiration point, the more expensive they're going to be. Like the more money you're paying to actually hold that. But you can sell it at any point in time, and usually you don't want your options to actually expire, because the closer they get to the deadline, the more worthless they get. Like it decays over time is basically what your options do.
I heard that from somebody else, and they hadn't elaborated on it, and that helps me out personally a lot. So thank you for sharing. Yeah.
But that's the same thing with puts. Like you can buy puts, so you can say, "Oh, I think the stock is going to fall to like $50," and you can do that in a day. But if you're say it's at $60 and you're betting it goes to 50, and then it runs up today to like $70, now you're $10 out times 100 shares, so you're basically like $100 short for you owe $100.
So in general terms,
or that's 1,000 if my math is right.
A put is a buy and a call is a sell. Is that
a put is a sell and a call is a buy?
All right, cool.
When you do a put, like it has to be like an exact time, right? When the market's open.
That I'm not positive on the timing.
See, that's what I want to ask about timing as well, to see like when I put in a call or put, and I have an expiration date on my.
Push to talk fail.
Yeah, my hand push button.
It's horrible.
I fucking hate that push to talk, dude.
It's
try.
No, I don't. I'd rather not, because I will turn it on. And you sent me a message yesterday to turn it back on, because I would forget to turn off my mic and I would drive it.
No, definitely, it helps. It helps. It's just annoying.
Yeah, I just know somebody on here left their microphone on while they were using a power saw.
Interesting.
Like now, just like
it was
like
the
what?
Top Gun dude earlier, I think.
Well,
and he was working.
But to go,
no one's upset about that, but I don't think he realized how bad it sounded.
Oh man, I wasn't even on. I think I was working.
No, push to dock is the
Sorry, didn't mean to do that. The saw.
But like one last thing with the options is, if I'm correct, don't take my word, is that people have to, like, it's a contract, so someone else has to agree to your contract, like the price you want to pay and when you want to pay it, which
So
is the whole
like
thing with
P2P? It has to be like a P2P.
Yeah, because you're like lending out if you're calling, if it's puts, like if you're shorting it, which is what the Wall Street did, the hedge funders did.
Yeah.
They like loaned out like they loaned out people's shares. They got to rebuy them and then give them back to the people that they borrowed the shares from. But the problem is those people, since it's a contract, the other side has to agree to the amount that they want to sell them back to the hedge funders for.
They don't agree. Like, does the contract just automatically expire?
Yeah, I guess it just
So this,
if I again don't take my word for it, but yeah, they expire and then they become useless, and then they owe the money.
It's kind of like when you put a buy-in on a limit, like before the market opens, and if the stock doesn't drop, it doesn't buy, right? It doesn't fulfill the order.
And by the way, anyone listening, this is speculation because nobody in this
Yes,
world,
I'm not sure if this is totally
nobody
correct.
in this world. If you knew what was going to happen, you would be the richest man on this planet or woman, or they or it or alien. I don't care. But yeah. So, anyways, moving on.
As a new
Again,
investor,
I would recommend
you should always do
going
paper
to
trading
YouTube.
with options first before you even attempt it. I wouldn't. I got some big cojones, but from what I've heard, you really don't want to go into that without trying it a few times on paper first, because you can literally light on fire and lose everything.
And again, I would just go on YouTube, don't just watch one video on it, watch a couple videos to try, because everyone has their own different opinion, and then you can find what correlates between everybody, and then you can make your decision on what's like totally right and stuff like that.
I would even do paper trading practice stuff first after you watch the videos.
Sounds good to me. That A+, yeah.
I got a good question on this calls and puts and on option trading. Do I put am I responsible for that money up front? Like if I'm saying I'm buying 100 shares at $10, expecting it to go up to $50 a share, am I putting down the $1,000 plus whatever deposit I have to put down? I have to pay that up front?
You pay that to have the contract.
That's
and
not
then you
liquid
hope
cash, so that's on margin, right?
It's like betting. You're basically betting that it's like going to the casino and then you're gambling money that the stock is going to be worth a certain price.
In a contract,
and then you hope
100 shares of each stock. You have to have 100 shares of whatever stock you're trying to do an option on.
But you get it for a cheaper discount.
What happens if my shares go above the target price that I anticipated?
You make all the money on that profit. So say it went up $10, so that's 10 times 100. So what? That's 1,000. So you made $1,000. If it goes up 20, you made 2,000. Yada yada yada. So like you're infinite. You can have as many. You get it at a cheaper price. Like you get per share at a cheaper price. But for that, you're betting that it gets to a certain price.
And my ability to exercise still remains above my target price. So if I decide to go in and let's just use a whole number and say I'm buying $1,000 worth of shares, expecting it to go up to 5,000, it goes up to 10,000. I screw up and don't exercise, it goes back down to 5,000, and now I finally exercise. I'm getting just the 5,000.
This is not financial advice.
Yes.
Just want to put this in there.
I believe so. I mean, usually you don't want to exercise. Usually don't want to wait until your option exercises anyway. You don't want to wait until it hits the final day. Usually you just kind of sell that earlier. I believe something. I have to watch videos again.
I was trying to determine when the time period cycle is.
As a noob, I've heard in general that you don't want your options to expire. Perhaps anyone can elaborate on that, but I've heard that
it just
you want to avoid
options
it.
get more worthless. Your options get more worthless the longer it gets to the end, and then it decays. So like time, the reason why it's more expensive to buy them further out is because the more time that's on your options, the more valuable they actually are. So if you buy one, like, heck, you could, what was it? What stock? SNDV, Sundial. I was looking at buying one on Sundial where I'd actually buy in the market. It was like, I think the stock was at 125. Again, not financial advice. It was at 125. I could have bought 100 shares for $30. It would have cost me $30 to buy the option. And then as long as it stayed above $1.20 for 2 weeks, then I would have made whatever it would go up by. Granted, today it went down to 118, so I'm glad I didn't buy it because I'd be screwed. But
And the
that's
term
basically
exercise and expire are used interchangeably, or exercises meaning the action of me selling my shares.
exercising. I think is when it goes like you hit the last day, you didn't do anything. If it's in the market, you get the shares of that stock, I believe. If it's out of the market, you just lost your initial payment. Like you lost that money.
If I'm not wrong, the criteria of the option defines whether or not it's fulfilled or not, right? Like there's a time period we're dealing with, there's prices, is that right?
Yeah, there's a lot to each
You
option.
can choose whether it's price or time, or does it have to be both?
It's both. And the more valuable, like the further out it is, the more valuable your option is worth. As it gets closer and closer down, they're worth less money.
Yeah. So the time goes out further and the cost either goes up or down depending on the volatility.
Yeah. I mean, you could, it's so volatile. I don't even suggest doing 1 day options just because it's so, well, you've seen the stock market nowadays. It's so volatile that you can't, you can't predict what happens.
I have heard general advice that anyone who is new to the stock market should definitely not start with options and should not even approach options until they've mastered. And I'm not saying you look it up for 5 minutes. I'm saying mastered just the basics. Is that right?
They were saying it takes years.
Don't touch it.
Or a couple years to literally like watch what people are doing, learn it. You almost need a mentor or your own.
I think MK said something like 10 years before he even got into options.
Exactly. It is nothing to mess with. So I was, it's like if you're interested in it, I would say definitely try paper trading and just kick yourself in the ass with it.
You want the greatest advice? Learn how to read candles, like the actual candles, what they mean, how they do, and like learn price action and kind of just the flows of the chart. And that's where you should really just start. Learn that, master that.
Links for that?
So for anyone who doesn't know what candles means, we're talking about you're looking at a chart of a stock or whatever. You're looking at the chart, and there are options you can enable for this chart, either on or off, to show you less or more information, different parameters, different ways to view the data, period.
And then the second thing is to learn the different types of traders and like what their habits are. And you got the momentum traders, the swing traders, the short sellers. And like if you kind of figure out how they go and where they usually join the market, because momentum traders are usually the ones that are on like Twitter where people are throwing out every kind of stock name, trying to get people to go join them. And then they usually jump in the middle of a jump, and they'll go in, and then they help pump it up a little bit more, and then you'll get the short traders figuring out where the top is because they'll do the trend lines and figure out where the top of the where the top line would be. They'll come in, they'll short it, then you watch the momentum traders, they'll jump out as soon as they start seeing a dip. So then it dips down further, and then you'll see where the short traders kind of jump out, and then where it bounces back up. Like if you figure out the psychology of how traders start working and incorporate that in how the candles and how the graph is moving, then you can start figuring out where you should jump in and what kind of trader you want to be.
Brilliant. I love it.
Yeah.
Granted, now we have the Reddit and these Discords, and that's like a whole nother trader that has kind of entered the market, which nobody has
The retail
out.
trader who was previously uninformed and ended up holding the bag. Now we're learning.
The correct way to generalize a Reddit trader would be a pattern day swing momentum trader.
What is that called?
No, I said a person that's basing all of their information strictly on just a Reddit would be a pattern day momentum swing trader because they're jumping in, pumping it up. They are swinging it because they might hold it. And they're also a pattern day because they might jump in and have to jump back out.
The
Yeah,
pattern.
they're so
Yeah.
unpredictable.
Yeah, it's a trend. They follow the trend.
Yeah, but they're hard because
So a
nobody
little
has
bit
enough data
everything.
on how they'll actually trade, except for in what GME would be. So until people see how they're going to trade, or half these people, like half of us or stuff, we'll all pick up, our own kind of thing and the way we trade,
Yeah,
and we'll
that's
fall
what
into
I've
one
been
of
doing
those
for the past
patterns too.
week and a half. I've been trying to figure out how I'm gonna like invest and trade, because there's so many different type of ways to fucking invest your money and lose your money too.
But again, I wouldn't trade, even day trading. I wouldn't get into day trading until you figured out how to actually
Definitely not. I'm
win
looking
like
at this for the
80%
long
of your
term.
trades.
I'm not even trying to like make quick buck. I'm trying to see where I can take this 10, 15 years.
Like
Dude, I
long
wouldn't look
term.
into pattern. I wouldn't look into day trading unless you plan on holding 25,000, because I know that that's a criteria that you get striked with. And
That's
if
true,
you
right?
mark as a pattern day, you
Unless
need to have
your
25,000
account's
cash.
cash.
Yeah.
Yeah, cash only, you're good.
Yeah, cash only, you're good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my account's cash only.
But you still have to let your trade settle. You can't keep. You have to let. So if you buy a stock and you sell it, you can use that cash. You can use those funds one more time.
But you
and
can't
then
sell out of
have-
that.
You gotta let them sit for 2 days after that.
So never take that unsettled cash and put in something that you think is volatile, because you won't be able to get out of that trade. Yep.
Once you use it more or less 1.5 times, you have to let it sit for 2 days.
This is not financial advice, but I know that looking at FINRA's website and their the history of how pattern day trading strikes came about. If I'm not mistaken, it's 4 day trades within a 5-day period, and after that, they didn't specify about you having to have a cash account, but it did say that you needed to have $25,000 cash available. So,
what broker is this?
This was looking on FINRA's website, and FINRA are the regulators for the stock.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Like it says that you had to have 25,000. Everybody's telling me that, oh, you gotta.
No, I
if
know
it's a
Charles
cash
Schwab.
account, I'm like, okay.
I know Charles Schwab.
Only if you're using margin.
Yeah, Charles Schwab let me know that I can only trade 5 times, like buy and sell 5 times in 5 business days. So basically, like buy and sell 1 time per day, or you sell 5 in that week.
I know that a lot of people aren't using Robinhood, but if I've gotten
push.
We lost you, dude.
Yeah, I realized I pushed. And just
Reset.
If you're on Android, if you push down on the push to talk and then slide your thumb down just a little bit, it keeps you from sliding up the menu bar, which will deactivate the push to talk. Just in case anybody wanted to know.
The nuance is awful. It's crazy.
For the phone.
But the thing is, with Robinhood, when it like I said, it happened to me, I got on my 4th trade within like a week, and I didn't know. I wasn't paying attention, and it told me, if you make this trade, if you make this, you can get out of your position, you will be marked as a pattern day trader. And it told me that I had until like that maybe Monday, that then it would reset and remove those previous marks against me. So it's a never-ending 5-day rotating cycle from your first trade or your first day trade. So as long as you don't, because you can do like 4 trades and then get into your 6th day, but the first day will disappear. So you'll be on day 2 through 6, which will mark you as those 5 days. So if you go on 1 through 5, so let's say Monday through Friday, you make a day trade on Monday, you make 2 day trades on Friday. Come the following Tuesday, that first day trade you made on Monday will disappear because it's no longer within the 5-day period. Or at least according to what Robinhood disclosed on their website and how I've been marked, that's what it's been shown to me.
I can tell you what happens if you go beyond that. They shut everything down. You can't even buy crypto anymore, dude. I had to leave there.
Is that the good faith violation, or is that just?
I've seen they'll halt your account. You'll be halted from like making trades temporarily.
I got with them until April. I still need to keep it open because of tax documents and stuff. But I pulled off. This happened before all this crap. This was like 3 weeks ago, and I had to remove all my funds because they shut me right off completely.
Does the
In
day
the
trading
heat of the
All right, guys, pay attention. Have your Elon Musk Twitter button on refresh because he just got back on Twitter.
Ooh.
He was on yesterday.
God, what
I know,
now?
but this is the time of night he logs on, so keep your eyes out on Dogecoin, Bitcoin, whatever he tweets about tonight.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I got my son here with me right now, and he's like, he's telling me, hey, are you really in that? So I just want to let you know. Can you guys tell him that I'm in it? I'm in this group.
Your dad is so in it, he's out of it.
Can you hear it?
He's
Your
in it to win
is
it.
in it. Your dad is a cool
All
dad.
in.
Your dad is a cool dad.
You're right. He's so in it, he's out of it.
All right. Hey, you guys are good. All right, I'll let you go. All right.
Oh, much wow.
Right on, man.
Oh, dude,
Much love.
that's DOGE.
Much love to
Elon Musk tweeting again. Someone decipher much wow. Obviously DOGE.
Yeah, it's already climbing.
Hell yeah.
Of course it is.
Let me go ahead and cipher the other.
To the moon, my people.
Do y'all like Kraken for
I like drinking Kraken.
Yeah,
You know, it's not the same unless Biscuit says to the moon for me personally.
But with
If
Kraken,
Biscuit
can you
said-
actually buy crypto on Kraken, or do you have to buy it in like Coinbase and then transfer it into Kraken?
Or do you buy any kind of crypto while you're drinking Kraken, and then it just automatically goes everywhere? Questions. We need answers.
That needs answered actually. Well, I don't know. I used to just trade crypto on Robinhood, but I closed out that account.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit of a pleb. I still have my Robinhood just because I'm so tied up in it right now.
what account's the best for trading crypto?
Not financial advice, but from what I've heard, something was at Coinbase, I believe, is one of the ones that have been one of the names that have been put.
Limited on
Seems
what's
to be
available.
one of the most reputable, has limited offerings, but yeah. And just so anybody new joining, just so you know, different people have different feelings about whether or not they like enable the mic when they're laughing. So if you say something and it seems like it fell flat, that is not necessarily the case. It's just, you know, it's how lazy people are being about enabling their mic and letting you hear their laughter. So don't worry about it if you hear silence after something that you say.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I apologize. I might have actually been pushed to talk right now, but my walls are paper thin, and my wife was laughing in the other room. I apologize.
Are you Canadian?
No, I'm not Canadian, but I apologize enough. That's not being mean to our neighbors to the north, by the way.
I'm Canadian.
Yeah,
You're polite, man.
I apologize way too much.
That's
So,
okay.
That's the way it is.
That's okay. You have a good heart, man.
So I'm a new crypto buyer. I've in IT for 30 years, so I know it's out there and I've been following. I just never got into it. But I got my first crypto last week. It was Dogecoin. But I use Voyager, and it has like 54 different cryptos on there you can buy and sell.
Okay.
I have no idea of its quality because I have nothing to compare it to, but it seems on the up and up.
It seems like a very
You need stable coins, man. Stable
Ethereum,
coins.
Yeah,
I like Polkadot and Chainlink.
There's
But
a lot
again,
of crypto. There's a lot of crypto options out there, and I think everybody's gonna find like the one that works for them the best. It's weird. I spent all last night looking for like the perfect crypto app for me personally, and I never found it. So
I'm only saying that because somebody asked for recommendations, and that's out there that not many people talk about.
I will say this: it does seem like Dogecoin moves at the whim of Elon Musk. I don't know if you guys have noticed this or not, but
It's
maybe.
a pump and dump. Just make sure you get out.
Dogecoin is a novelty. I spent $10 on it.
It's gonna go up to 5 cents tonight, probably, before it goes back
And then
down.
just dump. You can day trade Doge and make good money, but
Like Doge is literally straight up was damn near at or doggone near at 5 cents.
Here's my
No, I'm not gonna
strategy
lie,
for day
I
trading
bought-
Doge.
I bought it at 0.0003.
Yeah, you can do by 0.003. But I buy it for like 1% less and then sell it for 1% more of the average value. And you can do that like 100 to 200 times per day.
Wait, hold on. Maybe I'm doing this all wrong. So that doesn't actually count towards your day trading stuff? I'm
Doge
sorry.
is not a stock, so it doesn't count. It's a crypto.
Cryptocurrency is not regulated by the SEC.
This is the
fucking-
schniz
It's a
right
whole
here.
new world.
The ARC. You listen to ARC right now.
Elon Musk just fucked my short position.
This is a whole brand new world. What am I doing?
No, I just came back now because this piece of shit decided to tweet right when I did. What a
did he tweet?
timing, man.
What did he tweet?
He said much wow.
He referenced Dogecoin. Are you shorting? Are you shorting Dogecoin?
Yeah, I was.
Oh no!
No.
Hey, he's been on that Dogecoin grind for like the past.
No, I had a tight stop loss at $50, but I didn't expect it. I was like, I think he won't do it tonight. Probably, if he was to do it, he would be like 3 hours earlier. But that motherfucker is high right now.
Remember the other night, them tweets at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Oh man, I made so much
Yeah.
money out of that.
That shit was
That
so
was
funny,
fun.
dude.
That was
the
fun.
best. That was the best.
I'm gonna say something right now. Elon Musk is no better than a hedge fund because I think everybody's money is tied up somewhere. And it's like, don't talk about Doge right now. I can't get back in.
I mean, listen. To be honest, if you get your hands on Dogecoin, it's your own responsibility. It's a meme coin. Yeah.
Yeah.
That shit's
It's a novelty.
Yeah, but right now I can't put my hands on Doge because somebody decided to sell everything and buy 3.27 shares of GME. So yeah, I'm stuck.
One sec.
I wonder who did that.
I have the cure. Biscuit.
Yeah.
Can you say to the moon, please, for me?
To the moon.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Lovely reverb.
Wait. I have a question. Why did you hold GameStop instead of selling when it went up so that you could free your capital to trade Doge at nighttime on the weekends?
Because I'm an absolute idiot.
Number one, I didn't sell GME because of the fact that I don't wipe my butt with my hands. There's no paper here. That's number one. And number two, I haven't been able to get my average down low enough.
I think number 2 is the main reason why.
What's your average right now?
I am at about 140, 141. I think I was able to get down to 141.
Ooh, what you initially buy at?
Dude, you're an all-star compared to my position. So yeah, that's fine by
I
me.
averaged down to 80.
God, jealous. I got mine to 166.
That's what I was saying. I wanted to get my average down when we were down in the high 40s, low 50s, but I'm tapped out.
Froze?
That was it.
Yeah, I think I remember you told us you were froze.
Yeah, like I'm broke.
Guys in the YouTube chat, I want to clarify that I do have some coin in my offline wallet. I'm not planning to sell that until like $100. The short thing was just like it's day trading, man. You make whatever you can make. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to see Dodge dump. I want to see go up with Bitcoin too.
Bitcoin's been doing good.
That'd be dope.
I don't know if you're fucking with trading with Bitcoin, but it's been doing good the past 2 days.
Yeah, even today I made some out of it. It's good, but like crypto is very dangerous. I don't recommend it. But it's my only option. I can't do stocks. Like
I
even
only play
Bittrex
with
has
like
locked
a
us
couple
out.
$100 on crypto. It's fun. I mean, it's a good way to kill time.
Dude, I saw CZ Binance tweet about Libya. I was like,
What is
hell
that?
yeah, I'm gonna. He said there's a list with the best 5 countries that you can start a career on, and the bottom worst 5 countries, and the bottom one had Libya in it.
What?
He
Oh,
pointed.
that's fucked up.
Hold
it's
on,
actually-
hold on.
it's actually-
Is that? Do you find that to be true? In your
It is
personal.
accurate, man.
Okay, all right.
I love my
all
country.
right.
I love my country and everything, but like we had war and everything. So But CZ is very smart. What he tweeted was, in these 5 countries, crypto is legal. So he pointed out that these countries,
exploit that shit.
despite having a bad condition for a startup or whatever, they still can do trade crypto. And
Definitely.
this
way
is
to
why
make
I
money then.
salute him. I salute him for letting the average me, just a person from the North Africa, to trade crypto as he want to make a living out of it.
Hey man, dude, you don't give her the yoinks, man. Give her the yoinks. Get her.
Someone's gotta translate that for me. That's too
Get her
American for me.
done.
Get it?
Basically, by give her the yoinks, get what you can and do what you can, and just give her all you got. See what you can do with it.
All in.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell my house.
Thank
right
you for
now.
that.
I would not say all in. I would not say that. This is not financial advice. This is not financial advice.
Yeah, let's
Definitely don't borrow money from a loan shark.
Freeze.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to sell a little bit more camel milk for that.
If you're thinking about borrowing money from a loan shark to buy Gamestop stocks, just don't do it.
Or do
Don't
it for the yield.
don't borrow, don't margin. Don't
Do the
make it
opposite of
bad.
Nike. Don't do it.
No, and the long and short of it, just do what you.
I think this bump is even weaker than the previous. Each bump gets weaker. So what we said the last time, that he will have a weaker effect every time he tweets about it, it's actually happening.
I mean, I guess if you want Doge, I mean, like I think the first night that he tweeted about it, it went like what, triple over, or a little over triple over what he originally said, or not really said, but like over what it was.
I
Yeah,
can't
I'm glad he
recall what
tweeted about
said
it,
now.
because then I put money in Doge, and then.
But
I
every
get my
time, every time he does it, the shock effect is less and less. It seems like, until people like ignore it. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, everybody's figuring out it's a fucking meme. I mean, I'm pretty sure they already knew, but the wave is dying. The trend is dying.
I don't care, man. I want my $50 back. That piece of shit. If he comes to Libya, I'm gonna come and ride him.
I'm only happy for Dogecoin because it introduced me to the crypto world, and
I have
now
an idea. Who's the youngest person in the room right now?
I'm
What is the
17.
youngest? Oh shit, you're 17?
He's already got me beat.
Okay.
Not me.
I'm 18.
I'm joking. I'm old.
Oh, I'm 25.
Okay, so 18?
Yeah, I'm 18.
All right. What do you think of Dogecoin?
It's good if you want to pump and dump it and day trade. I mean, if you're going to get in and then get out real quick, to me.
End story, period.
Can I give you my opinion about Dogecoin?
Please.
Dogecoin is not like other cryptos. It has an unlimited supply. Other cryptos is limited by their algorithms. So, Dogecoin could eventually have more Dogecoin than the US debt.
That sucks.
You could not even afford to buy all the Dogecoin because A, it's going to be unlimited. You'll have more and more produced.
Exactly.
But at the end of the day, water is also unlimited. It always gets recycled, filtered out. You always have a lot of water, and people still buy water bottles.
But how do I get an ACH transfer from my bank account to buy some Doge? That's what I want. That's what somebody.
I just send it to my PayPal. I'll buy you.
Thank you.
Doge ain't going away.
Here, wait. Tell us your account number and your routing number and your last
Yeah,
name.
so it's 1 2 3 4 5 6. Yeah.
What's your mom's maiden name?
That's the same as my message.
It's Pumpernickel.
Write this down. Write this down.
Everybody
I think Doge is
Ses-
a meme, but I think it
Ses-
also has a
Sesame.
takeaway.
Sesame. It's Sesame. Last name.
I think Doge is a meme, but I also think that Doge does have. It's a good entry for somebody that's just like, how do I get in and out? Now, Doge is not good for stocks, but it is good for somebody who wants to learn how to pump and dump and day trade. That's really it.
It's a good beginner
It's
tool.
definitely cheaper to learn on cryptocurrency how to day trade, and
I've
more
said,
rewarding.
yeah,
It's
I've
cheaper
said
and
this.
more rewarding.
I've said this before, but Doge, I have a lot of, I thank Doge because it really did get me started on this whole investing thing. Because I got into Doge with $80 back in December, and I bought at, it was like 0.007. So I don't even know. That's not even. I don't even know what that
Oh,
is.
you got robbed. I got in a little bit before that at 0.0017.
I'm at 0.07.
That's high.
No, no, point, no, no.
0.017.
0017. When I got into Doge, I put $40 in, and on January 29th, I was at about 1,300.
No, you were at a cent. She's saying there's double zeros before it.
Yeah, mine
no,
was
I'ma
half,
check.
not even a full penny. It was under. It was less than a penny. Like it was.
I'm gonna go to my right quick and double check. And I'm
Like
gonna
a 17th.
Hey, well, regardless
Sorry,
of the
they.
regardless of the Doge amount, we're excited about Doge. So
Yeah.
let's talk about
Yes.
Well, the reason that
I love
coin.
and I said this before, the reason I like it, one, it satisfies my need to gamble because I'm a blackjack player and I can't go to the casino right now. Two, it was fucking dope to just like have this investment that I made and honestly I forgot about. And like fucking it popped off. I think I made $600 off of it. I took it out and I bought stock with GME. I bought AMC. Yeah,
You're
I
basically
took.
playing with house money, huh?
Yeah, I mean it's a free spin. Today I actually spent my money because I got paid.
It's free real estate.
But I doubled it. I doubled my money already today, so I'm like, I'm not tripping.
Damn,
I'm
you're
like,
on a roll.
I really am. That's why I'm like a little bit kind of like shocked. But at the same time, I like patterns. I like gambling, and I like looking at trends.
Jeez,
And that's what I did.
think about it. What's it gonna take to get you to karaoke?
Oh yeah, what's up with that song, dude?
Yeah, what's up?
That was a great sentiment. I don't know why nobody said anything, and it was so awkwardly quiet, but that was good. Thank you.
Now, before we pivot away from crypto, I'd like to make some distinctions here because I'm hearing these young guys say some words that are completely part of the game in the crypto market, but are highly illegal in the stock market. That being pump and dump. Pump and dump has been illegal in the stock market for a long time, but being that the crypto market is not overseen and regulated by actually any government entity in any country that I know of, those types of scams are perfectly legal, but it is still a scam. It's not really I mean, it depends. If it's a front-loaded pump and dump, yeah, if it's a front-loaded pump and dump, then that's just a guy that goes in there, buys up the crypto really, really cheap, and then creates some buzz, which is really what a true pump and dump is. But
one sec. Your volume, your gain is very loud, and everybody else's gain is very low. So I'd like to allow a response to that first part. Anyone?
They pump and dump stocks every day behind
I
closed
lowered
doors.
him down on my end. But
Sorry, before I go to bed, I just wanted to one thing. I put a video, like a YouTube video, in the videos channel. It goes over the trader psychology of day traders, so the swing traders, momentum traders, and short sellers. It's like a 12-minute video.
Where'd you put it?
I put it in the video text channel.
Oh,
thank you.
Chat?
Yep. Yeah, in the videos chat.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, guys.
Thank you for that.
Yep, no problem.
Anyway, back to what the fine gentleman was saying.
Hey, who's
Pump
saying
and dump is illegal.
Pump and dump. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, but
Been like
is this a little
one of
better
the
on the mic levels?
features of the crypto market.
Yes.
Yeah, it sounds good.
But another major difference is, well, all I'm saying is crypto markets, free game, do what you're going to do. But another big distinction is that crypto markets don't close. They're 24 hours, 20 to 7 days a week. Whereas, market hours and stuff.
Yeah,
And it's
crypto's
also
super cool 'cause it's not
decentralized
regulated.
and not regulated.
Yep.
I wonder honestly if like you could use on like say you're like new to it and you're using crypto on the weekend to kind of like get like hone in your skills
That's what
as far as what you could do for like during the week for your actual stock trades and everything. You could like kind of hone your skill a little bit on like looking at the trends and everything on DOGE or something like that, and kind of just hone your skills for your regular stock trading.
I'm gonna say something about that because I've encountered crypto before the stock, and I still didn't invest in stocks, the traditional stock that you guys know, but I've been doing it like since 2007 2018, and I witnessed the bear market and somehow survived it. So as soon as I looked at GME, I was like, it was 200 at that time, 200. I opened the chart, it was 240 something. I said it's gonna drop to the magic number 69. And I think some of you actually heard me here say it. It was very clear. So I was like, how did I nail that? How did I nail that without actually trade stocks before? Because I've been looking at crypto for so long. And at the end of the day, it's supply, demand, value, RSI. It's the same stuff. So if you can learn from that, you can sharpen your skills into the stock market if you want. So that's accurate what you said.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm very, very green behind the ears on this entire thing. I'm mostly just going off of, I'm pushing forward and I'm acting like I know what I'm talking about, and it seems to be working pretty well. I don't know about you guys, but it seems to be working pretty decent for me.
Yeah, it's speculation. Trading at the end of the day, no one can get it 100% or everyone would know if you can be a successful, profitable trader all the time. Man, your life is set.
But we would love to hear your take on things. So please continue.
Yeah, on this like GME and AMC thing. Well, technically speaking, this movement gathering this much attention is actually not good for it, because you're not only attracting people that will help support you by buying and holding these stocks, you're attracting the bots masters and the whales that have a lot of money, and the way they keep this a lot of money is by making more money off of high volatile assets. And when something goes trendy like this, they will sure shift their resources, whatever they are, to this market. And as far as I can see, if something is pushed way beyond its value, and we can disagree on that, but like you can't convince me that this stock is worth $400. There is no way it's worth that much. So that means it can be pushed down, and there's a chance for not just the hedge funds, but for everyone to short GME down to the 40, maybe even $30. And then it comes the like psychotic cycle of depression and despair, where people gonna leave this and they say, oh, the movement is over and everything, and they're gonna push it up maybe even beyond 250. That's what I see. But hey, I'm looking at my camel.
Hold on.
At my camel hump.
I think that's a pretty good speculation as to the patterns that have been happening in the past 2 weeks.
Are you the new guy? Who's the new guy? Who just talked that hasn't really talked before, or hasn't talked recently?
I haven't been on all day, but I've been talking this whole week.
So what do you think
about the GME?
If you have something to say, yeah.
Oh, well, I was just saying, like, I think what Mr. Camel Tokens over here was saying is a pretty good speculation. Obviously, we can't say whether it's right or not, but as of the trend and the patterns that have been happening in the market the past week and a half, I feel like, yeah, I mean, they're gonna scare the shitless, and they're gonna try to ride the wave once we're scared and everybody sells. I mean, that's the only way they can stay in the game, right?
I want to add that AMC, like from my point of view, looks very strong, but that's not a financial advice. What do I know?
You say AMC?
Yeah, AMC at $7. I don't know. It seems like it
I
held.
think AMC looks strong because that's about the price of a movie ticket, and that sounds fair to say that's what a share is, versus GameStop being $500, and the only thing in there is a brand new system that costs that much.
Mm-hmm.
And but that's
I agree with the
emotional,
AMC. You're
but
all
that's
right.
emotional base.
Totally, man. AMC is worth what its price is, especially in the long run. It's a good buy right now.
Isn't AMC supposed to like open up theaters here soon or something, or was that old news, like from like a year ago or something?
No, they are opening new theaters. I think they're opening one in Boston as well.
They can change up their strategy too. Like they can do it like a different way. I heard someone earlier talking about it, and I was thinking, yeah, like have a movie theater that's like the same size as your typical movie theater, but it's
private theater rentals.
Just a private rental theater where it's like
Like
you get like a 15 by 12 room. You get like, you know what I mean, for the family or like a small group of friends type thing.
So, do y'all remember when Roundtable used to do that? Well, obviously not with movies, but they had like the big rooms and they had like a big old projector and screen and like.
Yeah, or like a nice like 80-inch QLED TV. You know what I mean?
Ooh, that'd be so sick.
You know what I
You
mean?
can just take your Xbox One or like your obviously PlayStation 5 or have for gaming.
Dude,
that'd be so lit, dude.
Dude, why wouldn't AMC and GameStop like team up to do something like that?
Dude, I definitely
have like movie theater or like gaming lounge.
I agree.
Yeah, that's a big brain move.
Yeah.
Transition from a location business to a destination business, like Dave and Buster's is a destination. There's many things to do.
Exactly.
They're being equated with each other by the shorters, right?
Not
Like,
just
they're-
that, you can also add like the in-store, right? Like you can have the stores where you can
yeah.
buy at like the games or whatever.
And they're moving as a package together right now because
It's what it seems
because
like.
of
Yeah,
the because
literally
of
what
the
it seems
shorters.
like.
So you know what? Run with it and freaking merge with each other. And because me personally, I see them both as being in the same.
Yo, I
business.
just thought of the
At the end of the day, it's the
Oh,
entertainment.
dude. I'm gonna post something in general soon. Sorry, carry on. I'm excited.
Yeah, I've done that with my company inside of movie theaters as well as some other places we've done. Like I've done stuff with, or had stuff lined up with Boys and Girls Clubs and some other
That's
city
tight,
hall stuff.
Me when I was growing up, like we had like a kind of like a Boys and Girls Club, but it wasn't Boys and Girls Club where like after school you could go and like you can literally play video games or like do like arcade shit, and it was hella fun. I mean, obviously the parents had to pay like some type of subscription every month, I think, but I mean I thought it was pretty cool if they were to bring that back. I feel like it'd be pretty successful.
Yeah, that was the whole reason I even opened up my company, because I started a college club with my buddy called Nerd Stock, and we were doing just like every other week we do like parties and stuff like that. Everyone bring their computers or board games or Magic, whatever.
Fucking LAN parties, dude! I fucking love LAN parties.
Yeah,
Hell
so
yeah.
so that's what I tried to do, was to corporatize or find a way to make revenue off of basically making LAN parties, and that's what led me to doing the casino jobs. And man, there are so many people that come out and love it and support it. Like just from our venue and the people we had, we turned, because our biggest night was like 700 people one night in like a 300 person bar. It was fucking insane. And I put the link to my website because I don't want to shamelessly plug myself, but it's in the general chat. If you guys want to see pictures and videos.
Kidding. Sorry.
Does anybody here mine Pi on their phone?
Yeah, I do.
No.
How many Pi do you have so far?
Wait. Can you guys
check.
elaborate on what Pi is?
Pi is a cryptocurrency that you can mine on your phone. I have a link in the video description and I put it in chat. But basically, it's a validation cryptocurrency that you just mine through your phone. You're active But when you use the app, you have to use your real first name, your real last name. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to withdraw your Pi.
And it was built by.
Is that to do with Raspberry Pi at all? Which is
No, nothing to do with
Okay,
Raspberry
nothing.
Pi.
That would be like
to
a
do-
whole
all
ass
right,
phone.
Fair enough. Yeah.
But I'm
I've
mining
never
it
heard
now.
of Pi.
and
That's weird. What broker are you using to mine that? On your phone?
You just mine it on your phone.
Yeah, it's its own platform right now. It hasn't gone.
Oh.
It
So, like-
hasn't switched over yet.
Is it through like the phone?
But when they monetize it, you can be able to sell your Pi or keep it transferred to a wallet. And I'm going to buy that when it first comes out. It's going to be a really big one because it's validation. And
I'm at 10,667.
That's a lot of Pi.
Oh my god!
I wish I had that many pies.
Which chat did you drop that in again?
I dropped it in the YouTube chat, and I put it in the YouTube video description. I'll put it in the Discord as well.
Dude, I got 7 dead cell phones. I'm about to go in the house, plug all of them up, connect to my Wi-Fi, and we're mining.
My God, that's
Yeah,
what I'm
you
saying.
can-
I got like
millions about
I have,
that.
like 5 extra iPhones
By
that I can just plug
yourself. So
Listen.
you have to identify.
So here's the
yourself
thing:
with it.
mining is only viable if you can find a way to make your energy bill justify.
Wait. Let me explain.
Solar
Pi.
powered.
It doesn't use a lot of
Different for
power.
the phone.
Please.
Just off your phone.
Do you find different times of day, Tame, you get more than others? Like at night, does it accrue?
Yeah,
so
I
like,
get more at
so-
night.
yeah, I live in
That's what I thought.
California, and like
What?
our-
No, it's a steady rate depending on how many users you have.
Push the talk fail, man. You're slippage.
Sorry, were you guys talking about the
Actually, it's an
electricity?
RTX voice.
Go ahead.
But
Push the talk fail. That
No,
button is terrible. It's awful.
Remember, guys, if you're on Android and you tap push to talk, slide your thumb down just slightly after you push the button. And if you're on iPhone, you want to go slightly a little bit at the top of the push to talk.
It's terrible. It's absolutely awful. We're in after hours here, so don't worry about it. It's an awful thing, and it's hard to deal with. So we'll just work with it.
So basically, Pi you earn by setting up people underneath you, referrals.
Fail. F in the chat.
He's asking, I think, if you make more money by referring people to it.
Run with it.
Or that's the main source of money.
If you
So I
make
think
more
it's-
money
mining,
doing
yeah.
what?
As you have referrals, you get more per.
Yeah, if you have enough referrals, you'll get like 100,000 Pi.
Tame, how many alt accounts do you have?
I just use one Pi account.
No, I was talking about for Discord.
I have one Discord account. Why?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, did you change your name?
No, I have my friend Luna Katana is helping me do verification and stuff when I'm offline.
Oh, okay, yeah,
We're
yeah, yeah.
opposite time zone.
Yeah.
Because realistically, I can't do 30 hours at a time. It's
That's
too
what I was-
tiring.
Yes,
For
she forced me
That's
to
for sure.
strip down so she can search me and validate me before joining Discord.
Yeah,
Just
Tame.
in case I carry some gun.
You want somebody to search you and validate you, right? No, why not?
That's not good
That
for them.
sucks.
Yeah,
I
so
like stocks.
can you please wear clothes when people validate you and check your camera, Mr. Camelto?
Oh, man, I thought these things
We
are
don't need
different
to
in
see your
America.
serpent.
Things are different in America. I'm not used to it.
Listen.
By the way, I want to go ahead and mention to Ark. By the way, I apologize. I was super awkward whenever I messaged you randomly out of the blue from the thing. It's like, hey man, I want to join the Discord. And it's kind of like, yeah, bro.
Dude, listen to this. I called Ark because I've never used Discord before. I did a video call.
The joint.
I targeted him. I was smoking a joint. It's like dark. I'm smoking a joint. I'm trying to figure out Discord, and I left the call going for like 15 or 20 minutes or something, trying to figure out why can't I hear audio for this group chat?
Yeah, that's gonna go on the YouTube bloopers right there. And I had some old man with a beard. I don't know who you are. I don't remember, but you were shirtless when you called me. Also,
That's not me.
What the fuck?
That's not me. I do have I do have a beard. But I was wearing like layers at the time, so that's not me. I would like to know who that was though. So who's that?
I'll figure it out. I think it was like Phil or something. I don't remember exactly. I've just been helping people set up their Discord and stuff. Some people don't know about push to talk, their input, output, all those settings. Some people call me if their video on. It's weird.
Discord kind of like updated too. I haven't used it a year, and it's kind of different.
I don't know. All I know is that when I went to go join in, I was just like, "Hey, I want to join in," and somebody just joined and said, "Hey, show me your PP."
Somebody said, "Okay." So wait, Ark.
Wait, what?
Ark.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Wait.
Just for the record, you can't turn our cameras on without us knowing, right?
No.
No,
we can't answer that. Actually, I don't know.
That's why I got this piece of black electrical tape.
Unless you're an idiot like me and you call him over the But how?
Except on the agreement, you're doomed.
How?
Or in Libya without a shirt on.
Ark. Everybody's wondering about you. I have it. It took me like a week to be able to talk to you. How old are you? If you don't mind disclosing.
Crickets.
What?
I'm gonna say.
okay,
all right.
okay.
I mean, you're younger than I am. I can tell that much.
Man, the myth, the
30,
legend.
34.
Let me
Anyone
put
that-
up my social security card so you can see how old I am.
Is that a cat or a dog?
Hold on.
Yeah, make sure you get the last 4 of that, by the way, just so that way we can all know for sure.
We need guesses. I say 34. Who's got a better estimate? Because I'm a
I think
moron.
like 28, 30.
28. Yeah, maybe.
I'm
younger,
saying about 28, 29, around there.
And
the first day,
I'm 29.
I don't even know where we're looking.
The first day I saw the
Same,
stream,
you're
I was
29?
watching
Yes.
with my friend, and we were debating if you have yourself recorded because you were literally sitting down doing nothing for hours. And I was like, this is recorded, man. And
It was a loop.
And then you went to change your shirt, and we were like, okay, it's real. Everyone is talking about the shirt.
Nah, man, he was just like trying to like freeze so that way everybody would think he wasn't real. Just just that way everybody wasn't sure. Just keeping everybody on their toes.
I was afraid I was in a honeypot for a second there, but I think we're okay.
I'm here for the promised land after we get rich.
I'm here for the camel tokens.
Iceland.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we're gonna have plenty of those there.
I'm just here for the party. Damn.
Let's go. Hey, where's GME? He hasn't hopped on. Is he still working?
He was on for like 24 hours. I'm sure he's probably like sleeping because he didn't get a lot of
Dude,
sleep
he was on
yesterday.
for 48 hours. I slept twice, and he was on. He never went to sleep once.
Yeah, I was like,
That kid is crazy.
Dude, he is entertaining though. That kid is entertaining as fuck.
he's got a good heart though. He
Yeah, he
got a
does.
big heart.
He does for sure.
Hey guys, I have a stock question.
Go.
Please.
Does anyone know anything about NTT data?
Sort of. They're like a popular telecom company in Korea, I think.
It looks like it's Japan, and their website is intriguing, but I don't really know where to buy their stock. But they're
Like Nippon Telegraph and Telephone.
no, it's like blockchain technology stuff.
Ooh, that sounds
and
interesting.
charging networks and AI for medical imaging.
Well, I think every company wants to put blockchain in their profile to look cool. Just be careful of that.
Yeah, that's true. I don't. I think it's way.
Their only headquarters in the United States is in Lincoln, Nebraska. We just drove past it, so we were just looking it up, and it kind of seemed intriguing.
How big is it?
You should.
I have no idea.
You should walk.
Obviously, it's big enough to notice while driving by.
Give me 10 of whatever you guys are selling. I want 10 shares.
All right,
Yeah,
you guys
I got
ready
'em.
for your minds to be blown?
What's up?
They're like everywhere. Holy crap.
Check the general chat. See what you think.
Roger that. Let's see what we got here.
Can you guys hear me?
Good old Stop
Fuck
MC.
yeah, dude. Stop MC. Let's go, dude. I'm.
Stop NC.
Fuck yeah.
Not North Carolina, no.
I've been there before.
You probably don't miss it, do you?
I'm actually living there right now. If you're in the FBI or Securities and Exchange Commission, you can find me in North Carolina.
I'm sorry. I can only say that because I live here too.
I'm just trying to do what I can to get in front of AOC.
She's wifey.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. Leave AOC
alone. No, I'll pass on that.
I'd hit. I'd hit.
All right, look. This may be mean, but I bet she takes a mean bite of a Granny Smith apple.
I do too. We have some
Honey Crisp.
Are we talking about AOC?
Yes.
Yeah, she doesn't look like she eat apples. She literally looks like she sits at her desk all day long, skin.
Let's get back
Let's
to
change the topic. That was my
let's
bad.
get back to home base. Yeah.
I apologize. That was me. Now I'm sorry.
You guys were talking about NTT?
Yes.
I just posted the link for NTT data in the general.
Yeah, Nippon Telephone and Telegraph.
Who's got the
So,
diamond hands?
With AOC, from a female's perspective, I have no other interest in any of your guys' interests.
Please continue. Please continue. Yeah.
I don't necessarily agree with all of her political decisions, but I 100% agree with how she got into Congress.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I was gonna ask.
And
you,
hold
like,
on. We will leave it at that. That's a perspective that I personally have not heard, and I'm enlightened by it. And we're gonna no. Well, yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let's run with that.
You know how she got in, right? She ran against a very veteran.
It's called incumbent.
Incumbent. There you go. And she took zero money from lobbyists and ran completely on her platform and is not beholden to any businesses.
Possibly.
That's not 100% true because I used to work. I can speak from experience. I used to work for these groups.
Okay, I think we should get off the political stuff.
Yeah, listen.
No religion, no politics.
Listen. That's one person's perspective, and I personally feel enlightened by it to hear that, and we'll leave it at that, and we'll move on. So, yeah. Next.
Whoa, hold on. Let me say. let me.
No, there is no hold on that one. We're moving on. No. There is no hold on that one. We're moving on. We're moving on.
Wait, trust me. It's
all right.
Definitely gonna be good.
All right. It sounds good.
Is there anything is there a stock that we could be interested in that may have something to do with any of her policies? Now, I don't care about her policy, but is there a stock that we can look at that may be influenced by a policy or a stance that she has?
Let's go. That's
a good way of thinking.
Yeah, not her. She doesn't have enough influence.
I don't care what you stand on. I don't care about none of that. What is it that you're doing? What can change something else? Let me know, because if you say, "Oh, we want to come up with this," I have a policy where I believe that all cars should have non-air inflatable tires, and if you think that's a good stance, okay, how does that affect Goodyear? How did that affect?
That's a very good way to look at it.
So let's post thoughts in general chat. If anyone has anything to add to that discussion, we're talking real articles, sourced kind of stuff. If you have anything to add to this subject, throw it in general chat. We're moving on. Who's got a good thing to move on to? Please, really quick.
The new GameStop AMC merge. Check the general chat.
What?
Yeah, stop and see. What?
Stop and see. Are you guys missing out?
I haven't heard anything about this, so please elaborate.
Murdoch just made the whole billboard. Check general.
More.
Oh Lord, this is great. How about to say?
No. Here. Let me pitch my idea. Okay, so you have like a movie theater style thing. You walk in, right? The big open chambers or whatever, right? You walk up. There is like a bar and like food, like you can get popcorn and stuff. And then on one, you know how like in movie theaters there'll be like a hall that goes down one side and then a hall goes down the other.
I get lost in those fucking hallways, dude. After the movie.
Well, okay. So anyway, I'm picturing because I like inside this in a Cineplex, they have so many like they've got like a kids room and all that stuff too and everything. But I'm picturing like half of the building is like dedicated to like head-to-head games and private gaming lounges that you can also watch movies in, right? And then on the other side, you've got larger theaters, right?
This is what I'm saying.
But it's more like they more focused on like a lot of smaller rooms with like nice seating, like room service essentially. Because there was a thing about that could give jobs, good tips, and then you have like in each of the rooms some of them
like IMAX, but
some rooms have like 85, 90 inch like QLED TVs.
All right, so the breaking news: Elon Musk tweeted, "The future currency of Earth: Dogecoin to the moon, all other crypto combined."
All right, whatever.
What? Did he just tweet that right now?
He posted it 40 seconds ago.
Yep. All other crypto combined
right now before it pumps.
Yeah, I'm up already 10.
That's awesome.
Guys, I called it. I said it would go over 5 cents tonight.
Holy shit, my account
I
is
called
bumping.
it. I called
I'm
it.
bumping.
What if you combine the movie theater experience with like
Right,
escape
that
room
Elon
and
did.
VR?
Whoa, I got some huge data.
No, but seriously though, guys, if you like this idea that I'm proposing, like try any way you can to like get that going viral, because like that will give a good reason for people to back it and support it, right?
Yep.
That would also entail
think about
try
the
to
money
get it to some of the
they're
higher
already
ups
make.
within AMC and GME and all that stuff like that.
Think of the money that's already been pumped into both of these companies. They'll have enough capital to make this shit kind of happen, man.
I just want to go somewhere safe where I can watch a movie and play some video games and have a good time. And these two companies, to me personally, they seem like the best candidates to be able to deliver that kind of experience for me personally.
And how about this? They bring back Blockbuster, but they do it in a way that attached to the theater building, they have some sort of a Blockbuster.
You didn't see that Blockbuster that was
we were talking about that. We were talking about that. But I want
you walk in. You walk in. It's not a big store, but you walk in and there's like a few booths and like there's some like salespeople and stuff that'll help you. But they essentially have like every single movie in the world you would want to ever watch, and you can rent it on a flash drive. Okay, doesn't need to be complicated. You rent it on a flash drive, right? And there would be, I don't know, like I don't know, like this is just all kind of like coming to me.
We already came up with the catchphrase with the slogan.
Let me add on to that. Maybe
movies you want to watch.
Hold on, maybe the workers can help you like figure out what you want to watch. Like Netflix, like I spent fucking hours trying to figure what the fuck I'm gonna watch on Netflix.
Brilliant.
They could be like your advisor, like your movie.
Yeah. Well, I am a video advisor.
There you go.
If AMC and GameStop combine, goodbye, Dave and Buster's.
Oh, KO, no doubt, KO. If that were the situation in reality,
I like going to drink to Dave and Buster's though.
Can I ask a question?
My question is, why would it KO?
Yeah,
why not have Dave and Buster's in the lobby while you're queuing up to go into the theaters? Come on now.
Even better. Forget KO. Let's play in the sandbox together. Yeah. Exactly.
Infinite possibilities that we can come up with if all the fucking company merged together.
Question. So, how does everybody feel? Like everybody's talking about movie theaters right now, and like with COVID, and like that's what the big crush is. But I don't hear anybody talking about the same thing with sports and like sporting events.
Okay,
so,
good angle.
So why are movie theaters like everybody's talking about? Oh, movie theater. But I don't hear anybody talking about like anti-baseball, anti-football, anti-basketball. So why are we worried about movie theaters, but we're not worried about sports? Because sports is a lot more money.
Hold up. Yeah.
Here's why. Because sports are private-owned teams. They're not corporations.
Yep. I would honestly feel like, that it's a lot easier to go buy a movie ticket than it is to go buy a ticket to go watch a sports game. And just for most people, it's at least an hour drive to go to an arena for sports, any kind of sport. Whereas it's a 5-minute drive.
No.
Yeah,
Hold on a second. I can fix this. Hear me out. I am like super creative and stuff and imaginative.
Yes.
So I see in the future, and this isn't guaranteed, but like, you know how they were doing like those live streams for concerts, right? Now imagine a situation where you can put on a headset, a virtual headset, and pay for a ticket to a sporting event.
An idea out of my head.
Hold on a second. And then,
hold on. Let's hear this.
You can pay for a sporting event, right? And you put on your VR headset, and whatever seat you bought a ticket for is where you would see. Right?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like that's something that's gonna happen. I don't know if you guys like are ready to accept that or not, but that's the easiest way to fix sporting events.
That's why.
But then again, at the same time, it does kind of take away from the roaring crowd, and there is a lot of like
the control environment.
Irreplaceable that environment. That's magical. The live stadium.
I don't know.
environment.
Controlled environments are pretty much you can replicate.
No.
Not to 100% exact.
I understand what you're saying, but there is
it's simple. They take Google Maps technology, and they apply it to you being able to have You've ever seen 3D images, right? Like you can.
No. I get it. Like I have
the real life experience.
I have VR. I have PSVR. I love VR. It's freaking awesome. But we are human beings, and I don't care what anybody says. There will always be a desire to have something real, something tangible. I'm not saying buy physical video games. I'm not saying digital things aren't worth anything.
You're buying the experience.
But
you're not going to the game. You're buying the experience.
Or buying an experience.
Absolutely. I mean, at least give people the option. You know what I mean? Like
the smells, the smells, the feel.
Like going to the drag strip.
Going
to the drag strip was
there was no replacing that.
And somebody just mentioned that going to the drag strip and everything like that. I think that there's not quite like the same experience of having 50,000 other people right around you all screaming, just having a blast, screaming about a touchdown or something.
Alcohol funny cars that would literally shake your entire skeleton.
However, I'm gonna let Biscuit take over this. But
it's gonna be quick.
However,
different.
Please, that's what I want, because you can say it. Yeah.
Esports gaming, they had Dota 2, for an example. They had 50,000 people watching a big stadium, and they were competing in everything. So when you try to compare esports, the only difference between it and real sports, that the participators are sitting on a computer, but the other
exactly
it's the same as normal sport.
We're living in a new world, and that replaces what we knew before. And whether people want to accept it or not, the new reality right now, where we are right this minute, is that we're stuck inside, more or less, depending on what region you're in. And what are we going to do, Biscuit?
We're gonna wear our headsets and enjoy the moment.
Yeah,
are we talking like Ready Player One kind of deal?
Well, to add on to the esports thing, since it's kind of my area, in 2016, NBA had like their biggest finals game. I want to say like 100 million people watching or like 60 million people. Well, in the same year, League of Legends had their LCS and they had 4 times the amount of people watching.
League of championship something, or what is that?
Yeah, it's their championship, so it's like the final couple rounds of it, and it was so much bigger, and that's kind of the thing.
MLG is huge, dude. Major League Gaming's blown up since like 2008.
Oh, absolutely.
FaZe
And this
Clan, but I think people sleep on it because I mean, obviously, it's still frowned upon. I feel like not as much anymore, but back then it was.
League of Legends being an online game that people, it's like a card game almost, or
League of Legends
or
is
a
a
strategy based game.
Yeah, it's
like
MMO.
like Risk or something for those who don't know video games.
I would like to add that if we look at all the previous like 30 years ago, 20 years ago, if we see the movies, they always kind of predict the future. Like, what would you imagine something would happen? Like a lot of old movies, it's reality now. Whatever we saw in the future,
Art imitates life. Art imitates life.
Exactly. So if we look at the current movies that is predicting the future, a lot of them have like this infused bio like humans, and they're playing kind of like the video games but like outside. So it's a mix. So there is no longer normal sports. There is esports, but it's combined with
Kind of like what
bio.
Pokemon Go's making you do.
I saw like I saw a movie where they have the people fight until death inside
Oh
an
yeah,
arena.
yeah.
And they were
I
like
know.
they
They
were
would
like not
broadcast it.
human.
UFC?
No. They would broadcast like you were an opponent, like they chose an opponent and like it was live.
No, there is
Right?
the movie with the
Running Man.
She's a girl as a robot,
Okay.
and there is
Okay.
people on the sky controlling the people on the ground.
Dystopian future where human suffering and conflict is used as a fodder for a game show.
I think he's talking about augmented reality.
Running Man type stuff.
I'm gonna get the movie name and post it in general.
I'm not gonna lie, it sounds like Battle Royale.
Ooh, imagine
like a battle
imagine
royale,
a real
but
battle
like with
royale. That'd be
robots.
so cool.
Oh, the one with Hugh Jackman that came out?
Yeah, I think that's the one he's talking about, Hugh Jackman.
Hey, I'm just jumping back in. But did y'all see that?
Alita Battle
Yes,
Engine.
Miko, you better hop on that buy.
Oh wow.
I already did buy.
Oh wow.
Fuck yeah.
I have like $140 right now in DOGE. Think about
Let's
going.
go.
Dude, you all have me seriously. Like, I've got Kraken open. I've got Yahoo Finance. I'm sitting here looking at Bitcoins, and I can just tell now that as soon as I can figure out how to make a hard wallet or what a hard wallet is.
Dude, download Electrum. Go to electrum.org, I think, and download it.
What is it?
Electrum.
Electrum?
Yeah.
I keep reading after the 5 point, which is looks like we're getting close there. After the 5 cent point, there's supposed to be an explosion.
Real quick, I can't remember her name. She was in here a second ago. I posted that link to NTT in the general chat. You were asking, like, you passed it or whatever, and Lincoln, or wherever it was. I don't know. I found it and posted it in the chat for you.
Are you trying to look for a overall Bitcoin, like what's it called, crypto wallet?
You can
Or
you
just
can
for, like,
always
Bitcoin?
you can always buy a laptop that is offline and install a wallet on it.
Well, they
and
have
make
the
sure
flash
to
drive.
never-
They have
to
the
never
flash drive
plug it.
wallets. They have flash drive wallets.
Yeah, you can even use an old laptop like for $300 or $400, and if it's
Just
laying
buy the hard
around,
drive.
you
Just
have
buy
it.
it. Well,
So
you can
these
just
are
buy a hard drive.
wallets. These are wallets you can keep your Bitcoin in.
Bitcoin, yeah. Well, Electrum's just for
Your
Bitcoin.
crypto,
I was about to say that.
Yeah, because
Electrum's just for Bitcoin.
2 nights ago I had transferred from Coinbase to Kraken, Etherium, and it got mined or something. It got stolen because the transfer never made it to Kraken.
What? Really?
No, there is no way it can. It
Yeah,
cannot
it's a
be
key.
stolen.
You
Right,
can't.
right. I'm just saying that it happened to me because I can't find that deposit anywhere. I looked both on Coinbase
What about on your
and Kraken.
transactions?
I looked around and it happened right when
Here,
Kraken went down.
I will give you a pro tip. Never withdraw from one exchange to another. there is always problem between exchanges.
You're supposed to cash
So
out and then buy to another.
yeah, you should
exchange.
always have a medium between them. Like
If you're gonna
exchange
move
to the wallet and then from the wallet to the other
exactly,
exchange.
if you're gonna move cryptocurrency, move from a digital wallet to a hardware wallet, and then from that hardware wallet to the other broker, or cash out.
Talking about moves, take a look at the way that Doge is moving right now. This is crazy.
Okay, so like, see, this is the information I need though, because like I'm on Electrum right now. Okay, I see a little picture, looks like a USB drive. So the keys, so a key is
the keys
assigned to each Bitcoin, or is it like
Yes.
that whole transaction?
No, to the transaction. So a key can hold up to like whatever amount of Bitcoin you're sending, but it's only for that transaction. You can't replicate that key. You can't. That's why it's so hard to like intercept, or I don't know. I guess sabotage
Well,
cryptocurrency.
that's the part that I don't get, because Kraken, I had to have a special code in order to transfer from Coinbase, and I didn't have an issue doing Bitcoin.
Which
it
I
was
think
only
is like an
Ethereum.
IPA key, which is like your profile key or something, like your own key, and then they have like transaction keys.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into one of these wallets though, and just probably buy one since I'm getting into crypto.
Yeah, so Electrum's just for Bitcoin, to make it clear. I only mess with Bitcoin. I haven't gone into Doge or anything like
Okay,
that.
so it's just for Bitcoin.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't make that clear.
I mean, that's fine. That's actually the main one that I want to do anyway. So, okay, so from what I understand, also doing Bitcoin, since you do Bitcoin, so a single Bitcoin can be split up into hundreds.
Well, it's into dollars, right? Like, I don't know. Like, it goes into decimals, hundreds.
If you
Yeah, hundreds.
if you
Basically
type the
hundreds.
code
yeah.
in wrong, it's lost.
Yeah, to Satoshis, you're talking like dollars and cents, Bitcoins and Satoshis.
So a whole Bitcoin right now is like 39 or 38,000. So $100 that would be like 100th of a Bitcoin.
So basically, I think we can say that a private key is what gives you access to your wallet. Or
The
whatever.
IPA key. There's
The API key is different.
your profile key. That's your profile key.
No,
Sometimes-
that's I
Isn't
think
it-
the API key is usually used
Or
for
your public
if
key.
you-
I
if
think
you
people
have a
can send money
trading
to that.
bot. Yeah, it's like you're giving access to a bot to use your account sometimes.
Yeah, I
and-
think you're right. The IPA key is your public key where
Yeah.
people can actually send money. So it'd be like your routing number on a bank account.
Yeah, so you need guys, you need to distinguish between these terms like a public key, private key, API key, address, your address, and offline hardware.
And for
wallets.
each broker, obviously your public and your private key is going to be different because obviously different brokers.
You know, a technology I've been very intrigued with, and I'm sure someone is doing it, is virtual card numbers. So you don't have to put your public.
They already have that. Where
Yeah,
like
but who's
every
doing
transaction
it?
creates
Yeah,
a
it's
card number.
a different
Yeah.
card number.
Yeah, I forget
Apple
the app. I forget what-
Apple Cash does that with every transaction. That's why there's no number on their card.
Is there one I can use for my debit card?
Yeah, there's one more. Hold on.
There's an app that like you can put all your cards in it. I forget what it's called and it does this, but I can't remember. Hold on.
I
I
have
use
it. Hold
it
on.
for subscriptions. I just
Doge
want
is
the free
swinging pretty
trials for.
wildly, huh? Up and down.
Yeah, Elon bumps.
Yeah, it's pretty like y'all should be
SoFi.
watching this. This is crazy.
SoFi is doing it too. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, you're good. I'm just saying if you're not tuning in and watching these like this pattern on this line is freaking crazy right now for Dogecoin. So like,
Yeah, this thing is crazy.
There's
swinging heavy.
momentum. It's going up sharp. Like oh my god, wow.
How much?
Like,
money
it
do you
almost
think
looks like a
Elon's
trident.
gaining out of this?
Yeah, it's like fucking. You guys got to go look. If you're not looking, I don't know if.
So what I'm looking at and wanting to actually happen is the 0.054. That barrier, if we can break it up, oh my god, the hell is gonna break loose on this coin.
It's resistance, huh? That's where it's at.
It's not at it right now. It's struggling to keep 0.05. struggling to stay up there.
Yeah, it's struggling to hit. It's struggling to stay at 5 cent.
Yeah, it's struggling because people still don't get it that a lot of bags are heavy early on Doge, and they can manipulate the market. Not manipulate, but they can control the price as they want.
Wait. Explain that a little bit more in depth.
Doge has been around for a long time, and we have a term we call them whales, the crypto whales. Whoever
Yeah.
owns a lot of the crypto, he owns
Okay.
a lot of coins. At the same time, he knows his way around trading. So it's only supply and demand. So if you control the supply, you will control the price because the demand is always high for it. So they can like always transfer to these exchanges and dump on people. Always transfer and dump to keep the price low, so they can buy it cheaper. Their bags get bigger, and repeat that until explosion
Jesus
point where they
Christ.
can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
And then when it explodes even higher, they will sell it even higher and repeat again.
Is Elon one of these whales by any chance?
The thing about crypto is anonymity. Like you
Yeah,
cannot tell
obviously. I
who
mean,
owns.
it makes sense, right? Like,
It's so public yet so
My
private at the same
opinion
time.
on one of the biggest whales in the game is Robinhood, because they're one of the few like new age apps that actually
you can buy
survive
Doge on
without-
Robinhood.
Yes.
Where
Oh,
else
you
can you
can.
get
few
Doge
newest
and actually
apps.
hold it?
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
So I think they're a big controller in the Doge game, man. I really do.
Well, they can definitely use it to freaking launder money, like right
I
now,
think
as
the
they're
biggest
going under.
money laundering.
No. Perhaps allegedly. No accusations here.
Okay, yeah, no,
Yeah.
definitely not accusing.
Oh
them.
yeah,
Definitely
Purely
not my
hypothetical.
opinion. It's just
Speculation.
What I've seen and felt.
For entertainment and informational purposes only.
Yes.
Yeah, for informational and entertainment purposes only. I have not pulled out of Robinhood yet because I'm too wrapped up in it at the moment to pull out at this point.
Murdoch, you should, just stick it out, bro. You're better off like that.
The theoretical ability to launder money inside of using the Robinhood app between stocks and cryptocurrency is possible. That's the best way to say it without making any implications.
Yeah, I retract my statement.
But drug dealers are probably still using cash. They're not using crypto.
Hell no, they're not. I mean,
imagine buying a fucking 8-ball, or imagine buying an 8-ball with Dogecoin. That'd be hilarious.
You can buy it with Monero XRM.
Oh yeah,
Do you know how much Doge that is? That's like 50 million Doge for an 8-ball.
I'm just saying it'd be hilarious.
It's like what is it? It's a nickel now? Like, that's a lot of Doge. Hey, bro, I got this 100,000 Doge. Look, here go my key.
Well, you know that's the issue. Why with Janet and crypto, U.S. Treasury, is because she thinks the legal activity is happening through crypto.
Well, I mean, that's why crypto is so bad. Like, it has such a bad reputation because that's how it started. Started in the dark net.
Silk Road.
Whoa, wait a
Way
minute.
before-
Well, I
way
don't.
before Silk Road.
I think it was a mix. Okay, so what I was always told and informed was to subvert banking fees, and that's where the really big moves when Bitcoin.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no.
In the
yeah,
beginning,
yeah.
so like
It-
if you have
yeah, it
like
came in-
Camel
That's
or
part of
Biscuit,
it.
like
came
with
in as a
if
good-
Biscuit, like I'm in the U.S. and let's say I wanted to move $1 million to Biscuit, okay, dude, I'd pay 25% in banking fees just to transfer it to him.
Fuck, dude, that's insane.
But if I call him up and I say, hey, what's the price of Bitcoin right now? And he says, oh, it's $1. And I say, okay, well then I'll just send you 1 million Bitcoin.
No, yeah, I know Bitcoin came in.
And then we subvert all banking fees.
Yeah, the dude that made blockchain and all that was his purpose. But a lot of people in the darknet and forums adopted Bitcoin because it was so private. It was anonymous, where you were able to do a lot of illicit transactions through the web.
Oh, I'm sure it's more than that. I'm sure like massive arms deals and all kinds of stuff are done through Bitcoin.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to get too into it because we're live, but yeah, it's bad to this day.
There was a news here in Libya where one of the known militia arm dealer has set a deal with someone from East Asia with using Bitcoin, and there was even the amount that he used it because it got leaked. So he did a deal using Bitcoin from Libya.
Hell
which
yeah.
was amazing.
There's
Like holy shit, even the militias knows
Let
about
me
it.
find the article. I just saw it today. There's a guy in Germany they arrested, and he has 60 million in Bitcoin, and he won't give him the keys to the wallet.
I saw that.
Much respect, but if he's keeping 60 million in one wallet, I'm gonna kill him.
U.S.
That's pretty.
Well, how do you send money to somebody? It's not the same as writing a
We
check.
obviously are not going to kill anybody.
But how do you?
We do not condone.
We have some colorful language in the chat, so that's not obviously.
Don't I have the camel pass? I thought I was
Obviously.
special, man. I thought I was special. I thought that.
Hey, real quick, Biscuit, how would I send you money if I wanted to? Like, how could I literally? I mean, I can't send a check because you send a check
So
through the mail.
basically, if you see my profile, there is my Dogecoin address. You can send whatever you feel like sending.
That's and on the web you use a PGP key, which is encrypted messages.
We need to try to send you a visa.
You can get me a wife. That would be nice. Like a
All
wife.
right, guys.
Visa.
Guys.
Oh my god, nice.
Guys, I'm about
Hey.
to end the stream. Anything you want to say to the viewers before the stream goes off?
Thanks for watching.
Thank
Like,
you for being
subscribe.
around, chat.
We love you. Let me get some diamond hands. Let me see some diamond hands. Smash that like button.
Thank
Yo,
you.
Like Miko Blaze music. Go to mikomusic.com. Like my music. I need money. Love y'all. Take care.
I just want to say y'all have a great night. Also want to say thanks to the stream leader here, Tame the Ark, for spending all this time actually like literally having a live stream on YouTube this long. Like this man is an animal. For real, he really is.
He made this possible. Hit that like button, smash that, subscribe, give some love to Tame the Ark for
The whole nine. Hit the bell and everything. This man's an animal.
And keep holding.
Keep holding, and we learn as much from you as you do from us, hopefully. So please come on back.
We're in this together. Stick it out.
Stick it and win it. We got this. Hold it.
Thank you for voting, guys. Time for the private Discord late night conversations where they can say anything now.
Woo!
Can we have it?